In this Hogwarts without a savior. Chapter 11. John Green. The air quality in London in 1991 was really average. Even though it has been more than a year since he came to this world, John is still not used to the grey sky even on sunny days. In this world, his identity is an orphan adopted by an orphanage. But in fact, like thousands of stories, John, who appears to be just an ordinary 11-year-old boy, has a soul from the 21st century. John in his previous life was a migrant worker who had just entered the workplace. One day on the way to go to work, I witnessed an electric scooter crash accident. The two young people who were riding the bike and were hit by him, who were about his age, all fell into the river beside the road tragically. John, who has good self-sustained swimming skills, did not stand by cold-bloodedly, but took off his coat on the spot and prepared to go into the water for rescue. As a result, he just hugged a young man who fell into the water and was about to swim to the shore. Unfortunately, aquatic plants entangled his ankles, and his calf cramps were caused by the struggle. Fortunately, God did not close his eyes. When John, who had completely lost consciousness underwater, opened his eyes again, he had already appeared in a British hospital and turned into a man named John Green. A 9-year-old boy who was abandoned by his parents and taken in by an orphanage. The doctor diagnosed that his head had been hit violently, causing a concussion. After waking up, John has not inherited any memory except for the language talent that has become the original owner's physical instinct. Fortunately, the symptoms of concussion became the perfect excuse for his memory loss. After all, the human brain has not been thoroughly studied even in the 2020s, let alone now at the end of the 20th century. After being brought back to the orphanage from the hospital, John basically figured out the situation of his reborn body. Before the original owner in the orphanage, he had always been a silent, withdrawn, timid and inferior character. Among the children, except for his outstanding appearance, others seemed ordinary, and it was precisely because of this that he became the leader of these orphans. Lowest level. During a spring outing, several boys took the opportunity to push the original owner to the edge of a soil slope. After that, the original owner hit a raised rock with the back of his head while rolling down, and only then did John, who passed through later, possess himself on the poor boy. However, according to those children, John was not forced to roll down by them, but when they forced him, he suddenly flew up, bounced all the others away from the surroundings, and then fell from the sky by himself, and finally rolled down and hit the stone. Such a lie is obviously only made up by children. Of course, adults will not believe it. It is just an excuse they came up with to escape their guilt. But just after crossing over, John, who had already experienced unscientific events, became suspicious about it. But no matter what kind of attempts he made later, he couldn't detect any special places in his body, so he completely let go of the illusion that the self after time travel is actually a superpower. After all, no matter how you look at it, he actually just traveled from 2020 to 1991. Whether judging from history or the current situation, it is completely the same world, but the timeline is different. After understanding the situation clearly, John, who has become an established fact of time travel, also has the mentality of being at peace with what has come. In any case, although he was not an orphan in his previous life, his parents divorced when he was very young. The couple didn't take care of him except for giving birth to him, and they reorganized their own families. John, who has been growing up with his grandma, passed away after he was admitted to university, and his only relative passed away. Since then, he has lived alone without any worries. Since there is nothing to worry about, where is not life, not to mention that back in the 20th century, even in the unfamiliar England, John also has the advantage of foresight. He does not feel that holding such a good pair of cards, how unsatisfactory my life will be in this life. It's just that it's inconvenient no matter what to do as a child now, so John can only temporarily stay in the orphanage that adopted him. Now John's situation in the orphanage is of course completely different from that of the original owner. It's not because of what he did, but after the incident on the spring outing, the other children all regarded him as a freak through word of mouth, and the verbal and physical bullying turned into cold violence. He is really looking forward to this. No matter what angle he looks at, he doesn't want to have any intersection with this group of people who only know how to mess around, and most of them will be scourges when they enter society in the future. John, who was sitting on the swing in the garden, was looking up at the emerald green poplar tree standing in the garden. There were a few children who were slightly older than him, all looked at him with strange eyes, and then walked away from him like a plague. John didn't care about their expressions, because his attention was all attracted to one place at this time. At the entrance of the orphanage, Mrs. Chris, the dean, was leading a young man in. There is nothing special about such a move. Although the orphanage he lives in is small, citizens from London will come here to do volunteer work every once in a while. What really surprised John was the youth's attire. He was wearing a black robe with a serpentine coat of arms embroidered on the chest. This kind of clothing doesn't look like what modern people should wear at all, but it is very similar to the illustrations of medieval wizards in the folklore storybook that John has torn apart in the orphanage. The appearance of the young man does not look very old, probably less than 30 years old. His complexion is very fair, as if he has not been exposed to sunlight all year round. His light yellow hair is neatly arranged, and he always walks side by side with Mrs. Chris with a faint smile on his face. He seems to be a relatively easygoing person. As if he noticed John's gaze, the young man in a black robe looked at him. The two looked at each other. John looked into those eyes, and for some reason, he seemed to feel a bone-chilling coldness, and his body shivered involuntarily. At this moment, Mrs. Chris said something to him, and the two walked up to John together. "John Green?" the young man asked gently. John was obviously not expecting this situation. The attitude of the other party seemed to come here specially to find him. "Yes, sir." Hearing what John said, the young man didn't introduce himself, but turned to Mrs. Chris and said, "I'm going to have a private chat with this kid." Mrs. Chris was uncharacteristically mean and bitter. Faced with the young man's tone and commanding words, she turned around and left them a private space without any hesitation or questioning. The expression on John's face didn't change much, but in fact, he felt something was wrong in his heart. Just as he was feeling uneasy, a piece of yellowed parchment and a quill suddenly flew out of the young man's pocket against the common sense of physics, and hovered in front of John. "Congratulations, Mr. John Green, because of your unique talent, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry has opened the door to you. As long as you sign this admission letter, you can become a young wizard." Chapter 2-2 Hogwarts and Hogwarts. Hogwarts. After listening to the young man in front of him, John was completely shocked. On the piece of parchment floating in front of him, the bold English words on the top read Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Enrollment Notice. The whole text of the notice is very long, but except the title is written in English, the text below is all in a language that John has never seen before, and at the bottom of the notice, there is also a school badge. That was not the badge he remembered, with 4 animals including lions, eagles, badgers, and snakes surrounding an H. Instead, a dark green snake coiled around H. John had of course seen the Harry Potter series of books and movies in his previous life. Just a week before his time travel, he had only watched the first 4 movies twice, and he still remembers the whole magical story. However, what he never expected was that the world he came to was actually the wizarding world of Harry Potter. The parchment that was floating in front of him now, and the quill that was so close to his hand, as if he couldn't wait for him to grab his hand, was definitely not a magic trick. At such a close distance, John can be sure that the parchment and quill are not manipulated by any transparent thread or other tricks, and they just float in front of him in the air. The clothes of this black-robed youth, the era he is in, the school name of Hogwarts, and the magic displayed all confirmed to John that he has indeed come to the world of Harry Potter. But at this time, not only was he not a little bit excited, but his heart became more and more calm, and the feeling that something was wrong became more and more intense in his heart. Why doesn't the Hogwarts school badge match the one he remembered? Why is the way of enrolling new students in this way completely different from that in the original book? Why is this admission notice written in an incomprehensible language other than English? Who is this young man in black robe who recruited him? Which professor at Hogwarts? He was destined not to ask the first two questions at this time. Just when John was hesitant to ask the young man's name, the other party had already spoken before him. I inquired about your life here, Mr. Green. His voice was very gentle, and he seemed to be patient enough to explain the magic school to John. More than a year ago, something happened to you that the muggles around you couldn't understand. This is the embodiment of the talent of magic in you. These people in the orphanage can't accept the existence of magic, so they will be like this, reject you. But it's different when you go to Hogwarts. You are all of the same kind there. You have the same background and the same ability. You don't have to suffer the same exclusion as here. The professors in the school will also teach you magic. We will hold a welcome dinner for you when you enroll. There is a warm lounge, a variety of delicacies that are different every day, the professors are kind, and the classmates are friendly. Hogwarts Castle is the most suitable destination for you. The young man's words were not in a hurry, but John always felt that he looked very anxious, so anxious that he even forgot to introduce himself. Sir, you. Just sign your name on this notice, Mr. Green. Or, do you have any doubts about what I said? He asked with a smile. That smile easily won the child's trust, but his eyes and smile did not match at all. The deep coldness and boredom that were hidden were keenly captured by John when they first looked at each other. It was this contrast that made John feel extremely inconsistent. No, I have no qualms, sir, it's just you. Since you have no doubts, let's sign the admission notice. We have other things to do next, such as preparing a magic wand for you, buying school uniforms and so on. He interrupted John's question again with a smile on his face, urging him to sign the notice. The quill had already been squeezed into John's hand. John raised the quill, was pulled by the pen in his hand, and placed it on the parchment, but he still wanted to know the one in front of him to enroll him. Who are the young people in the world? Sir, you haven't done it yet. Sign. The young man seemed to have run out of patience, and suddenly yelled to interrupt his question. At the same time, a dazzling red light suddenly shot from behind him, spanning a distance of more than 10 meters in the blink of an eye, and hit the young man's back. Fortunately, a transparent mask that seemed to be infected by red light lit up beside the young man, successfully negating the spell of the sneak attack, but at the same time the mask itself began to shatter. The originally gentle smile on the young man's face was completely restrained, and his expression became cold and disgusted. He pulled out a small stick-like magic wand from the sleeve of his left hand, and launched a counter-attack in the direction of the red light without hesitation. Swoon! An identical red light shot out from the tip of the staff. The spell did not hit the target, but hit the grass in front of the attacker, stirring up a large swath of dirt. The sneak attacker is a woman with beautiful long dark red hair and bright green eyes. She was wearing a shabby gray robe and looked dusty. After evading the youth's counterattack, she passed through the flying dust and sprinted towards John's direction. However, when she was less than 3 meters away from John, she suddenly stopped and pointed the wand in her hand at the black-robed youth whose tip had already lit up with a dark green light. Lily Potter. Do you really think I dare not use the death curse on you? The young man looked at her coldly, and whispered in his mouth. Lily seemed to have given up her intention to take John away by force. She held up the wand in her hand and confronted the young man, her voice as cold as ice and snow. Of course you dare not disobey the orders of the master you treat as your own father, but for this boy, you dare. While speaking, Lily stretched out the hand that was not holding the wand in the direction of John. Follow me, John, I will take you to the real Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. This is a wanted criminal that the Ministry of Magic is offering a reward for. John Green. The hand of the young man holding the wand did not relax at all. His green light flashing on the tip of the wand was more like a deterrent to maintain the balance of the scene. Follow her, and you will also be put on the Ministry of Magic's most wanted list and become a member of the terrorists. Sign, boy, as long as you sign your name on the notice, you will become the only magic school recognized by the magic world Hogwarts students, not that fake terrorist organization that pretends to be. I will take you to that world that belongs to you, where you don't have to be isolated here, and you won't live a life of ups and downs with this woman and her gang life. He was persuasive to John, and Lily, who was standing opposite him, had no intention of refuting his words, but said to John calmly again. Take my hand. Sign it, Green. The situation is strangely deadlocked here, and what even John himself didn't expect is that the only person who can break the deadlock is him who can be said to be powerless. In less than 10 minutes, John, who was overwhelmed by countless information, did not fall into chaos at this time. Or rather, after hearing the name of the witch who suddenly rushed to him and also wanted to take him to Hogwarts, he became more sober. Lily Potter. John is very familiar with both this name and this surname, but if he really traveled to the world of Harry Potter, then the owner of this name should not have appeared at this time at all. So he didn't put his trust in this woman called Lily right away. If the Lily in the original book is indeed credible, but who can prove that the person in front of me is the witch who should have died 10 years ago? So John didn't make a choice right away. He looked at the young man in black robe, holding a quill in his hand, and took a deep breath. At this moment, he was finally able to ask the question that he had been interrupted repeatedly. What I've actually been meaning to say is, sir, you haven't introduced me to who you are yet. In such a situation, such a question is obviously very inappropriate, because in the perception of others, even if John knows the identity of the young man, it will be meaningless to his next choice. The young man suppressed the boredom and anxiety in his heart, only thinking that it was John's childish outbreak, and the gentle and patient smile before appeared on his face again. Sorry, Mr. Green, I forgot to introduce myself to you just now. My identity is a senior agent of the Ministry of Magic stationed in Hogwarts, and a professor of charms at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Barty Crouch. The moment John heard the young man's name, John was taken aback. The first thing he thought of was the image of a serious and old-fashioned director of the International Magic Cooperation Department. Barty Crouch. Etc. Not that Barty Crouch. It should be Barty Crouch Jr. John didn't hesitate any more after reacting, and now everyone knows how to choose. He slapped away the admission notice that was still floating in front of his eyes, threw away the quill, and put his hand into Lily's without hesitation. Lily was obviously a little surprised by John's reaction, but her movements were also extremely fast, waving the wand in her hand smoothly. Apparate. The bodies of the two were instantly distorted into a whirlpool, and then completely disappeared in the same place in the next second. At this time, the exact name should be the young man named Barty Crouch Jr., and only then did he plan to tell John about his inducement. At Hogwarts, I can take care of you enough. Before little Barty finished speaking, Lily had already taken John away in front of him. He stared blankly at the courtyard where he was the only one left singing a one-man show, and finally the camouflage on his face could no longer be maintained. That pale face became extremely ferocious and ugly, the rage made the veins on his forehead pulsate continuously, and then shouted out the boy's name word by word. Jo. N. G. Lin. Damn it. You vile mood blood. Chapter 3-3. Lily Potter. A squeezing feeling like the whole body was being run over by a wheel, occupying all of John's senses. This kind of nausea and pain that seemed to be crushed made his stomach churn, and after the feet that had been suspended in the air for less than a second stepped on the solid ground again, John finally couldn't bear it. Clutching his stomach, the arched waist retched and retched. It's hard to get used to the feeling of operating for the first time. Sit down and have a cup of hot chocolate. Maybe it will make you feel better. Although Lily's tone was cold, it was clearly a caring voice sounding beside him. John breathed a sigh of relief, took a cup of warm chocolate from her hand, lowered his head and seemed to take a sip, but actually didn't let his lips touch the liquid in the cup at all, and suppressed the discomfort in his body. Pay attention, focus on your surroundings. This is a small log cabin, the furnishings in the room are very simple, there is only one stove, two dilapidated single sofas around the stove, and a dirty wooden table. It seems that it is just a place for temporary rest. Safe house. Through the narrow window, you can see a lush forest outside, which is obviously an inaccessible place. John held the cup of hot chocolate in both hands, and looked at Lily, who was lighting the stove lightly with his wand, making the originally weak flames on it more vigorous. Only now can he carefully observe the scene that should have happened 10 years ago. The witch just died. She is undoubtedly a very beautiful woman, but her crimson hair is slightly messy, her face looks a little pale as a result of poor rest, her eye sockets are deep, and the large gray robe makes her extremely thin. Lily noticed his gaze, and looked at John with those green eyes that were missed by a potions professor in the original book. John took a deep breath, and asked the first question after arriving at a safe place with a serious face. I escaped with you, Mrs. Chris, will they be in danger? Although he didn't have much sense of belonging to the orphanage, Mrs. Chris, the dean, took care of his food and lodging after all, and took care of him for more than a year. From the bottom of his heart, John didn't want to see those who helped him get implicated because of himself. Lily looked up at him, her eyes, which were originally calm like stagnant water, were obviously softer. The people who want to take you away have done all kinds of evil before, but after they have completely mastered the power of the magic world, their masters will no longer allow them to kill people easily. They will only clear the minds of everyone in the orphanage about you. Memory, destroy all traces of your past existence in this world, and will not harm anyone related to you. John breathed a sigh of relief after hearing her words, and his hand holding the teacup relaxed slightly. You look much more mature than your peers, not like an 11-year-old. Lily didn't take her eyes off John. Hearing her tone, it was obvious that she was just expressing her feelings. John didn't show much sensitivity because of this, and said with a wink. Children living in orphanages always need to know more things, don't they? Although I don't think this is something to brag about. Lily fell silent. She didn't know what she thought of, and her mood seemed to suddenly become low. But this silence didn't last long, her face returned to calm and indifferent again, and she spoke to John. Your general situation, Crouch has already told you when you were in the orphanage just now, at least he didn't lie about you being a wizard with magical talent, and I don't need to repeat it to you again. I know you still have a lot of questions in your mind, but fortunately we still have time until dark. Let me answer these questions. But before I give you formal admission guidance, you have to answer my question first. Lily's expression didn't change much, but her tone became a little more serious. Why, when you finally heard the name Barty Crouch, you became so decisive and chose to follow me? You knew him before. John's face remained the same. After coming to this safe house, he had already thought that if this Lily had no problems, he would ask him this question sooner or later, so he made a plan in advance in his heart from the beginning. Judging from Lily's current attitude, she didn't have too much guard and vigilance against herself because of this incident, which made John quietly relieved. He didn't know if the Lily in front of him could use spells like insanity. Although decent wizards could do it, they would rarely use it on people in a sneaky way, especially for a child who was only 11 years old. But if the situation was too dangerous, to a certain extent, even decent wizards will not be so pedantic that they have reservations about suspicious elements. And now John's performance is obviously far from this level, but first of all, he must be able to explain clearly. I don't know him, but from the first time I saw him, I felt that he was not as friendly as he appeared. John and Lily looked at each other, without any intention of avoiding her gaze. He dislikes and loathes me very much, I can feel it from the first time he saw me. The more he described the beauty of that magic school to me, the more I felt he was fake. Besides, I couldn't understand a single word of the admission letter he asked me to sign, except for the title above. After signing, who knows whether I really went to the magic school or I sold myself. I didn't think about signing with him when you didn't show up. It's just that he is an adult who understands magic. I am a child, and I have no way to directly resist. Your appearance has given me more choices. Although this choice is also unknown and very dangerous, it is always stronger than another person who is more suspicious, right? So it was only when you were confronting each other that he asked his name to draw his attention, and then he ran away with you. What John said is well founded, 90% of it is true, only the last sentence is false. Unless you pry into his heart, you won't find any problems at all. And of course Lily didn't dissect his brain, but she still stared at John strangely. There was a moment of silence in the air, and she finally spoke when John was stared at by her. Harry, I've never met an 11-year-old like you. She seemed to be struggling with her own words. John observed her words and reminded her in a timely manner. Clever? No, it's like a ghost who looks young but has died for thousands of years. There are so many twists and turns in his heart. John's face suddenly stinks. Everyone has only known each other for a short time, and they are not familiar with each other, so there is no need to turn around and call him like an old monster. Chapter 4:4 Elf Education. John's maturity and mentality, which are different from those of his peers, surprised Lily, but that's all. Even if young and mature children are rare, she has never seen them before. Like the child in the Longbottom family who lost his mother since childhood, he has always been more sensible than other people of the same age. John's explanation made Lily let go of his only slight guard against him, and then, as she promised before, now she can answer John's questions. That man named Barty Crouch is really a professor of magic school. Even if the situation is temporarily safe, John still feels unbelievable about what happened today. Traveling to a magical world that only exists in fantasy is indeed shocking, but it has not made John unacceptable. However, judging from what happened today, this may be the magical world in the novel, but it is definitely not just that simple. According to the plot he is familiar with, the Lily Potter in front of him had died together with her husband 10 years ago, and her son Harry Potter would survive in the hands of the biggest villain in the story, Voldemort. Become the only hope in the entire wizarding world to defeat the Dark Lord. The wizard who found him first, Barty Crouch Jr., was a diehard of Voldemort, the kind of diehard who could kill his mother and father for Voldemort. In the fourth book of the original book, he pretended to be the professor of defense against the dark arts, and conspired for Voldemort's resurrection plan in Hogwarts. Although he succeeded in the end, he was also caught by the Ministry of Magic. Ghost souls. Before this, he had been imprisoned at home by his director father, also named Barty Crouch, using the Imperious Curse. Now how did he become a professor of charms at Hogwarts? Will Dumbledore recruit such a former Death Eater and titular dead man to be a professor at Hogwarts? Or is it that Dumbledore is no longer the headmaster at Hogwarts? John had a lot of doubts in his heart. Although the conversation between Lily and Crouch just now was short, it revealed many things. Most wanted, real Hogwarts, imposter terrorist organization, exile. John has not forgotten any of these impressive words. The magic world must still be that magic world, but there must have been some major changes that he didn't understand. For example, if the Lily in front of him is really the one he knows. What about Harry Potter? Of course, John couldn't just ask, "Do you have a son named Harry?" so abruptly. He could only get to know the current form of the wizarding world first. Hearing John's question, Lily's face became a little gloomy, like the surface of the sea at night, which seemed calm, but actually contained turbulent waves that would erupt without knowing when. If you follow the current Ministry of Magic official announcement, 90% of what he told you is true. He is indeed the charms professor of that Hogwarts school. He also found you to bring you to the school. The notice that you signed was the real magic school admission notice. But kind professor, friendly classmate, he. Her pair of green eyes met John's eyes, and the gloom and anger in those eyes seemed to overflow from the sockets. Do you know about medieval slave owners? Her performance made John feel inexplicably nervous. He swallowed and nodded slightly. For that school, students like you who are born in Muggle society and whose parents are all Muggles are slaves they want to train. For pure-blood students, it is indeed a school, but for Muggle students, it's a domestication ground. The so-called Muggles are ordinary people in the ordinary world who don't know magic and can't use magic. The admission notice written in ancient runes only requires Muggle students to sign. Because that notice has another name: elf education contract. John's pupils shrank slightly, and his heart was shocked. The word elf is not a beautiful and noble species in the world of Harry Potter. House elves, a kind of magical creatures domesticated by wizards into slaves, their value since birth is to be proud of serving wizards unconditionally, and they are completely controlled by wizards from the perspective of spirit and three views. Lily's voice was very cold as an iceberg that would not melt for 1,000 years. You may not understand what elf education means, but as long as you sign this contract, you will be restricted by that Hogwarts in all aspects. Right, and will never be recognized as a wizard. The only official title is only one word: Mudblood. John was silent. He never imagined that the world had changed to such an extent. In the original book, although blood discrimination is a social problem in the magic world, it will never be so completely separated into classes that Muggle-born wizards are no longer considered human beings. Such a situation can occur, and even a former Death Eater like Barty Jr. can become a professor of magic school. There is only one possibility. In the original book, the Dark Lord, who can only be regarded as a terrorist at most, Voldemort, has completely controlled the power of the magic world, allowing himself to rule and control the entire island of Great Britain. But that lunatic who only wants to kill people by eating big melons, does he really have such abilities? What is Dumbledore doing again? He just watched the magic world change its doors like this? Based on the current information alone, John can't figure out what kind of changes happened to make the magical world that was originally good become what it is today. John raised his head and looked at Lily again. That Mrs. Potter you can call me Professor Potter. Lily's face was expressionless, making it impossible to see how her mood changed after hearing the name Madam. John took a deep breath after a small trial and got no results. Okay, Professor Potter, when I was in the orphanage just now, I remember you telling me that you want to take me to the real Hogwarts? Is that also a magic school? No, yes, I'm going to take you to the only magic school in England. The current castle doesn't have the qualifications to be called a school at all. Lily frowned and corrected John's speech mistakes, and then continued. 7 years ago, the wizarding world hadn't become what it is now. Hogwarts headmaster Albus Dumbledore couldn't resist that person's oppressive rule over the wizarding world, but he led us and never stopped fighting. The real Hogwarts has never been confined to an ancient castle, and while we are constantly fighting to overthrow oppression and reclaim the equal status of Muggle wizards, we have never given up on doing justice to the next generation of young wizards. So even after leaving that castle, the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Witchcraft, which has been passed down for nearly 1,000 years, has never disappeared, and I am the potions professor responsible for picking you up. After Lily's words fell, the wooden house fell into silence. The bouncing fire was reflected on John's seemingly calm face. After figuring out the current dark situation, he sighed helplessly in his heart, and drank the cold and sticky hot chocolate in the cup in one gulp. Chapter 5. Hybrids. Stayed in the wooden house until the afternoon. Lily took out a pocket watch from her robe pocket, looked at the time on it, then stood up and let John out of the safe house. Outside is a dense forest. This place should be in a very secluded place in an inaccessible mountain range. Are we going to Hogwarts now? Even if Lily has deliberately slowed down his pace, John, whose body is still in the rapid development stage, still has to speed up his pace in order to follow her. Right. Then why don't you just use the magic that you took me to escape? The Ministry of Magic can use the starting point of the apparition to determine the landing point of the apparition. This safe house can help us temporarily hide the location of the landing point, but we can't use this kind of magic when we go to Hogwarts. John looked up in doubt and continued to ask. Then are we going to go to Hogwarts like this? Or do you have any means of transportation prepared? Lily said calmly. We just need to go for a while, and then Hogwarts will come to us by itself. Just half an hour after they left, Barty Crouch Jr. brought a team of Aurors to this safe house in the woods. Looking at the extinguished fire and the teacup with chocolate left in it, the professor of another Hogwarts charms class turned livid. Well, it happens every year, again. We let that woman get away with the mudblood right under our noses again. The Aurors bowed their heads submissively. No one dared to look at the young man who was favored by that man in front of him. Little Barty's eyes were cold, and he was completely different from his gentle performance in front of John before. I really want to know, it's been so long, why the Auror office hasn't worked out a way to deal with these safe house magic. Among the Aurors, a young wizard swallowed, and explained with a trembling voice and gritted his teeth. Professor Crouch, a large part of the manpower in the headquarters has been devoted to deciphering this kind of magic. If it was the kind of magic used by these fugitives a year ago, we would definitely be able to decipher it in the first place. The hiding magic applied on the house has been changing, and this year a new spell has been added to it, so the previous research is useless. Little Barty stared at the wizard who spoke. The coldness on his face gradually subsided, and the corners of his mouth raised, revealing a smile. May I have your name? The young wizard seemed to feel the friendliness from his smile, but he didn't see that the old Aurors around him were secretly looking at him with pity. With a smile on his face, he stammered. My name is Andrew Williams, Professor. In the last 2 years at Hogwarts, I also took your charms class. Little Barty gently rotated the wand in his hand with 3 fingers, his voice sounded extremely gentle. I remember that the surname Williams does not seem to exist in pure-blood families, and the Ministry of Magic will never recruit mudbloods as employees. So, are you a half-blood? Yes, Professor. Cruciatus. The smiling face that was gentle 1 second turned into an incomparably ferocious and terrifying face the next. Under the tip of little Barty's staff, the young wizard curled up like a boiled prawn and writhed violently on the ground. The pain from the depths of his soul was accompanied by the wailing in his mouth, which shocked the forest. A large flock of birds. With dirty and impure blood flowing from his body, what are you? He stomped his leather boots heavily on the young Auror again and again, as if venting his pent-up anger today. The entire Auror command, the only person who is qualified to explain these words to me is your director, Lucius Malfoy, you know. Bastard. Half of the sun has fallen below the horizon, and the afterglow of the setting sun has covered the surrounding houses with a layer of orange tulle. After Lily took John out of the woods, they soon came to a nearby Muggle town. Out of the woods, she took off the grey robe on her body, and she was wearing an ordinary top and jeans inside. Her dark red hair was also turned dark brown by her spell. The two walked together on the streets of the small town, like a mother and son going out for a walk, without attracting attention at all. John has been walking non-stop for 2 or 3 hours since he followed Lily out of the safe house. He is still a child's body after all. After walking for so long, his body has long felt exhausted. Fortunately, after arriving in this small town, Lily had no intention of continuing to walk, and took John to find a bench by a secluded road to sit down and rest. John is still very curious about the sentence "Hogwarts will come to us." In the original book, the castle built by the 4 founders has apparently been occupied by Voldemort. The Hogwarts led by Dumbledore, who is being wanted all the time, will teach in what kind of place? He was not in a hurry to ask Lily. Anyway, he would know the answer by himself in a short time, but raised his own doubts about another matter. "Professor Potter, am I the only one coming to Hogwarts today?" Lily's right hand is always inserted in her jeans pocket, so as to hide the magic wand, and at the same time, she can counteract it in the first place when encountering an accident. "I am not the only professor who goes out from the school to guide Muggle students. And you are not the only student I am responsible for bringing back today. Speaking of which," her complexion obviously became a little gray. "Before I went to you, I went to the home of another girl named Hermione Granger. When I got there, the girl's parents didn't remember that they had a daughter." John was stunned on the spot. Hermione Granger, this name is naturally familiar to him who has read the original book. This is also the first thing he heard about the people in the protagonist's team, and the meaning of Lily's words. John took a deep breath and looked at the witch beside him with a complicated expression. "You said that if a student like me was taken away by another Hogwarts, those people would erase the memories of everyone who knew me. This girl named Hermione Granger." Lily's voice was calm, but the anger, self-blame, and powerlessness hidden under the calmness could not be concealed at all. "That's right, she signed the admission letter and was taken away by another Hogwarts professor like Barty Crouch Jr. Chapter 6:6 Hogwarts on the Carriage. The complexity in John's heart cannot be described in words. Facing this familiar yet unfamiliar world, what can bring him the most sense of security is to hear the information of the protagonist group in the original story. But now that Lily, who should have sacrificed to protect her son, is about to lead him into Hogwarts, then Harry Potter, the prophesied savior, is likely to be in danger. Now we got the news that Hermione Granger was brought into Hogwarts, which Lily said was called Taming Ground. The 3 little ones in the original book can be said to be completely fragmented, and Voldemort's dark forces are countless times stronger than in the story. This made John fantasize at first that the protagonist of Destiny is still there, and that the world still has a sense of security, but it was completely shattered. His mood sank to the bottom like the sun that was setting in the west. The sky gradually became completely dark. On both sides of the road, dim street lights were lit, illuminating the secluded road. Lily suddenly stood up from the bench. She let go of the hand that was holding the wand hidden in her trouser pocket, and took out a silver thing that looked like a lighter from her jacket pocket. She pressed the button on the lighter, and the next moment, all the street lights on both sides of the road went out. Tonight's night is very dark, and after the light source disappears, the surroundings are completely plunged into darkness. When Lily took out the lighter, John also stood up. His arm was held by Lily, and it didn't take long before he heard a vague sound of horseshoes in the darkness. Hogwarts is here. The house with bright lights in the distant windows, as if it came to life, suddenly jumped to the side, and then jumped back to its original position, as if making way for something. The sound of horseshoes became louder and louder, almost right next to his ears, and soon in the darkness, John vaguely saw a huge carriage. The carriage was about the same size as the safe house he saw during the day. It was 2 to 3 meters high and 5 or 6 meters long, but the strange thing was that there was no shadow of a horse in front of the carriage, as if there were no creatures at all. Pull it, but the clear sound of hooves is so real. The horse-drawn carriage stopped in front of John and Lily, and there was a person sitting in front of the carriage. It was an extremely tall and stout man, and the proportions in this carriage that looked like a small house were so harmonious. He held two reins connected to the air in front of him. In the dark night, John couldn't see his face clearly, but he felt the caring gaze looking towards him. "Hello, child, this is the first time we meet. I am the driver of Hogwarts. You can call me Hagrid." Rubeus Hagrid, the gamekeeper and keykeeper of Hogwarts Castle in the original book, is a half-breed giant, but at the same time he is also a kind and gentle man. Information about Hagrid came to John's mind, and he didn't forget to introduce himself. "Hi Hagrid, my name is John Green." "Ah, good to meet you John, and good to see you safe and well Lily." "Thank you Hagrid, but this is not a safe place, I will take him up there," Lily said softly. Hagrid raised the reins happily. "Hurry up, Professor McGonagall has already returned with the child in the afternoon. Dumbledore told me a good place, and we will hold a welcome dinner there later." Lily led John to the rear of the carriage, then she pulled out her wand and tapped it on the wooden railing beside the carriage, and a wooden ladder extended down from above. John followed Lily, stepped up the stairs with her and opened the curtain, and walked into this carriage called Hogwarts. As soon as they got into the carriage, they were in a wide hall. Based on the space here alone, it cannot be accommodated by a carriage that is only the size of a small house on the outside. It must be some kind of magic that can expand the space inside. In the foyer, an elderly witch with a straight back, wearing a dark green robe, curly black hair tied into a high bun, and square eyes on her face was standing here to welcome them. "Professor McGonagall, I'm sorry, I only brought back one child." After seeing the older witch, Lily stepped forward and hugged her lightly, and said guiltily at the same time. Professor McGonagall's serious and rigid face softened a lot, and she patted Lily's back with her hand. "Don't say these words, as long as you can come back safely. You go to rest first, there will be a dinner later, leave this child to me." Lily nodded, handed John over to him, and then left from the hall. After sending Lily away, Professor McGonagall turned serious again and looked at John. "Mr. Green, I'm Minerva McGonagall, the Vice Principal of Hogwarts and also your Professor of Transfiguration and Herbal Medicine. I believe that when Lily brought you here, she has already completed the preliminary enrollment for you. Guide. Next, you have to come with me, and I will take you to join other freshmen, and then go to collect your wands." John is no stranger to this Hogwarts vice principal who has written a lot in the original book, but after hearing Professor McGonagall's self-introduction, he was obviously taken aback. Professor McGonagall noticed his strangeness and asked with a slight frown, "Do you have any question?" John took a deep breath and shook his head. "I have no problem, Professor, just a little nervous about being here for the first time." Professor McGonagall looked at him, his serious face softened a lot. "The unfamiliar environment is indeed difficult to adapt to at first, Green, but the professors and students at Hogwarts are easy to get along with. Maybe no one likes the life in exile, but you will make friends here." John nodded seriously, and then followed Professor McGonagall towards the corridor behind the foyer. In fact, he was still thinking about a job that Professor McGonagall said just now that she held a part-time job. Professor of Herbal Medicine. Walking out of the foyer, after walking a few meters along the corridor, Professor McGonagall pushed open a door on her left and walked in with John. After they entered the door, in the room behind the door, 4 pairs of eyes looked at them in unison. These are children about the same age as John, 3 boys and 1 girl, sitting on the bench in the middle of the room. They didn't look honest before they entered the door, they were whispering to each other. After seeing Professor McGonagall, one by one immediately, she became well behaved and sat upright. Professor McGonagall glanced at these children with sharp eyes, and at the same time motioned John to sit on the last empty bench. "You wait here first, and I will take you to get your wand later." Chapter 7:7. Freshman. Why must it be a sad thing to be separated from your family? Thinking about it from another angle, maybe it might be a good thing to be free. The boy with a few freckles on his face and a bright red hair casually said, "Explain." "I'm not separated from my family." The dark-haired boy with red eyes, who had obviously just cried, screamed, "They all forgot about me. They forgot that I was their son." Tears flowed from his eyes again. "Obviously my father and mother celebrated with me yesterday that I got the admission letter from Eton College, but today they finally looked at me as if they were looking at a stranger." The boy with a round face, blonde hair and a firm gaze different from other children, patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. "There is no way to do this, Justin. Professor McGonagall is not only doing this to protect you but also to protect your parents. If those people know that they have a son who can use magic like you, maybe the future they will also be at risk." He obviously wanted to show that he was much more mature than the other children, so the comforting words made the boy named Justin stop crying, and he looked at the blonde boy helplessly. "Then will I have a chance to meet my parents again in the future?" The blonde boy was silent. Obviously he knew that the possibility was very low. "Yes. Justin," the only girl present said firmly and loudly. "My parents have always told me that justice can definitely defeat evil. Wait until the day when Professor Dumbledore leads us to regain our equal status. You will be able to reunite with your parents." John has been listening to the conversation between the four children without saying a word since he was sent to this room by Professor McGonagall. Just relying on the information in his appearance and words, he has initially recognized two of them. The red-haired boy who spoke at the beginning had obvious features. Only the Weasleys had such bright red hair in the wizarding world. This boy is naturally Ron Weasley, the youngest son of the Weasley family in the original protagonist group. Since he will appear here, it means that the position of the Weasley family is still the same as in the original book: willing to be a blood traitor, would rather betray their own class, and support Dumbledore for the justice in their hearts. And the crying, black-haired boy called Justin was the Hufflepuff student who appeared in the original book and was petrified by the basilisk in the second part, Justin Fenreely. Like John, he is also a Muggle student whose parents are Muggle-born. As for the other blonde boy and the girl, just as John turned his gaze to Neville, Neville also turned his head to look at him. Neville held out his hand with a smile on his face. "Hello, my name is Neville Longbottom, and I'm also a freshman at Hogwarts this year." "I'm sorry, Justin was in a bad mood just now, and we are comforting him." John paused for a moment, but calmly reached out his hand and shook Neville. "It's okay, my name is John Green, just call me John. This is Justin Finchley, this is Ron Weasley, and Lavender Brown. There should be only 5 of us as freshmen at Hogwarts this year." While Neville and John were introducing, Ron and the others also greeted John, and even Justin, who was still depressed, said to him, "Nice to meet you. You were brought by Professor Potter?" Ron asked curiously. John nodded. "She brought me here." "Then it seems that they didn't many students from another Hogwarts this year." Ron shrugged and said, "Professor McGonagall brought Justin this afternoon, and they only brought back you two." John looked at Ron. Although he could guess the reason, he still asked curiously, "What about the 3 of you?" "Neville's family and I are members of the Order of the Phoenix and have always followed Dumbledore," Ron said carelessly. "According to the Ministry of Magic outside, both of our families are wanted criminals. Destined to come to this Hogwarts school when I was 11 years old. Because there is no other magic school that can accept us. My father insisted on sending me here." Lavender said proudly, "He firmly believed that I could only get the best education here, so he even gave up his home in England with his mother. Yeah, fled to Iceland." John also has some impressions of the name Lavender in his mind. In the original book, she seems to be Ron's first love girlfriend, but unfortunately, there is no happy ending in the end, and she died in the mouth of the werewolf Fenrir in the final battle. As for her bloodline, there is no way to know this, but from her tone, at least her father was a wizard. John immediately felt that the group of 4 freshmen who enrolled with him was quite interesting. He and Justin are Muggle students brought back from outside by the professor. Ron and Neville are both pure-blooded, and Lavender is likely to be a mixed blood. Although there are only 5 freshmen here, they bring together all levels of the magic world. And Justin also clearly noticed that John was the one who had the most similar experience to him. He blinked and asked, "Are you also the one whose parents' memory was erased and then brought here?" John can understand that he wants to find someone who is in the same situation as himself in this strange place. This can be regarded as psychological comfort to some extent, but it is a pity that their situation is different. I was brought out of the orphanage by Professor Potter. I have no parents since I was a child, so I don't feel very sad. Justin looked at him with a pitiful gaze. After all, he still had a family member who lost it today, and John has never had one since he was a child, which is obviously worse than him. Looking at it this way, there's nothing wrong with being an orphan, at least I won't be sad at this time. Before Ron could finish speaking, Neville slapped him on the back, interrupting his speech, and looked at John apologetically. "Sorry, John, he always speaks like this without paying attention. Ron didn't mean to mock you." After being reminded by Neville, Ron realized that what he said without thinking was very ambiguous at this time, and immediately apologized with an embarrassed smile. "Sorry, John, I didn't mean that." Of course, John didn't pay much attention to this matter. He shook his head with a smile and said it's okay. It was just that when they were chatting, John did not attract any attention from others, and took a deep look at Neville. The polite, generous, careful, and gentle boy in front of him is completely different from the cowardly Gryffindor in the original book. Chapter 8. Dumbledore. But thinking about it seriously, the character of Neville now is very different from the character in the original book, which can be said to be inevitable. The reason why Neville in the story became so timid and cowardly is because his parents were tortured by the Cruciatus curse and became lunatics since he was a child, and he himself has been educated by his strict grandma all the time. Let his character be flawed from the start. The main reason why the Longbottoms were caught and tortured by the Death Eaters was that after Voldemort intended to kill Harry Potter, but was devoured by his own death curse and disappeared, his followers wanted to find themselves in the couple. Clues about the Master. Judging from the current situation, it is very likely that Neville's parents did not fall into such a miserable situation. Therefore, Neville was taught very well by them. I've always wanted a wand of my own. At home I used to secretly play with Percy's wand and almost throw it in the fireplace. My parents were furious when they found out. I've never seen them look so angry. When he said this, Ron still had lingering fear on his face. They locked me up in the attic for 2 full days, made me reflect on my mistakes, and gave me just a glass of water and 2 slices of bread. I don't understand why they reacted so violently when it was just a magic wand. I went to ask George and Fred, and they also criticized me with a serious face, but they didn't tell me the reason. They liked to play tricks on Percy with me before. Justin asked curiously. Is the wand the little stick that Professor McGonagall is holding? Neville explained to him. Yes, this is the weapon used by wizards to cast magic. Maybe adults have feelings for their wands, so they punish Ron like this. How will the professors give us wands later? Just give us one each directly. Lavender asked. Neville said hesitantly. It should be like this. We definitely can't choose what we like in the wand shop here. John, who didn't get much involved in their conversations except for a few words, felt that the wand matter must not be so simple. For wizards in this world, the wand is undoubtedly a very important thing. In the records of the history of magic, after the Goblin Rebellion was successfully suppressed, the biggest punishment for them was to deprive them of the right to use magic wands, as can be seen from this history. This is not to say that without the wand, the wizard completely loses the ability to use magic, but the addition of the wand to any spell is undoubtedly huge. It is difficult for most wizards to use correct spells without a wand, and their strength will naturally be greatly reduced. Even John can see that the wand is such an important strategic resource. He doesn't believe that people on Voldemort's side are idiots and don't realize its importance. If they have completely controlled the power of the magic world, then they are absolutely capable of controlling every wand transaction. After all, in the magic world, except for the three most famous families, there are only just a few people. Control from the source to prevent any new wands from being sold to Dumbledore's people, and the existing wands in the hands of other wizards have also established laws to force them to file with the Ministry of Magic, so it is extremely difficult for Dumbledore to give new students the students get their wands. It's not impossible to buy one, but it must be a very high price, and it is unlikely that the number will exceed 3 in a short period of time. So John is still curious about the source of the wands they got later. Just as the newly enrolled children were chatting and getting acquainted with each other, Professor McGonagall, who had been away for about 10 minutes, returned here again. "You all come with me." Whether it was Justin, who was brought here later, or Ron and Neville, who seemed to be somewhat familiar with this place, they were all in awe of Professor McGonagall. They stood up from their chairs nervously, and walked out of the room with Professor McGonagall. No one spoke on the road. They walked along the long corridor for about 20 meters, passed through dozens of doors, and finally came to the end. There is also a door at the end of the corridor. Professor McGonagall knocked lightly and said to the people inside, "Albus, I brought the new students to get their wands. Come in." A gentle and old voice came from inside. John followed Neville and the 4 of them at the end, and walked into this room. This is a small office, in which there is only an old man with white hair sitting on a chair, and there is a golden perch beside him, on which stands a bird with golden red feathers, and behind him are several 10 portraits. Each of the wizards in the paintings looks very old, with their heads down and eyes closed, dozing off. And above those portraits, John finally saw the familiar school badge. Lion, eagle, badger, snake, 4 animals around a capital H. The identity of the old man in the office is obvious. Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, has incomparably brilliant achievements and ceiling-level strength in the wizarding world, and is known as the legend of the greatest wizard of the 20th century. There is nothing special about his appearance, with half-moon eyes, gray hair and beard, and wrinkles left by the years on his face, but his smile is very friendly, making everyone who sees him smile. People can't help letting go of tension and pressure in their hearts. "I'd love to see new children come to this carriage." Dumbledore stood up to welcome them. "It's representative of what we're doing, and it's not like there's no successor. I'm your headmaster, Albus Dumbledore." He didn't look like he was talking politely, and he was really happy. He took out a lot of various candies from his drawer, and signaled John and the others that you are welcome and can enjoy them casually. It wasn't until Professor McGonagall coughed lightly that he remembered the business. Before you can truly become a student of a magic school, a good magic wand is of course essential. The smile on Dumbledore's face slowly disappeared, and his face became solemn for some reason. "But for you, of course, the wand is more than just easy to use. It will become the representative of your beliefs and that of another person." His voice was very soft, as if he was reciting some nostalgic eulogy. Then, under the blank stares of John and Neville, the 4 children, the old man opened the door of a wooden cabinet on the right side of his desk. In the cabinet, there are more than a dozen wooden boxes neatly placed. The wooden boxes are lined with pure white cashmere, but every magic wand lying quietly on the cashmere looks so old and out of date. Chapter 9-9. The Old Wand. No matter what method you used and who brought you to this Hogwarts, I believe you should all understand the current situation of the school. The Ministry of Magic has blocked and controlled all wand transactions, leaving us no way to be fair and honest. Take you to the wand shop and choose your favorite wands. Dumbledore's blue eyes kept looking at John and the 5 while he was talking. His eyes were very serious, and his tone became extremely solemn, which was different from when he greeted John and the others to eat candy. The wands in front of you have been used for a lifetime. They are indeed not as bright as the new wands in the wand shop, but the last owner who held them, each of them insisted on their own beliefs, fighting to the last minute. For me, seeing these wands is like seeing the people who used them, so I hope you don't put them off because of the old appearance of wands. If one day in the future, you have the opportunity to get the wand that you are more ideal and more like, then please return the wand you took from here today. There will be other children who will need it in the future. Really step into the world of magic. Dumbledore's words made everyone present hold their breath involuntarily. Professor McGonagall looked at the old wands on the cashmere, showing unconcealable sadness. Neville clenched his fists as soon as Dumbledore began to speak, and his white knuckles were enough to show that he was not at peace. Ron, who had been acting out of character since the first meeting, also remained silent with a solemn expression. Justin and Lavender were also affected by the atmosphere in the office. They both lowered their heads and looked at the wooden box silently. Little stick. John is also looking at those wands. Unlike others, he thinks more through the words in Dumbledore's mouth. Hogwarts has new children entering school every year. According to what Ron said before coming to the headmaster's office, this year only brought back 2 Muggle students, John and Justin, which are very few compared to previous years. The number of students, which means that the number of students enrolled in previous years is estimated to be no less than 5. That is to say, 5 wands are taken away from here every year. But now the cabinet is still full of more than 10 magic wands. This means that the Order of the Phoenix led by Dumbledore has more sacrifices every year, far exceeding the number of new students joining. For any organization, such a situation can be said to be fatal. The new force is less than the loss, and there is no future at all. Who goes first? Just when the whole office was so quiet that only the sound of breathing could be heard, Dumbledore suddenly said loudly. Neville, who was standing in front of John, had already moved his body almost the moment his words fell. He walked in front of everyone without hesitation, came to Dumbledore's side, and said in a firm voice, "I've been waiting for this day, Professor Dumbledore." Dumbledore looked at the round-faced blond boy, and smiled again. "You will be the pride of everyone in the Longbottom family, Neville, no one doubts that." Neville fixed his eyes on one of the wands. He seemed to have been looking at it since Dumbledore opened the cabinet. Now, without any hesitation, he reached out and touched the wand directly. A slightly curved wand was held in his hand. "I agreed to your father's request 3 years ago, and I never took it out before. Only today, I put it here," Dumbledore said calmly. "The wand used by your mother, Alice Longbottom, was the same cherry wood as your father, with a core of unicorn hair, except that it was slightly shorter in length by 2 inches, and it was 11 inches long. She was found at the time for protection. The student on the Hogwarts carriage who was missing died with 3 Kedavin curses on her body, and the last words she said before she was alive are for all of us." Neville's hand holding the wand was trembling. At the tip of the wand, a silver streamer was shining. He gritted his teeth and said every word. "These children, and my son, will surely walk in the sunshine of equality and justice in the future." Dumbledore patted him on the shoulder lightly. "None of us has forgotten this sentence, which is why this Hogwarts exists." Neville nodded silently, and he returned to the freshman team with the wand he had inherited from his mother. The second person who stepped forward was Lavender. There was no magic wand left by her relatives in it, but she still retained great respect for each one in it, and finally chose one of them. John keenly noticed that when Lavender got the wand, Professor McGonagall, who was standing by the side, showed a look of lost memory. Lavender looked at Dumbledore nervously, as if he was afraid that the old man would say, "This wand carries too much meaning, you are not entitled to have it." But when Dumbledore looked at her, there was only a gentle smile on his face. Poplar wood with unicorn hair, 12 inches long. I am honored to have you, Miss Brown. It once belonged to my colleague, Hogwarts herbalism professor, and the last Hufflepuff Dean Pomona Sprout. She died in the Battle of the Fall of Hogwarts Castle 7 years ago. In order for Minerva to lead the students to retreat from the castle, she chose to block it alone. Dozens of Death Eaters and Aurors, and in the end all that was left was this wand. Lavender became more nervous. She stammered. Teacher, Professor, my dad always talks about her, she is his dean and the best teacher for him, should I put it back? She is a great witch, I don't deserve it. If you put it back, Pomona will be disappointed, Miss Brown. Dumbledore's voice was serious. She died for the students of this school. As long as they are students of this school, everyone has the right and the responsibility to take this wand of hers out. I believe that it will gain no less glory than its previous owner in your hands. Lavender blushed. She was shy and excited at Dumbledore's words, and finally nodded solemnly, took a deep breath and promised. I will. Professor. She returned to the freshman team, and the next one to go forward was Ron, who also picked an elm wand from the wooden cabinet. Chapter 10:10. Is this optional? The combination of elm wood and dragon heart strings. You should have seen the owner of this wand when you were a child, Ron, Mundungus Fletcher, that squat, unshaven man with 2 short bow legs. Remember him? When Dumbledore mentioned this person, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch a brisk arc. Ron obviously still has an impression of this person. The thief who came to my house once as a guest when I was 6 years old and wanted to take away the only ancestral silver cup in my family, but was finally caught by my mother. Dumbledore laughed out loud. Mundungus is indeed a petty thief. Your father and mother didn't like him very much before. Ron couldn't help curling his lips when he heard what he said, and when he looked at the wand in his hand, he unconsciously showed a look of disgust. And this gaze was obviously caught by Dumbledore. But he didn't teach or reprimand Ron, but asked softly. Then do you know why your parents didn't like him all the time, but still set up a tombstone for him at his funeral? Ron shook his head blankly, as if he didn't know about it at all. During an operation in the Order of the Phoenix, he was besieged by the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic. In order to prevent his memory from being read or being given Veritaserum to leak information about us, he did not choose to be caught without a fight, but made a decision. The most fearless decision in his life, to take his own life with this wand in your hand. Dumbledore's voice was flat, but Ron's mouth grew wide. It never occurred to him that the wizard who looked to him as chunky and out of character, who had no pursuit other than stealing things for money, he would end his life with such a move. Ron looked down at the wand in his hand again. His gaze was very complicated. I'll keep him safe, Professor. Of course. After Ron returned, Justin walked forward with a nervous face turned pale. The child received a lot of stimulation today, knew the existence of magic and wizards, was taken away from his parents, and came to this car called the carriage of the magic school, and now he has to get his own wand. He was in no mood to choose, but hastily grabbed a relatively short wand. Dumbledore still introduced him patiently. A combination of cedar wood and dragon heart strings. Its owner is Sturgis Podmar, the first member of the Order of the Phoenix, a reliable wizard. He also died in the Battle of the Fall of Hogwarts Castle. This is an ordinary person, isn't he, Professor? Justin asked hesitantly. Dumbledore blinked. He may not have died as tragically as others, and he has never made any outstanding contributions, but in this era, daring to resist the suffocating power is the greatest feat, Fenlary. Just like when we look up at the starry sky, we also feel that most of the stars in the sky are ordinary, but they are the only ones shining in the dark night, aren't they? Justin's eyes were bright, and he nodded vigorously. Yes, Professor. The other 4 people got their own wands, and in the end only John was left. Under the gaze of everyone else, he also walked to Dumbledore's side. To be honest, he doesn't care what kind of wand he can get, as long as it works, there is no problem. But the 4 wands in front represent 4 different people, which made him feel very heavy. Neville's mother was tortured insane by the Cruciatus curse in the original book, but she did not escape the bad luck in this world, and died under the killing curse of the Death Eaters. Hufflepuff's dean, Professor Sprout, is described in the book as a kind and gentle witch who cared for every student, but she died 7 years ago. Although he was not familiar with the 2 wizards behind, they still added pressure to the heaviness in his heart. He knew very clearly that this world is definitely not the children's story in the original book. Students will not spend happy learning time in the castle, and the wizarding world is no longer a magical world full of novelty and fun. There is oppression and slavery everywhere here, and Muggle wizards can't even guarantee their own safety. The righteous party has become a bereaved dog, and can only go into exile in a carriage. In the story, people he was familiar with died for this, and he himself had no choice at all. Although he is an orphan adopted by an orphanage, there are traces of John's parents in this world, and after verification by 2 Hogwarts, he is purely Muggle-born. He didn't want to enter the Hogwarts castle known as the Taming Ground, so he was destined to join Dumbledore's side and fight against Voldemort, who had completely controlled the power. John didn't know if he had this ability. After coming to this world, he didn't have the system and cheats that usually appear in the protagonists of web novels. For wizards, magical talent is very important, and talented people are destined to achievements are much higher than those without talent. But now it was useless for him to think so much, the only thing he could do was to hold a wand in his hand first. Looking at the remaining wands in the cabinet, John glanced at them, stretched out his hand, and was about to pick up one of them, when the corner of his eye suddenly glanced at the innermost position of the wooden cabinet. This is a wooden cabinet with a sliding door. Dumbledore only opened half of the cabinet, and under the cover of the other half of the cabinet door, there is still a wooden box vaguely stored. It is difficult to attract the attention of others under normal circumstances. John's position is just standing on the other side of the cabinet, so that he can just see it from such an angle. His outstretched hand paused slightly. There was obviously a wand in that wooden box, but he wasn't sure if Dumbledore put it here specifically for freshmen to choose. If it is, then there is no need to hide it behind the cabinet door on the other side, but if not, it can just be put away, and there is no need to put it in the cabinet at all. John hesitated for a moment, but there was an inexplicable feeling that made him reach in unconsciously, grab the smooth body of the magic wand from the wooden box behind the cabinet door, and take it out. "Professor, is this wand optional?" After he got the wand in his hand, he immediately asked Dumbledore, but at the same time as he spoke, a cluster of brilliant silver sparks suddenly burst out from the tip of the wand. Chapter 11:11. The Shore of the Sea. The cluster of silver sparks attracted the attention of everyone present. Neville and the others were all at a loss. Professor McGonagall showed surprise on his face, and only Dumbledore was stunned looking at the wand in John's hand. This is a wand about 14 inches long. The body of the wand is straight and the surface is very smooth. It seems that its previous owner loved it very much. Although there are obvious signs of use, it can be seen that it has been well maintained good. The silver sparks spurted joyfully for 3 or 4 seconds before slowly stopping. John was a little overwhelmed by the situation at this time, and he couldn't figure out why the wand had such a big reaction in his hand. "It likes you very much." After the sparks stopped, Dumbledore also recovered from such nostalgic thoughts, and looked at John with emotional and complicated eyes. Chestnut wand body, phoenix tail feather wand core, an uncommon combination. Excluding the current one who is not worthy of the name, the 3 consecutive leaders of the Wizengamot, the Great Court of Wizards, have all used chestnut wands, but their staff cores are made of unicorn hair. This combination is very righteous, but if it is replaced with phoenix tail feathers, it will become more varied. He seemed to be very familiar with the information about the wand in John's hand, but he only introduced the wand itself, and didn't mention anything about the people who had used it. John looked hesitantly at the wand in his hand, and his intuition told him that this wand must have a story. Then who used this wand? Dumbledore smiled and ruffled his hair. I've told enough sad stories today, so let's call it a day. Boy, whoever has used this wand, I'm sure you'll use it well, won't you? Is it mine now? Why not? John let go of the doubts in his heart. Since Dumbledore didn't want to talk, he wouldn't continue to ask. In this magical world, apart from the Elder Wand, one of the three Hallows of Death, there is no distinction between the strength of other wands, and it mainly depends on the person who uses magic. No matter how many stories this wand has, it still belonged to its previous owner. Now what it can bring to John is only the world that allows him to truly come into contact with magic. All the freshmen got their own wands. After that, Dumbledore didn't let them leave immediately, but finally entrusted them in front of all of them. The magic wands in your hands are engraved with the magic pattern of the turning spell. The professors at Hogwarts and the wizards in the Order of the Phoenix will try their best to ensure your safety, but if something happens to you one day, the body loses signs of life, and the turning spell will automatically send the wand back to me. This is just an insurance measure, and the wand is the scarcest resource for us. One day, I found that in the cabinet where the wands are stored, there will be an extra wand that you have already taken away. The 5 freshmen all walked out of the principal's office with a dull mood. Professor McGonagall, who was leading the way, felt that their interest was not high, so he said as he walked, "I'll take you to your dormitories first. After getting settled there, Hagrid will probably find a suitable place. Although it's in a carriage now, the tradition of the Hogwarts New Year's Eve has not been lost. Today everyone will celebrate your joining in the evening, so just relax." Just as Professor McGonagall's voice fell, the ground under their feet, which was originally slightly bumpy, trembled suddenly, and then completely calmed down again. John's heart rose instantly, because he had a clear understanding of the dangers of this world, so he was always vigilant now. Even though he hadn't learned a single spell, he still clenched the wand he just got in his hand. The other freshmen, Navi, Ron, and the others also had expressions of panic on their faces, but soon a generous voice rang out in the carriage, completely dispelling their tension. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are here, we can get out of the car and prepare for the welcome dinner." This was Hagrid's voice, and at the same time as his voice sounded, some rooms around the corridor suddenly became restless. One door after another was opened, and students of all ages ran out cheeringly. Most of them saw Professor McGonagall and John standing on the corridor, and immediately stopped their joy. "Pace?" a student asked cautiously. "Professor McGonagall, can we go out now?" Looking at their expectant faces, Professor McGonagall, who had already put on a straight face, involuntarily softened her face. She sighed and waved her hands. "Since Hagrid said it's okay, it means it's safe outside. Let's all go down and get ready. Long live the professor!" The students cheered. They gathered in groups on the promenade and walked towards the foyer. Among them, John also saw a pair of twin brothers with red hair, winking at Ron. In just a few seconds, it was like a monkey returning to the mountain. The corridor where a group of people rushed out of the room was empty again. Only the freshmen who came here today are left, looking at Professor McGonagall helplessly. Professor McGonagall, of course, also knew the little things in their hearts. Seeing that they had no luggage to put down except the magic wand they just got, he couldn't help but said helplessly, "Then you all follow along. Remember not to run around outside, follow the older child, and you must not leave the area 20 meters away from the carriage." "We promise to be obedient, Professor." Ron was the first to run out, and everyone else followed him and walked out of the carriage. They have already felt enough heaviness and pressure today, and now seeing those energetic senior students, they couldn't help but smile on their faces. Professor McGonagall stood on the promenade, watching their young backs gradually fade away, and the old face that had always been serious showed a gentle smile involuntarily. John followed Navi, Ron and the four of them past the hall from the promenade and got out of the carriage. When Lily took him to the carriage, it was already dark outside, and the night sky was already full of stars. The place where they are now is no longer the Muggle town under the Safe House Hill, but a wide sandy beach. The gentle evening wind blew the waves, and the sound of waves echoed in their ears. The carriage bearing the name of Hogwarts was parked on the shore of the sea. Chapter 12:12. Welcome Dinner on the Coast. This beach is very large, and on the outskirts of the beach is a rocky beach. There is also an old path that crookedly divides the rocky beach into two halves. It looks like an inaccessible place. Hagrid had already stepped out of the carriage ahead of time. He found a suitable open space near the sea, set up firewood and iron frames, and lit a bonfire. In this midsummer, the sea breeze at night is very comfortable for people. The senior students who ran out early in the morning are gathering together in small groups, looking for fun on the beach. Hogwarts will find a place with a great view to hold a dinner on orientation and Christmas Eve. Ron, who knew more about the school on this carriage than anyone else, explained to John and the others. My 3 older brothers, who all went to school here, told me that Hagrid always surprises people when it comes to choosing where to sit for dinner. They used to be on top of Ben Nevis, the highest mountain in the British Isles. We held a welcome party once and spent Christmas Eve together on the Isle of Man. Our welcome dinner this year was also good, and it was actually by the sea. His voice was very excited, and the faces of the others were also full of curiosity and excitement. Even Justin, who had been sullen all this time, clearly showed a relaxed expression on his face. Ron, Justin, and Lavender couldn't bear it anymore and already walked towards the beach, but John noticed that the curtain of the carriage had been lifted from the inside again, and a short, childlike figure stepped out of the carriage. Same old man. He was wearing a well-fitting wizard robe, and his hair was meticulously arranged. When he stepped off the carriage, he shouted at 2 boys who were catching crabs in the distance. Don't run too far, Lee Jordan, and be careful when using the petrification spell on crabs. You keep getting your pronunciation wrong, so don't burn yourself to shame again. The dark-skinned boy in the distance agreed loudly, and then continued to poke the crab with the magic wand in his hand. The short old man turned his attention to the barefoot students who were chasing the waves on the beach. He told them to be careful not to fall and get swept into the sea, while walking towards Hagrid, who was setting up other bonfires. Go. This is Professor Flitwick. Neville, who noticed John's gaze, introduced him. He is our part-time professor of charms and astronomy. Before the fall of Hogwarts Castle, he was last head of Ravenclaw House. Neville was thinking that John was a Muggle who had never been exposed to magic, and was about to enthusiastically introduce him to the 4 previous houses of Hogwarts in detail, when he suddenly noticed that his attention had actually been distracted all the time. On Professor Flitwick's empty right sleeve. How did Professor Flitwick lose his right hand? John asked softly. The relaxed expression on Neville's face subsided. He said in a low voice. It was cut off by the people under the Dark Lord with a spell. When the professor was young, he used his right hand to wield a wand to win the duel competition. Can't magic connect his broken arm? I heard from my father that he was delayed for too long because of the battle, and the arm he had cut off was never recovered. Magic can help him put back the short-term amputated limb, but there is no way. Help him grow a new one. John was silent. He looked at the short old man who was helping Hagrid to set up the bonfire, and for some reason there was a sense of sadness in his heart. This sadness is not only because of the one-armed old man in front of him, but also the Dean Sprout who has died, Neville's mother Alice who died under the death curse, and the Hogwarts school that has already died. Sacrificed people. Neville seemed to have noticed John's emotional changes, patted him on the shoulder in relief, and said with a smile. But in fact, Professor Flitwick himself felt nothing. After learning that his right arm was completely lost, my father told me that he smiled and said to Dumbledore, "Fortunately, I still have my left hand." It turns out that that's right, he can still cast spells with his left arm, making him our best charms teacher. John let out a long breath, he turned his head to look at Neville, and smiled at this really mature boy. "It's okay, I'm just sighing. So what can we do now?" Neville looked at John and laughed too. In fact, when he saw John for the first time, he already felt that he was different from other people. He behaved much more mature than Ron and Justin, which gave Neville a premonition that they could be friends. It's not that he and Ron can't be friends anymore, it's just that Neville, who lost his mother since childhood and has always been much precocious and sensible than his peers, always subconsciously has a kind of help when facing Ron and the others. The mentality of adults with children. But when communicating with John, he obviously didn't feel this way. "We can go and help the senior sisters pack up the food for tonight. The daily meals at Hogwarts are prepared by the students themselves. After we officially start class, there will also be senior students who will teach us how to cook." Meals. In this carriage, the professors have already worked very hard, and we should try our best to take care of ourselves and relieve their pressure. Neville spoke briskly, and led John to the place where a group of senior girls gathered. There they were dealing with the crabs and fish that the boys had just caught, as well as some ingredients prepared in advance on the carriage. John and Neville communicate so much, but there are actually some deliberate ones in it. This round-faced, blonde boy obviously knows a lot about the current Hogwarts. John wants to get more information from him after getting along with him. For example, about whether potions Professor Lily Potter has a son. Although the purpose is not pure enough, John is also willing to give his sincerity when getting along with him. John is destined to be bound together with Hogwarts, which is carried on a carriage. Here gathers the last group of people in the British wizarding world who stick to justice and light in their hearts. When getting along with these people, it is impossible and not desirable to maintain a hypocritical appearance all the time. While he and Neville were helping the seniors handle fish, shrimp, and seafood, John suddenly saw Lily, who hadn't seen anyone since sending him to the carriage, leading a chubby, an older wizard with a walrus beard came toward them from the path along the rocky beach. Not only John discovered this scene, but also other students saw the fat old man. It's Professor Slughorn. Chapter 13:13. Hogwarts. Who is this? It was not John who asked the question, but Neville. He seemed to be unfamiliar with the smiling old man brought back by Lily, who looked like a fat walrus, and turned to ask the girl who called out Professor Slughorn just now. The senior girl introduced to Neville. He is Professor Horace Slughorn. Last semester, he taught us defense against the dark arts and the history of magic at Hogwarts. However, he left Hogue last year for important matters. What's for 1 year, our defense against the dark arts class and history of magic were all taken by Professor Dumbledore in time, but I didn't expect Professor Slughorn to come back this year, and his affairs should have been dealt with. After listening to her explanation, Neville showed a dazed expression on his face. Did he still serve as the Dean of Slytherin before the fall of Hogwarts Castle? My dad seems to have mentioned him to me. John listened to their conversation silently. He naturally knew Slughorn. What impressed him the most was that he told Voldemort about the Horcrux in the original book, and he was a person who was very afraid of death, but in the end he still stood for justice. Party. His position in this world does not seem to have changed. Even though Dumbledore led Hogwarts to the current situation, he still came here as a professor wanted by the Ministry of Magic. The night was getting darker. With the cooperation of a group of students, they prepared a sumptuous meal. Dumbledore waved his wand, and conjured up a long table and chairs on the beach that were big enough for everyone to sit on. Students and professors took their seats one after another. By now, Basically everyone in this carriage has gathered together, and John has the opportunity to count all the students in this exile school. The schooling system of Hogwarts is still 7 years, this has not changed, and there are only 5 first-year freshmen in his class, and even if there are slightly more students in other grades, there are not much more. There are only 10 students in a grade at most, and there are only 5 or 6 students in John's class, and there are only 40 or 50 students in the entire magic school. This is a very poor number even in a society with a small population like the magic world. As for the professors in the school, they also counted them with a slap. Lily Potter, who taught potions and part-time elective courses in the senior year, Minerva McGonagall, who was the vice principal and concurrently served as Transfiguration and Herbalism, Felius, who taught charms and astronomy, Flitwick, who just came back today, should continue to serve as Horace Slughorn, who taught defense against the dark arts and the history of magic. These 4 are all the professors who have teaching jobs in the carriage now. Others include Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, Coachman Rubeus Hagrid and Coachman Argus Filch. The number of teachers is of course far less than the number in the Hogwarts castle in the original book, so both Lily and Professor McGonagall have multiple roles. But also because there are fewer students, their work intensity is actually not bad, and they won't be so busy that they don't touch the ground. The bonfires jumping around illuminated the beach, and the soothing sound of the waves was like a symphony orchestra playing soft classical music, adding a touch of elegance to this dinner party. Dumbledore's favorite thing about being the headmaster is that he never gives boring speeches on occasions that make people feel happy. The old man with grey hair and beard, who was over 100 years old, raised the wine glass in his hand. There were no long speeches or any touching speeches, but he just said loudly, "Thank you for the delicious food, so please enjoy them happily." The wet and salty sea breeze cannot cover the aroma of the food itself. Although it is in the UK, the food at the dinner party is of course not just chips and fried fish. John has never tasted the craftsmanship of those house elves, but he thinks that these onion soup and grilled fish made by those senior students and mashed potatoes taste very good too. I keep hearing from George and Fred that the most annoying person in the carriage is that Filch. The freshmen naturally sat together on the long table. While eating the grilled sausage, Ron quietly showed them where the carriage manager with a bad expression was sitting with his eyes. He always likes to use chicken feathers as arrows, and he has never had a good face towards people, as if he wants to hang up those who just made a little mistake and whip them. Ron has 3 older brothers who all go to school in Hogwarts, so he obviously knows much more about the school than Neville. During the meal, he was the one who told the other freshmen all the interesting stories about the various carriages that he had heard from his brother. The dining table was full of laughter and laughter. Even though they are all a group of fugitives wanted by the Ministry of Magic now, there is not much depression or dullness in this group of young girls who should be full of vigor. This proves that Dumbledore and his Order of the Phoenix really protected them very well. No matter how difficult the situation is, they must keep the seeds of hope. Old wands stained with blood and faith will appear in the wooden cabinet in the principal's office, but the meaning of their existence in this world is far from disappearing with the old people. Instead, it was picked up again by immature hands, walking on a road full of thorns, with no future in sight but full of expectations. After the dinner, Dumbledore told the students some changes in the new semester. "I am delighted that 5 new students have joined us, and that our old friend, Professor Slughorn, has dealt with some of his own personal affairs and returned to us as defense against the dark arts and history of magic position. Tonight will represent another new beginning for us, and there has never been a more celebratory time than this time." Holding the wand full of knots in his right hand, he raised it up to the sky, a cluster of jubilant ribbons spewed out from the tip of the wand, and those bright blue eyes looked at the students on the long table, full of memories left by the years. A happy smile appeared on Mark's face. "So why don't we have a song?" This sentence is like a code that everyone knows except John and the freshmen. Everyone on either side of the long table stood up from their chairs, whether they were professors or students, and the freshmen also stood up blankly. Hogwarts, Hogwarts. The old principal started the song with his bright voice, and the students below also sang the song in unison. Hogwarts, 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 Hogwarts. Please teach us knowledge. Whether we are bald old people. Still the child who fell and hurt his knee. Our minds can accept something interesting. Because now our brains are empty, filled with air. Dead flies and trifles. Taught us something valuable. Give us back what we have forgotten. You only need to do your best, and leave the rest to us. We will study hard until we are reduced to dust. John has never heard the tune of this version of the Hogwarts school anthem. It is neither sad nor cheerful, just like seagulls who have been occupied by the beach and have no place to rest, hovering sadly on the coast. The singing voice was so melodious that he couldn't help but join in the chorus. He looked up at the incomparably bright night sky, thinking for no reason in his heart. There is no ancient castle, no warm auditorium, no expected sorting style, no magical ghosts, and nothing that should have been. But here is the sea, the starry sky, the carriage, and a group of loving people. This seems to be, not bad. Chapter 14:14. Mr. Great. There is no shortage of room in the carriage. There are less than 60 Hogwarts students and professors in total, so the dormitory is not divided into 4 or 5 rooms, but spacious 2 rooms. It was not a coincidence that John and Neville were assigned to the same dormitory, but Professor McGonagall intentionally. Apart from the only girl Lavender among the new students, including John, there are a total of 4 boys, just 2 of whom were brought back from the outside, and the 2 are family members of the Order of the Phoenix who already know the magic world. Whether it is to allow John and Justin to integrate into the identity of wizards faster, or to let them get out of the sadness and heartbreak of being left in a familiar family and environment as soon as possible, it is undoubtedly the best to arrange them separately. Choose. The students' dormitory is not big, but it is more than enough to accommodate 2 people. There are 2 4-poster beds, 2 desks and chairs, and a window that cannot be opened. The beds had been made upright before they came in, and the daily necessities and a few brand new robes were also neatly arranged. John was sitting by the window, looking at the scenery outside the carriage window. After the dinner at the seaside, they got into the carriage and started to continue their journey. Looking out through the window, they could only see the pitch black outside. Trembling, roaring past. I heard that the magic on this carriage is improved from the magic on the night's bus. We can go almost anywhere in Europe on it, but it seems that Professor Dumbledore has never let this carriage go out of England. Neville was sitting on the bed opposite John, and he blinked and told the history of this carriage. John withdrew his gaze from the window, and looked at the round-faced boy opposite. Did your family teach you magic before you came to Hogwarts? Neville nodded. Of course, even if we weren't in Hogwarts, our family lived in danger. Both the Longbottom family and the Weasley family where Ron lived were wanted by the Ministry of Magic, so before I came to Hogwarts to study, Dad used his wand to teach me a few spells, but they were all small spells for help. I don't have a wand myself, and I don't have many opportunities to practice it, and I don't know how to do it too advanced. John immediately became interested. Whether it is in peacetime or now full of danger, magic will bring him the greatest attraction. Could you show me that? Neville didn't refuse. He raised the wand in his hand, as if he hadn't felt like holding a wand in a long time. He was looking for the feeling, and then he swung it up and down lightly. Luminescence. A faint light shone on the tip of Neville's wand. The light was not dazzling, but it also illuminated the space in the dormitory. John looked at the bright light, his eyes were shining, and he raised the chestnut wand in his hand. Do you have to pick and choose when you chant a spell? Yes, this is a very simple spell. If you are proficient in using it, you can even omit the wand gesture, and cast it when the wand is not in your hand, so that the wizard can easily find the wand that he has thrown away and forgotten where it is. Seeing John's eagerness to try, Neville couldn't help but continued. I don't recommend you to try it yourself at this time. Although this spell is simple, beginners can easily ignite the tip of the wand if they make mistakes during learning, which will cause irreversible damage to the wand itself. John stopped what he was doing immediately. He couldn't wait to try the magic of this world, but if there was a risk of hurting the wand in his hand, he could still suppress his curiosity. After all, for him and this Hogwarts, the wand in his hand is not just a simple wand. Anyway, we are in a magic school now, and there is really no rush to learn magic. John put the wand in his hand back into the pocket of his robe in front of the bed. What class do we have tomorrow? After the dinner, Professor McGonagall handed out the class schedule, and John and Neville also received a copy. The first class in the morning is History of Magic taught by Professor Slughorn, followed by Herbalism class taught by Professor McGonagall, and a Charms class taught by Professor Flitwick in the afternoon. Finally, in the evening, we were assigned to the 5th grade seniors who are preparing dinner will help. While they were talking, they all changed into pajamas and lay on the soft bed. The two of them were not very sleepy, but they were lying on the bed and chatting about other things. Does the Dark Lord you mentioned have a name? Of course, he is not really a demon crawling out of hell, but no one dared to say his name before, and people in the magic world call him Mysterious Man. Isn't he now the head of the Ministry of Magic and the Hogwarts Castle? People won't call him by that now, will they? You guessed it right. I heard from my father that after the Dark Lord integrated the power of the entire wizarding world, his character seemed to have changed. He was not as cruel and crazy as before. He gave all wizards according to their bloodlines. Classes with different status were divided, but he didn't completely eliminate or imprison the Muggle wizards who had never wanted to kill him before. As for the title outside, people dare not call him Mysterious Man or Mysterious Man the Dark Lord, except for those of his most inner circle who still call him Master. The rest of the wizarding world call him Mr. Great. Great Mr. Ha! Why are you laughing? If he came up with this name himself, it would be too boastful. If other people deliberately spread this name, then the meaning of kneeling and licking is too straightforward. Actually, think about it, those people also want to survive. Yeah, no one wants to die. But for some people, some things are more important than life and death. When the first ray of sunlight came in from the window in the morning, John also opened his eyes from sleep. Neville left the dormitory after washing up with him, and went to the restaurant on the carriage to have breakfast. The 3 meals a day here are all prepared by the students themselves, and breakfast is no exception. In addition to the class schedule, Professor McGonagall also arranged a cooking schedule. Students of different grades are responsible for the breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day. If the number of people in this grade is relatively small, some lower grade students will be arranged to help them. Ron, Justin, and Lavender in the girls' dormitory had a round with them at the dining table. After all, they were all freshmen in the same grade, and they had the most opportunities to communicate and contact each other in class together. After finishing their breakfast, the 5 of them walked towards the History of Magic classroom together, preparing to start their first class after they came to Hogwarts. Chapter 15:15. Classroom. There are always people who say that history is useless. If one day someone around you says this to you, then I suggest you stay away from him, because there is a high probability that this person is a hopeless idiot. In the classroom, the chubby old teacher with a walrus-like beard was humorously speaking the opening remarks of the History of Magic class on the podium, while only 5 children were sitting here listening to the lecture. The ground was trembling slightly, which meant that the carriage did not stop, and unless it encountered special circumstances, it would always take the school to move everywhere in the UK. I've met a lot of idiots like this before. They ridiculed that studying history is not even as meaningful as studying how to clean slugs. The so-called historians are a bunch of people who are idle and looking for trouble. But the meaning of existence in history alone is far better than any kind of magic. What it records is us, because we ourselves have always existed in the long river of history. And in another Hogwarts, one of the most important ways to erase the human rights of Muggle students is to erase all references to Muggle wizards in the history of magic. Slughorn tapped the blackboard lightly with his wand, and white letters slowly emerged on the black panel. Today is your first class at Hogwarts. We will not learn those boring chronicles first. Compared with those, I think the history of the founding of Hogwarts may be more interesting to you. The textbooks used by John and the others are all second-hand. It's not that Hogwarts has no money to buy them new ones, but that bookstores in the wizarding world probably won't sell such normal history of magic textbooks anymore. 7 years ago, the textbooks used daily by the students of the magic school have become banned books. The Ministry of Magic expressly prohibits any publishing house from reprinting and publishing them, so the books they use now are the textbooks left by the previous senior students. The former head of Slytherin, his lectures are not rigid, even the boring history of magic has become interesting in his mouth. He recounted how wizards were persecuted nearly 10 centuries ago. At that time, the little wizards with magical power did not dare to reveal their specialness, and no one taught magic to channel them, which led to the constant suppression of the magical power in their bodies. And finally turned into a terrible monster. In such a background, 4 great wizards gathered together, built a castle by the mountains and lakes, and founded the first magic school in Europe. The original purpose of this school was to give every child with magical power the opportunity to learn magic. The 1.5-hour class passed quickly, and the next herbal medicine class was still indoors. Push a door from the long corridor, and inside is a room with 2 rows of wooden frames. The wooden frames are covered with dragon leather gloves and protective clothing. There are 5 doors on the wall opposite the door. The house number of Greenhouse 15 is marked on the door. After entering Greenhouse number 1, this is a room with a transparent ceiling, where you can see the blue sky outside without hindrance and let the sunlight shine in. Professor McGonagall had been waiting for them here before they came. I am not a full-time expert in herbal medicine. I am far inferior to my predecessor, the deceased Professor Sprout, in terms of knowledge reserves on this. But the basic knowledge about magic plants is not too much. It's too esoteric. If someone of you is very talented in this area in the future, I can be a guide, and you can come to me to discuss any ideas and doubts about herbal medicine. But even so, I will not ask you relax, it may even be much stricter than Transfiguration class. In the greenhouse, Professor McGonagall taught them with a serious face the functions and habits of these magical plants, and how to cultivate them in practice. As she said, perhaps because she replaced her friend as a teacher of herbal medicine, Professor McGonagall was much stricter in the greenhouse class. A little careless, Ron, who made more mistakes, was reprimanded by her, and became frightened in the second half of the class. Even if he only touched a leaf with his dragon leather glove, he was cautious. After the morning class, lunch is still served in the same restaurant as breakfast. Because there is no branch school, the students on the carriage sit together according to their grades. The food on each table is the same, arranged by the class schedule. In the second half of the morning, there are no classes for senior students to cook. I heard that today's lunch was made by George and Fred in their grade. At the dining table, Ron looked at a sausage on the plate with a look of disgust. This must be Fred's work. He fried sausages at home in the same way. They were all mushy. Every time Ginny scolded him loudly, he always used strong words, saying that he likes to eat them like this. John didn't think there was anything wrong. For lunch at noon, there was only fried sausage, which was a little old. Others, such as pumpkin juice, fried eggs and fried steak, tasted pretty good. Although they are in exile, the meals at Hogwarts are not shabby. There are meat and vegetables, which can fully meet the nutritional needs of the growing children on the carriage. Afternoon is Charms class with Professor Flitwick. In the first few spell classes just started, Professor Flitwick didn't seem to intend to teach them specific spells, but explained to them the pronunciation of spells, the gestures of waving the wand, and the determination when casting the spell. These are the foundations of learning spells. If you don't want to make big mistakes when you officially start learning spells in the future, you must practice these foundations well now. Charms class is their last class today. After packing up the books and leaving the classroom, John and the 5 of them gathered at the door of the kitchen after an appointment for 10 minutes. Today's dinner was arranged for the 4th grade students. Put the textbook back into the dormitory, changed clothes, and the 5 of John knocked on the kitchen door on time. The one who opened the door for them was a boy with red hair, with glasses on his face and a serious expression on his face. Today's dinner is a first-year student coming to help. After seeing John and the others, the boy obviously frowned. Actually, I have always wanted to respond to Professor McGonagall. The first-year students are too young. There's no other way to help in the kitchen. Go to the storage room and bring 2 bags of potatoes and a basket of onions. I hope you don't mess up even this little thing. Chapter 16:16. The door that is forbidden to open. John didn't care about the rudeness of the boy who was obviously Ron's brother. He was still thinking about some of the staff swing skills taught by Professor Flitwick in the charms class just now. Magic in this world is undoubtedly a very idealistic ability. The most important thing in casting a spell is the caster himself. Things like spells, magic wands, and wand gestures can all be used as auxiliary means. Not having these does not mean that the wizard has lost the ability to use magic, but it will make magic more disordered, and the difficulty of learning and mastering specific spells will be infinitely magnified. So the reason why spells, wands, and wand gestures were created is to allow wizards to master specific magic more accurately and orderly. Instead of lighting a fire when I wanted to use lighting to illuminate my surroundings. As the basis, these are of course the key, but John also understands that mastering these can only ensure that the wizard can cast spells normally. No matter what kind of magic, there is a difference between strength and weakness, and what distinguishes the power of magic is undoubtedly the most fundamental element of using magic spells on wizards: determination and magic power. The basics can be mastered with more practice and proficiency, but determination and magic cannot be strengthened by hard work. Whether a wizard is talented in magic is reflected here. This is a very strange thing, even a teacher who teaches magic can't explain it in words. Percy is the worst. You see him like, I hope you don't screw up even this little thing. What does he think of us? Only eat and sleep, and the rest of the time is stupid, waving a wooden groaning troll. Ron complained almost the whole way. The red-haired boy just now is his 3rd brother, Percy Weasley. He looks different from the other children in the Weasley family, obviously lacking in humor. This is the storage room. Justin pushed open the door marked with the number plate, and inside was a room used as a partition, just like the greenhouse of the herbal medicine class. There is no wooden frame in this room, but several wooden barrels are left in a corner. There are 7 doors on the opposite wall, which are marked with meat, vegetables, drinks, and so on. Instruction of. This task is indeed very simple. The 5 of them easily found potatoes and onions in the storage room labeled vegetables, but when they were about to move these things to the kitchen, Lavender was suddenly caught by rooms with no sign on the door attract attention. What is this room for? Others looked towards where she pointed. The door looked no different from other doors. The only difference was that there was no special mark. It may be some other useless debris piled up. Let's send these food materials to the kitchen first. Neville was obviously able to restrain his curiosity. He and John exchanged glances, and together they lifted the heaviest box of onions. It's better not to delay dinner. John also felt that it is best not to be too curious in such a magic school, otherwise who knows what kind of accidents will happen. But both Ron and Lavender had already been aroused, and they walked to the door together while John and Neville were talking. Just take a look and see how long it won't be wasted. Don't worry, if there is a problem behind this door, George and Fred should have frightened me with it at home. While Ron was speaking, he put his hand on the door, and then pushed it lightly, pushing the door open without any resistance. The door is very empty, just a few wooden boxes are simply piled up. It looks like an ordinary vacant utility room. I thought there would be some interesting magic props hidden inside. Ron expressed disappointment. And just a second after he finished speaking, a gloomy and hoarse voice suddenly sounded outside the storage room door. Who told you to open that door casually? Except for John, who noticed the person outside the door from the beginning, everyone else was startled by the sudden sound. The owner of the voice is Filch, the carriage manager. He is responsible for maintaining and cleaning the facilities on the carriage, and at the same time assisting Professor McGonagall in monitoring student discipline. He stared at those eyes that looked like dead fish, walked into the storage room, and stared fiercely at Ron. Professor McGonagall should have emphasized to you freshmen that in the carriage, except for those rooms marked with house numbers, the doors of other rooms cannot be opened casually, don't you remember? Ron hurriedly closed the door again, he argued. But it's just an empty room. Don't talk about those useless explanations. You will clean the boys' toilets for the next week. This will teach you a lesson. After finishing the punishment, Filch didn't give Ron any chance to speak. He muttered something like, if this was 7 years ago, I would have deducted 20 points from your college, and turned around. Left the storage room. Ron's face was ugly, and Justin looked at him sympathetically. He picked up a bag of potatoes from the ground, and walked out of the storage room with John and the others with the ingredients. George and the others are right. This old guy is really annoying, even more annoying than Percy. There is obviously nothing in that room. Neville spoke a few words of comfort to Ron, while John listened silently. No matter how unlikable Filch is, he is just acting according to the rules. Ron shouldn't have pushed the door open when they persuaded him from the beginning, and he deserved to be caught and punished later. Of course he wouldn't say these words, there were only 5 of them in the same grade, and it was better to get along as well as possible with each other. After sending the ingredients to the kitchen, the 4th grade students didn't ask them to help with more things, but John and the others didn't leave directly, but watched them prepare dinner. After they enter the 3rd grade, they will start to officially enter the kitchen to prepare a school meal. The first 2 years are a time for them to study. Life in this Hogwarts is not as full of urgency and depression as John guessed at first, and life in the carriage is generally considered easy. The first week of school passed peacefully like this. Even in the carriage, of course there will be weekends, but it is unusual. The carriage will not stop, and the students will not be allowed to get out of the carriage. Can only stay in the car. Just when John thought that such calm would last at least for a while, he encountered a little accident on Wednesday of the 2nd week of school. Chapter 17:17. Thief. There is no difference between the wolf-shaped aconitum and the boat-shaped aconitum in essence. They are just called differently, and they are all a kind of aconitum. Many novices learning potions can easily confuse them, thinking that they are a variant of aconitum, and thus being deceived by some unscrupulous merchants. There were no desks in the potions classroom, and John and the others had a black lacquered cauldron in front of them. There were a row of wooden shelves on the walls around the classroom, and there were no disgusting animal tissues on them. But some strange-looking herbs and some ordinary flowers and plants are displayed. According to Lily, such things as refining potions can easily make the drug maker's heart dark, so a sunny and fresh environment is very necessary. That's the end of today's class. Next time in class, each of you will give me a 1-foot homework, and write on it what you know about the potion ingredients I taught in this class. This potions professor's attitude towards students is not gentle. She seems to see everyone with a face, expressionless, and looks a little lifeless. We have been with Neville for so many days, and when we chat before going to bed at night, Neville will also whisper some secrets about this Professor Potter to John. It is said that she had a happy family before. Neville's words also confirmed John's guess at the beginning. The most likely point of the world's first change was the night when Voldemort found the Potter's house after hearing the prophecy. After packing up the cauldron in the classroom, John and the five of them walked out of the potions classroom together. Wednesday was the day they had the fewest classes in the week. After this potions class was over, except for the astronomy class taught by Professor Flitwick in the middle of the night today, most of the time in between was free. Want to play wizard chess in the common room? Ron suggested. He just finished his punishment of cleaning the toilet for a week the day before yesterday. These 2 days, he can't wait to divide it into 3 parts, and make up for the time he didn't get to play before. Justin and Lavender readily accepted, while Neville said that he would sleep in the dormitory to prepare for the astronomy class at night. John also shook his head. He didn't have much interest in wizard chess. You go, I want to go to the library. Others are not surprised by this. Ever since he knew that there is a library full of magic books on the carriage, he basically spends there whenever he has free time. And Ron and the others separated, and John walked towards the library alone. After he stepped into this carriage, he always felt an inexplicable sense of crisis in his heart. The temporarily peaceful study life did not eliminate the sense of crisis in his heart. John knew very well that no matter what changes happened to Voldemort, these people led by Dumbledore would always be his thorn in the flesh. Especially when he seems to have completely gathered the authority of the wizarding world, and has basically reached the pinnacle of wizard power, then Hogwarts on this carriage is the last place that is not under his control. He will definitely try his best to completely destroy this most conspicuous stain in the magic world. John can't guess what kind of arrangement he has for this. The only thing he can do now is to constantly replenish himself. Only when he is filled with knowledge can he feel such a moment of security in his heart. Professor Flitwick estimated that he would have to wait until next week's charms class to officially start teaching them the real spells, but in the first transfiguration class, John had already experienced the magic of magic. His talent was unexpectedly good, at least when Professor McGonagall taught them how to turn a match into a needle. John was the first among the 5 freshmen to succeed, and none of the previous attempts failed. Record. Professor McGonagall was very happy about this and exempted him from the homework of the transfiguration class. While this made him feel a little relieved, he ran to the library more diligently every day. Talent only means that he has the possibility to become a powerful wizard, and diligence can help him get closer to this possibility. John is not the only one in the library. There are also several senior students who have no courses looking through the materials and completing the homework assigned by the professor. The surroundings are very quiet, only the rustling sound of the quill pen rubbing against the parchment. After understanding the spell and the effect of the wand gesture on the spell, John has no intention of practicing the spell in private without even mastering a spell systematically. The consequences of wrong spells or wrong gestures of wand waving are immeasurable. The problems can be big or small. For John, who is cautious everywhere now, he would rather wait for Professor Flitwick to actually teach them the spells, and then do it to other people. Seemingly simple spells to try. But before that, he is still very interested in these spell books that record various conventional spells. In fact, before operating them, theoretical knowledge is also indispensable. Time passed, and before lunch began, John was the only one left in the library. While he was pondering the pronunciation of the restoration spell in the book Standard Spells, Level 3, a small black shadow suddenly passed by the corner of his eyes. John was taken aback for a moment, and when he looked at the row of bookshelves again, he found nothing. He put the book on the desk and stretched his waist, thinking that his eyes were dazzled from reading the book for too long. Looking at the time on the pendulum clock, he felt that the time was almost up. He stood up from the chair, put the spell book back to its original position on the shelf, just as he was leaving towards the outside of the library. Suddenly, John felt that the hem of his robe sank, as if something was climbing up his clothes. The speed of that thing was very fast. Just when John noticed it, it had already crawled into the right pocket of the robe, and when it crawled in and immediately wanted to get out of it, John had already reacted. He stretched out his hand and directly covered the exit of the pocket. No matter how hard the creature inside struggled, there was no way to get out of his pocket. With one hand, John grabbed the small, soft-feeling thing that darted into his pocket, and with the other hand, he let go of the opening of the pocket so that he could see the daring thief. This is a creature covered with black fluff all over its body, with a long snout. At first glance, its mouth looks like a duck, and there is a pocket growing on its belly in front of its body. When John looked at it, it was frantically trying to stuff a crystal ball model about the size of a pigeon egg into its front pocket. It was Neville who helped guide the Transfiguration class a few days ago to thank him. Papers, a small present for him. Chapter 18:18. Driving position. You even steal a glass ball? Why don't you steal the golden perch at the foot of Dumbledore's phoenix? John Tis the sniffing sniff, grumbled unkindly, and walked out of the library grabbing it. Xiaoxi, who failed to steal and was caught on the spot, looked at him with pitiful eyes blinking, as if responding to John's question with his eyes. I cannot. Okay, so you really wanted to steal it. Now you don't dare to bully the weak and fear the strong, and come to steal my things. Sniff, of course John knows this creature. Its appearance is very easy to identify. Coupled with this petty personality, there will be no other magical creatures like this. Give me back the things. John stretched out his other hand to the Nixiu, but the little thing looked like a miser, and put his two little paws in the pocket in front of his stomach, and didn't want to hold it at all. It means taking out the hidden crystal ball. Seeing its posture of a dead pig not afraid of boiling water, John was not used to it, so he turned it over on the spot, trying to pour out all the contents of his pocket like an empty bag. Sniff desperately clutched his pocket and screamed. No matter how John shook it, he still looked like he was going to defend his property to the death. In the end, John really had no choice but to grab it and ask someone for help. If he couldn't solve the thief, it doesn't mean that others couldn't. Just as John was walking toward the dining room holding onto Niaxiu, and passing the charms classroom, he vaguely heard a rough voice inside calling something. Beachy, Beachy, are you here? Hearing the name Beachy, the sniffling that was caught by John struggled more violently. It squeaked as if responding to the call of the person in the classroom. Immediately, John knew who raised this thief, and there was no one else in the carriage except him. He grabbed Niffler and walked into the charms classroom. As the coachman, Hagrid was not at his post, but was anxiously looking for something here. Hagrid, are you looking for it? Hagrid heard John's voice, turned around and saw what he was holding in his hand, and surprise appeared on his face. Ah! Yes, you little naughty. Let me find you. You can't get lost anymore. I've lost my teeth, and I can't lose you too. When he got to the end of his words, there was already some sobs in his voice. John exchanged the Niffler named Beachy to Hagrid's hands, and Beachy immediately followed Hagrid's hand and quickly ran into the pocket of his fur coat. Only half of his small head was exposed, and his paws were lying on the pockets. Edge looked at John warily. Thank you, child, I still remember you. Your name is John, right? It was Lily who brought you into the carriage. Hagrid looked grateful. Obviously this little thing was really important to him. John waved his hand, and still didn't forget about the crystal ball. After all, it was something Neville gave him, so he lost it so casually that he couldn't explain it to others. It stole my things, Hagrid, can you help me get it back from it? So it is. Hagrid frowned immediately and took Beachy out of his pocket. Give it back, I told you not to steal anything from this carriage. Beach obviously listened to Hagrid more. He was pitiful and rummaged through his pockets for a while, before putting the crystal ball into Hagrid's hand. Hagrid returned the crystal ball to John. "I'm really sorry, I will restrain it in the future." John didn't care about this episode, but he was curious about another thing. "It's okay, but you don't have to drive the carriage. Can you leave in front of the carriage?" A smile appeared on Hagrid's face. "Of course I don't have to look at them all the time. Even if Thestrals leave, I can go on my own way. Do you want to go and see them with me? Just take it as my compensation for this incident." John was really moved by his words. He asked hesitantly, "Won't this violate school rules?" "Don't worry, this is not leaving the carriage, and I will take you with me, there will be no problem." When Hagrid said this, he had already enthusiastically pushed John towards the direction of the corridor, and John didn't struggle anymore, and walked towards the front of the carriage together with Hagrid. The end of the corridor they came to was directly opposite Dumbledore's headmaster's office, and Hagrid led John to open the unmarked door on the left side of the office. The moment the door was opened, John felt a breeze accompanied by a scent of wheat blowing towards him from outside the door. Outside was a golden wheat field that was receding continuously. "Follow me, John, don't just stand there." Hagrid led the way, and John left the carriage behind him. After getting out of the carriage, there was a fairly open field. Last time when Lily took John to talk to Hagrid under the carriage, because the night was too dark, he didn't see the whole picture of the driver's seat clearly. "See the furnishings here." What Hagrid was sitting on was not an ordinary chair, but a long couch nearly 3 to 4 meters long. The couch was also covered with a thick layer of animal fur. It seemed that he would lie on it when he was free. Rest. Wrapped around the couch was a row of curved wooden cabinets, which for John were already taller than his height, but for Hagrid just reached the position of his chest when he sat down, allowing him to clearly see the vision ahead. The cabinet is full of all kinds of strange things, as well as a large teapot, teacups, and some small snacks. Hagrid invited John to sit down next to him, then poured him a cup of warm black tea, and brought him a butter and honey cake. The driver's seat was obviously cursed by some kind of spell, all the wind was isolated, and only a refreshing breeze came in. The sound of the carriage galloping on the ground was louder than that in the carriage, but it didn't appear to be noisy. A feeling of being on the go. They were driving through a large wheat field with no end in sight. With black tea in his hand, John stood on tiptoe to look over the cabinet to see the scene ahead. Before the carriage ran over the golden wheat, it seemed to come alive, and it automatically made way for it. Hagrid saw John's inconvenience, and brought him a small bench and put it on the couch, so that he wouldn't have to tiptoe to see the scenery ahead when he sat on it. Chapter 1919. The end point is that castle. The carriage with invisible horses is like a big boat riding the wind and waves. The rice fields that are blown by the wind rise and fall one after another, and there are indeed some waves. Do we have a purpose? John sat on the bench on the couch, the top of his head barely reaching the position of Hagrid's chin, but this height already allowed him to look higher than the wooden cabinet in front and see the distant scenery. Hagrid heard John's question, he had a nostalgic smile on his face, and his rough voice was unexpectedly soft. "I asked Dumbledore the same question when I first drove this carriage, and he told me, the moment we step on this carriage, there is only one end point for this journey, and that is to start again. Return to the Hogwarts castle that originally belonged to us." The breeze blew the bangs on John's forehead, a happy smile appeared on his face, and the hand holding the teacup was slightly lifted up, as if paying tribute to someone in the air. "Very poetic answer, I like it." "Oh yeah, I almost cried when I heard him say that." "Well, I actually cried." "Won't you feel bored driving the carriage here by yourself?" "Sometimes it's a little bit, but it's okay, I have Beach with me, and I even named every Thestral in front." "I almost forgot, you shouldn't see these cute guys, give the horses we pull are called Thestrals, magical creatures that can only be seen by those who have seen death." John really couldn't see the appearance of thestrals. He had never seen anyone die in front of him in 2 lifetimes, but he himself died once, but this didn't seem to help him truly experience death. The whole picture. What kind of horses are they? It's black, its head actually looks more like a dragon, its body is very thin, and it has a pair of bat-like wings. They belong to one of the flying horses. But we can't let them fly us. It's not that we can't fly, it's just that compared with the ground, the Ministry of Magic has stricter controls on the sky. If we fly in the sky, we can easily become the targets of those Aurors and Death Eaters. Can they run all the time without resting? Of course not. There are 8 thestrals in front of us pulling the carriage, but there are more than 20 thestrals in Hogwarts. They are individually domesticated in a grassy and open-air room. Thestrals will have a shift change every week. When they are not working, they will get enough rest time and meat. To them, pulling a cart is equivalent to going out. Life is much more nourishing than ours. Hagrid was very interested in spreading the knowledge about magical animals to John. While talking, he took out a plate of small cakes from the cabinet and put them in John's hands. Try more, John. I went to the kitchen to make this by myself at night. I am actually best at rock cakes. Unfortunately, it is not a coincidence that you came here. I have eaten up the last bit of stock this morning. Thanks, but I'm already full, Hagrid. John really couldn't eat the plate of butter and honey cake he was holding. His appetite wasn't that big, and this cake was only a small cake compared to Hagrid. Can't be called small. Beachy, lying in Hagrid's pocket, seemed to be drooling over the cake in John's hand. John put the cake in front of him regardless of the past, and it was not polite at all, and jumped onto the plate directly. With such a handful of paws, he swirled the cream on it into his mouth. John and Hagrid chatted here for a while, and then it wasn't long before they were about to leave. He didn't have anything else to do in the afternoon, but if Neville and the others didn't see him after lunch, they might report his disappearance to the professor. Hagrid didn't keep him, but sincerely invited him to come to the front of the carriage to chat with him whenever he was free, and then helped John open the door back to the carriage, and sent him in. It was a rare breath of fresh air. John was in a good mood walking on the corridor, and he didn't plan to go to the restaurant anymore. Hagrid's small cake and black tea just now were enough to fill his stomach, and he planned to go back to the dormitory and wait for Neville come back from dinner. And just as he passed by the storage room, a fat figure happened to come out of it. Slughorn held a lot of things in his hands. He held a large box of candied pineapple in his arms and a pack of toffee in his mouth. He seemed to be controlling 2 large bottles of lemonade with a levitating spell. John saw how busy the defense against the dark arts professor was now, and couldn't help asking hesitantly. Professor, do you need help? Aha! At the same time as Slughorn spoke in surprise, the taffy in his mouth just fell, and John subconsciously took it in his hand below. You came at the right time, John. The students are all going to eat, and I can't find anyone to help. Come on, take this bag of sugar and follow me, maybe I can give you a few dollars. This somewhat snobbish professor treated John pretty well, because he appreciated the history of magic homework that John handed in last week, and his performance in the defense class was also remarkable, which made Slughorn put John on the list of students who can take care of him like Neville Ron. But Justin and Lavender, who have mediocre talents and even more ordinary backgrounds, are not included. John took the bag of taffy that would have been edible for more than a year if he was alone, and followed Slughorn, muttering to himself, no wonder such a sweet-tooth figure. Slughorn's office is not far from the storage room. It seems that he deliberately chose such a room. The furnishings in the office are very simple, only a set of desks and chairs, and a row of bookshelves. There are many photos of him and other wizards hanging on the wall. Those photos who are blinking and smiling at him seem to be celebrities, but John didn't know anyone. Just put it here, Don't make fun of me at such an age that I still like these things, that's all I have. One of the conditions that Dumbledore offered me when he recruited me here was enough desserts, okay, but he didn't lie to me with this. Slughorn put the things away, invited John to sit down, and poured him a cup of black tea by the way, as if he just wanted to take this opportunity to chat with him about homework. The homework of the defense class you handed in last week is quite good, John, the knowledge of the black magic is very clever. Chapter 2020. Sapphire Ring. I just went to the library to read a little more books when I was free. If I really let me get started, I can't even use a single spell now. John bowed his head and took a sip of the cup of warm black tea. He had just eaten at Hagrid's, and now he had no intention of drinking anything. A good theory is the foundation of successful practice, Slughorn said as he poured himself a cup of tea. I think people have never missed it. You will definitely have a lot to do in the future. If this is in peacetime, I will send you an invitation to join my club. Of course John knew the club he was talking about, and those who could join it were indeed people who were either capable or from prominent families. Slughorn is obviously good at getting closer to students. He can always take the initiative when socializing. This is not only due to his identity, but also his innate specialty. John just dropped in to help. He didn't intend to stay here any longer. After sitting down and drinking 2 more sips of tea, he got up and prepared to leave. Slughorn didn't do much to keep him, but he just took a few pieces of taffy and a box of pineapple preserves when he left. After leaving the office and closing the door from the outside, John didn't continue to linger in the corridor. He was worried that if he didn't go back, he would probably go to Professor McGonagall to report his disappearance due to Neville's character. However, just as John took a step to return to the dormitory, he suddenly felt a cold touch on the index finger of his right hand. He was slightly taken aback, then raised his hand, and saw a ring on his index finger that he had never had before. It was a silver ring, which looked very slender as a whole. It was just the right size to wear on John's finger, and there was a diamond-shaped blue gemstone inlaid in the middle of the ring. The gem is very small, and it is not suspended on the ring, but is directly wrapped in the ring. Before and after the gem, it surrounds the silver ring, and there are 4 diamond-shaped gaps vaguely seen. Like as before, there are 4 gems that should have been inlaid there. John looked at the ring and couldn't help but frown deeply. He could be sure that the ring was not his own, and he had never seen such a thing before. He tried to remove the ring from his index finger, and it came off easily. John thought of Slughorn's stuff first, because before entering his office, he didn't have this thing in his hand, and it suddenly appeared as soon as he left the office door. He just thought for a while and immediately came up with a solution. Regardless of whether this thing ran into his hands from Slughorn, he had to go back and hand over the ring to him. Diaries, rings, lockets, opal necklaces, etc. in the magic world, especially those of unknown origin, most of them are not good things, and there will always be some curses that ordinary people cannot understand. John has never imagined that there might be an old grandfather hidden in this ring, saying that he is the chosen one, and it is the safest thing to kill possible dangers in the cradle compared to those who have nothing of. So he turned around without hesitation, and knocked on Slughorn's office door again. "Come in." Slughorn, who was stuffing a candied pineapple into his mouth, looked at John, who had re-entered in some surprise, and asked suspiciously, "Is there anything else you can do, kid?" John took a deep breath, and stretched out his right hand in front of him. "Professor, when I left your office, I don't know why this suddenly appeared on my hand." Seeing the ring lying quietly in John's hand, Slughorn was visibly stunned. But soon he reacted, and quickly threw the candied pineapple back on the desk before he had time to stuff it into his mouth. At the same time, he opened the drawer in front of him and took out a small wooden box from inside. Box. He opened the small wooden box in front of John, and it was empty inside, but it was obvious from the dent in the cushion that there should have been a ring lying there. Slughorn's face became serious. He put away the smiling face he used to see, which was serious and even a little scary. However, this seriousness didn't last long, and he stretched his brows again, but then the pair of eyebrows were quickly wrinkled again. He didn't speak, but stood up directly from the chair, and just walked back and forth in front of John with his hands behind his back and his face uncertain. John didn't dare to disturb him. Slughorn's reaction now at least reassures him that this ring originally belonged to the defense professor, but he doesn't know why it fell to him after he went out. Hands. Finally Slughorn stopped his anxious thinking, stared at John, and stretched out his hand. "Give me the ring." John returned the ring to him without any hesitation. After getting the ring, Slughorn didn't let John leave, and didn't put it back in the wooden box immediately. Instead, he just stepped back from him, about 3 meters away, and after a while the familiar coldness suddenly appeared on John's index finger again. John looked at the ring that seemed to be tied to him, with a look of astonishment. Compared to him, Slughorn's face became calm at this time. "Professor, this. You take it first." Slughorn looked at the ring on John's hand and said softly, "Don't worry about anything else, it won't do you any harm, but you can't get rid of it for the time being. Go back first, John, I will come back to you tomorrow after I figure out some things, and then I will explain the ring to you, and during this period, don't tell anyone about the ring, come on, remember. It's anyone." John is certainly not very relieved about such a result, but he can't force Slughorn to tell what the ring is right now. He could only ask, "When can I come to you tomorrow, Professor?" As if seeing that he was worried, Slughorn fixed a time for him. "Let's finish lunch at noon tomorrow, we should all be free by then." After getting an accurate time, John finally left. He returned to the dormitory. Neville happened to be in a hurry to go out, and he was relieved when he saw John. "Where did you go? I didn't see you at lunch. I almost went to Professor McGonagall to tell you that you were missing. I went to do a little favor for Professor Slughorn, don't worry, I've already had lunch, and I brought back some desserts." John showed a nonchalant look, and put the candied pineapple and toffee on the table, but when he lay back on the bed, he still quietly picked up the ring inlaid with blue gemstones, staring blankly. Preoccupied. Chapter 21-21. Impressions about John. Curly white steam rises from the cauldron. Lily carefully tilted a bottle containing a dark green liquid, and dropped 3 drops into the pot. In an instant, the potion in the crucible changed from purple to grass green. And just as she put down the bottle, there was a light knock on the door. Lily paused for a moment before speaking. "Come in." Slughorn came in with a box of candied pineapple. Lily looked up at him, the expression on her face softened significantly. "Why does the teacher come to me when you have time? I happened to take some things from the storage room, so I will send you some." He put the box of candied fruit on the desk, and at the same time sat down on a chair in front of the desk. Lily looked at the things in his hand and said helplessly, "Eat less sugar, you are already very old, too much sugar intake is not good for your health." Okay, don't talk about teaching me, without this, my life will lose at least half of the fun." "Well, your pot of tranquilizer is almost ready, but I suggest you add a little more the powder of fairy wings, which can add another 0.3 to 0.5 pints to your final potion. This is my unique secret recipe." Lily found a small bottle of fairy wing powder from a side cabinet. She tapped twice, and poured the powder into the cauldron. "Thank you for your generosity in sharing the secret recipe, teacher, but I always feel that you came to me for more than just giving me such a box of candied fruit. There should be no need to beat around the bush between us, right?" Slughorn laughed dryly, facing the student he was once the most proud of. He could always be guessed at the little thought in his heart. Coughed twice, The smile on Slughorn's face faded, and he looked at Lily seriously. "You brought that boy named John Green?" Lily heard the change in Slughorn's tone, and shifted her attention from the potion in the cauldron to the conversation. "Yeah, what's wrong? What's wrong with him?" Slughorn shook his head. He asked Lily without blinking his eyes. "There is nothing wrong with him, but I want to know from you, what is your impression of him?" Lily had a thoughtful expression on her face, as if recalling the scene when she first met John. "He's very smart, even smarter than that boy from the Longbottom family." She told Slughorn about being in the orphanage at the time, and John finally chose to leave with her based on his own observations. "I have never seen an 11-year-old kid think so much in such a short period of time." Slughorn also showed deep thought on his face, and soon he continued to ask, "Anything else?" "He attaches great importance to feelings. When I went to find him, I also investigated his information. He didn't live well in that orphanage. Before he showed his magical talent, he was always bullied. After he acquired talent, he became an isolated object. But after he followed me out of danger, he asked me about the safety of the orphanage at the first time. I can see that if I say that the people in the orphanage there will be danger, and he will definitely ask me for help to save them." John left a deep impression on Lily, so Lily always remembers things about him very clearly. Listening to her narration, Slughorn lightly tapped his fingers on the desk surface, and remained silent for a long time. "So, teacher, why are you asking these questions?" Lily asked suspiciously. Slughorn folded his hands and put them in front of him, with a complicated expression on his face. "There is luck, relief, and hesitation. I was thinking, maybe, I could teach him something." John was woken up by Neville. After returning from Slughorn's office, he lay on the bed looking at the ring and fell asleep unconsciously. He slept peacefully during the afternoon nap, and didn't have any dreams. It wasn't until it was already dinner time that he was woken up by Neville's shake. "Actually, we can have dinner later today. After all, we can only go to bed after finishing astronomy class. By then, we will definitely be hungry again," John said while yawning while changing the pajamas he wore in the dormitory. "The restaurant won't wait for us until dark. Besides, didn't you bring some snacks back? You can eat these when you're hungry at night." Neville didn't sleep much in the afternoon. He had slept for a while in the morning and went back to sleep. The two left the dormitory together, and there were many students passing by on the corridor. All of them were senior students who were going to the restaurant for dinner after class. The three of them and Ron met at the dining table, and the others were also very curious about John's whereabouts at noon today, and they were all fooled by him using the excuse of helping Slughorn. The astronomy class didn't start until close to midnight. John and the five of them stayed together in the lounge for a long time after dinner, until Flitwick personally led them to the classroom of the astronomy class. "Follow me, and be careful not to disturb other people's rest." Flitwick led them along the long corridor to the hall after he finished his instructions, and stopped until they reached a room near the hall. "There is a sign on the door that says Astronomy Classroom." Flitwick pushed open the door, but inside was not a classroom, but a stairwell. Right opposite the entrance, there was a spiral staircase going up vertically. He walked in front, leading John and the five of them. "Follow the stairs to the top of the carriage. There is not as much space here as in the carriage. The top area is equivalent to the carriage seen from the outside. It is an open-air space with a length of 3 to 4 meters and a width of 2 to 3 meters. There is a circle around the edge of the carriage to the waist of the freshman. Guardrail." Hagrid was still driving the carriage on the land of Great Britain. They were passing a small town. Whenever the carriage passed by, the street lights would automatically turn off, and after it left, those lights would turn on again. As soon as the freshmen arrived on the roof, they were attracted by the miraculous scene around them, which made Flitwick dissatisfied and tapped a blackboard standing in front of him with his wand. I know the surrounding scenery is beautiful, children, but our real goal tonight is the vast sky instead of land, and you should find a seat. 5 desks and chairs have been set up on the roof in advance, and there is also an astronomical telescope on the side near the guardrail. Obviously, these are all prepared in advance by Flitwick before class. John and the others put their minds back, sat down on the chairs respectively, and were blocked from most of the evening wind, blowing past them very gently, and the voice of Flitwick's lecture sounded at the same time. The last class was in the classroom in the carriage. I just gave you a brief introduction to some basic knowledge of astronomy. From this class on, we will really start to understand the starry sky above our heads. Chapter 22. Night Raid. Jupiter is our main study object this semester. In addition to studying the planet itself, we will also learn about its satellites. At that time, I will ask each of you to draw a star chart of Jupiter, so in class during this period, I hope that none of you will give me half-heartedness. When Flitwick was explaining the learning goals for this semester to them and reminding them to concentrate, John's mind was already out of class. He was still thinking about the ring that inexplicably appeared on him in Slughorn's office at noon. The ring is still on his body, or John can't get rid of it at all. As long as it is more than 3 meters away from him, it will automatically appear on the index finger of his right hand. John didn't wear the ring on his finger. Let's not say whether the ring is dangerous or not, it's just an 11-year-old boy wearing a ring on his index finger for courtship. A ring on the index finger means he is single and willing to associate with the opposite sex, which is weird in itself. Although Slughorn assured him that there was no danger, this did not reassure John completely. Judging from the performance of the fat old man in the original book, he is indeed a very principled person. Just let John give him a day. If by tomorrow, the defense against the dark arts professor did not give an answer he could accept, then John would not hesitate, and he would go directly to Dumbledore with the ring. Maybe Dumbledore will count him, but he will definitely not push him into the fire pit. The carriage had already left the small town and came to a quiet country road. John collected his thoughts, and just as he was about to concentrate on the class, he suddenly noticed the bright starry sky from the corner of his eye. A few dark shadows passed by quietly. He didn't pay much attention to it at first, he just thought it was a few owls praying at night, but soon he realized it again. There is no way an owl could be this big. John clearly realized something was wrong. He stood up and interrupted Flitwick's class in a hurry. "Professor! Look at the sky." Everyone on the roof followed his words and raised their heads to look at the sky. Under the clear night sky, they could clearly see more than a dozen figures in black robes riding on the brooms, always staying in the carriage. Fly above. Compared to the bewildered faces of the students at the beginning, Flitwick's face is now frighteningly pale. "Go back. Get back in the car. Quick." While yelling at John and the others, he raised his wand with his only remaining left hand without hesitation. The alarm bells are ringing. There was an extremely ear-piercing scream like the legendary harpies. John was the first to react from Flitwick's words. He directly grabbed the arms of Ron and Justin, who were still in a daze with their mouths open, dragged them and ran towards the entrance of the stairs. Neville was only a second slower than John in reacting, and followed behind him, grabbing Lavender's arm. The people in black robes riding broomsticks in the sky also noticed what was going on under the carriage. Instead of keeping track horizontally, they lowered the handles of their brooms together and swooped down towards the carriage. Flitwick did not return to the carriage with John and the others. After warning, he used a flying curse without the slightest hesitation. "Here comes the broom." There was a sound of breaking through the air at the rear of the carriage, and then a somewhat broken broomstick hovered in front of him. Flitwick rode on the broom. Because he was missing one arm and had to hold his wand tightly with the other hand, he could only press his entire front body on the broom handle, and at the same time borrowed magic to help him sit on the broom. The broken broom took the one-armed wizard duel champion into the sky. "Protect Thestrals." Hagrid. Already awakened by the alarm bell, Hagrid pulled out a slightly longer than normal wand from the little red umbrella, and loudly reminded Flitwick while steadying the frightened Thestrals. "Be careful." John and the five of them returned to the carriage in a panic. The long corridor was already brightly lit. The door of each dormitory was opened. Many students poked their heads out and didn't know what happened, but there were also experienced students in grades 6 and 7 who ran out in a hurry in their pajamas. "All students, gather in the restaurant." "It's all students." The student chairperson of the 7th grade was shouting and began to gather the students to the restaurant, including John and his 5 who just got off the roof of the car. The professors in the car gathered in front of the foyer as early as the first time Flitwick issued the warning, and everyone except Dumbledore was holding a broomstick in their hands. "Are Kingsley and the others in the square tonight?" Dumbledore asked in a deep voice. "No, they are in Finland recently, dealing with the things you explained to them before. There are only Molly and Tonks on the square." It was Lily who answered him. Her face was calm, but her slightly trembling hand holding the wand revealed her true emotions. "It's not fear and fear, it's more like an unforgettable hatred and can't wait." Mag's face was gloomy. "Why, they can find." "This is not the time to say that, Minerva." Dumbledore interrupted McGonagall. He drew out his wand, and led the way out of the carriage. Horace stayed in the carriage to watch the students. Hagrid protected the Thestrals, and I'll take you to help Felius. He completed all the deployment with just a simple sentence, and the 3 people who heard the order carried it out without hesitation. Slughorn ran towards the dining room where the students were, while McGonagall and Lily both rode on broomsticks at the same time and rushed out of the hall. Hagrid at the driver's seat of the carriage was holding the reins tightly. "John. Randy. Alter. Don't mess up. Learn from Smith. Calm down. Speed up and run. Run." Under Hagrid's reassurance, the Thestrals gradually recovered from the shock at the beginning. They began to move their hooves at a faster frequency, and the wide bat-like wings that were originally folded on their backs began to slow down. Unfold slowly. The speed of the carriage increased countless times in an instant, galloping forward rapidly in this dark field. In the carriage, after the student president and the 2 male and female prefects counted the number of people for the 3rd time, Slughorn opened the door and walked in. Most of the faces of the students were full of panic and uneasiness. They looked at the only professor in the carriage now, and Slughorn just said a word of comfort, and the panic on almost everyone's faces dissipated. "Don't worry, Dumbledore has passed." Chapter 23-23. Inside the carriage. The sky flashed a dazzling red light in an instant. The light penetrated the window glass of the carriage, and reflected on the faces of every student, followed by a thunderous roar that could only be produced by an explosive spell. No one was making any noise, but a few timid girls in the lower grades were sobbing softly, and beside them were some 6th and 7th graders who had obviously experienced big storms, comforting them softly. The 5 of them, John and Neville, huddled together in the corner of the restaurant. The mood of the freshmen was fairly stable, and the only girl among them, Lavender, was not so weak. Besides them, Ron's 2 older brothers, George and Fred, and their dark-skinned boy in the same grade, Lee Jordan, were also beside them. The normally bold twins not only did not seem nervous or afraid of the situation at this time, but also talked about their life in the carriage. "This is also the first time we have encountered this situation. I don't know whether it is George or Fred's boy, and there is even some excitement in his tone that he is afraid that the world will not be chaotic. Even Percy has never experienced it. Only Bill and Charlie had several dangerous experiences of being hunted down by Aurors when they were in school. I heard that since Dumbledore cast a powerful spell on the carriage, the Aurors would no longer be able to locate Hogwarts." Hearing his words, John, who was silent at the side, realized something. Just now when he saw the reactions of those senior students, he felt a little strange. It was normal for him to be chased and killed by Aurors like this, but now it seems that this is not the case. Actually, there is no need to worry. The other of the twins said, as long as Professor Dumbledore is in the car, our safety will definitely not be a problem, unless that person comes here in person. When Ron heard the last sentence he said, his face, which was not originally nervous, turned pale instantly, and his body shivered subconsciously. Don't say such things. He is in a high position now, it is impossible to focus on us. Justin looked at Ron's sudden expression and Neville and Lavender, who were obviously silent, and asked curiously, "Who's that person?" The twins looked at each other, and they sneered in flattering and exaggerated tones. "Of course it's the great Mr. Lee." Jordan looked around in fear, swallowed, and said to the twins in a voice almost pleading, "Well, George Fred, I know you are not afraid of him, but you should pay attention anyway." The twins looked disdainful. "What is this? We have all heard Professor Dumbledore directly calling him by his previous name. Professor Dumbledore is Professor Dumbledore, and we are us." While they were arguing about this matter, John suddenly said something. "Where's Professor Slughorn?" The people around fell silent. They began to look around in the restaurant, but they couldn't find the professor. It was Neville who said hesitantly, "I just heard someone report to Professor Slughorn that Filch was missing." Professor Slughorn asked the student chairman to stay here. He went to find Filch. "Filch doesn't seem to have come to the restaurant from the beginning." Lavender asked suspiciously. For this carriage manager, both George and Fred have a disgusted attitude. He may still be planning some plan to punish students in his room. We have heard that he often suggested to Professor Dumbledore that in today's special period, the corporal punishment that Hogwarts used to have is restored. System, so that students can be better disciplined. While they were talking, the sky had already become quiet again. The galloping Thestrals quickly left the battlefield with the carriage, but the professors hadn't returned yet, and the students could only stay in the dining room. Some students were frightened and exhausted, and fell asleep on the dining table. It was at this time that Slughorn walked in with an ugly Filch. When they entered the door, they seemed to be still communicating with each other. The manager's mood didn't look so good. Slughorn knew at this time that even if he couldn't go back to the dormitory to sleep for the time being, he still had to arrange for the students to rest. Waving his magic wand, he emptied all the tables and chairs in the dining room, and then conjured up dozens of sleeping bags, allowing the students to make a temporary night here. The dim lights swayed gently in the restaurant with the bumps of the carriage. Beside John, Neville, Ron, and the others were already breathing evenly, and occasionally there were a few not-so-loud grunting sounds not far away. I don't know if it's because he slept enough yesterday. Even though it was more than 2 o'clock in the morning, John still didn't feel sleepy. He was lying close to the window, and when he looked up, he could just see the bright white moon in the night sky. What happened tonight made the sense of crisis in his heart even heavier. Now they are under the protection of Dumbledore, so there is no need to worry about their safety, but Dumbledore cannot always be with them, and his identity is definitely not just the headmaster of this Hogwarts. Besides, although I don't know what happened in the past, since the wizarding world has all fallen into Voldemort's hands, it means that Dumbledore may not have any advantage in front of him. While thinking in his heart, John also reached into his robe pocket, and touched the ring that always felt cold to the touch. But what the heck, tomorrow he has to settle the issue of the ring first, and then hurry up and think of ways to improve his strength. He doesn't expect how strong he can become, at least he can't be like now, who doesn't even have the ability to raise a wand and use a spell. In this turbulent night, time passed bit by bit. As the eastern sky turned pale, and the starry sky gradually faded, while the students were still sound asleep, Dumbledore returned to the carriage with Lily, McGonagall, and Flitwick. Dumbledore didn't even have a few folds in his robe except for his tired face. Both Lily and McGonagall's hair was slightly disheveled by the wind. They didn't seem to be injured. Only Flitwick was supported. He limped into the carriage, his left leg was already stained with bright red blood, and there was still a faint smell of burnt. Slughorn looked at the injury on Flitwick's leg with an ugly face, and he took the short professor from Lily. "I still have some white fresh essence in there, this will be very useful for your wounds." Chapter 24. The owner of the ring. "I'm not in the way. Those used a large-scale explosion spell together, otherwise there would be no chance of hurting me." Even though Flitwick was being supported by Slughorn, he was a little unconvinced. He didn't seem to like today's opponent very much. But of course Slughorn would not take what he said seriously. Now that there is no school doctor in Hogwarts, he and Lily, who are enough to be called masters in potions, are the best. "Doctor." Slughorn supported Flitwick and left first. Lily and McGonagall followed Dumbledore on the promenade. They seemed to be a little confused about some of the issues in today's attack. "It's been so many years, this is the first time the Ministry of Magic has found us in the past 5 years, but why only Aurors?" McGonagall was puzzled. Lily also said in a cold voice, "The Auror Command of the Ministry of Magic has become a department without the slightest real power when the Dark Lord became the Minister for Life. Only the Death Eaters who truly control the most powerful force of the Ministry of Magic are the Dark Lords. The backbone of the head and hands, these Aurors who are basically composed of mixed blood and unrelated pure blood, are not as good as their hands in any way." Dumbledore said calmly. "Don't have this kind of thinking, Lily." Although he took away most of the authority of the Auror Command and threw it to Lucius, but those who can enter it and become Aurors are all elites of mixed blood. It is very good at winning people's hearts, and half-bloods are the majority he recruited, even if some of his subordinates still maintain that extreme thinking, but at least half-blood wizards have the right to own wands and learn magic. Regarding what he said, Lily couldn't deny it, but she still said it. "But at least the people we're dealing with today are incompetent people who can cause us the most trouble, that is, the explosion curse that was sent out in groups against Felius at the beginning. If it's just like this, it's impossible for the Dark Lord not to, with you in the car, these people have no possibility of threatening us at all, so why did he let these people come? He hasn't caught us in the past 5 years, and now he found us but just sent a group fly." Professor McGonagall also frowned. "And, how did they find us?" "The spell on the carriage failed." Dumbledore shook his head slightly. "No, the spell did not expire." "Then this is. Perhaps they have been looking for us for so long. It is not impossible that this team of Aurors discovered us by accident." Dumbledore said with relief, "Don't think about it so much, we have been tired all night. You all go to rest quickly, today's class will be suspended for a while, so that the students can also relax." Lily and McGonagall obviously wanted to talk, but Dumbledore was obviously not in the mood to continue talking. They were really tired tonight. Although those Aurors didn't cause them much trouble, this sudden attack made them feel tense all the time. After the 3 of them went back to their offices to rest, Hogwarts did not let down its guard. After treating Flitwick's wound, Slughorn stayed on the roof of the car all the time, and Hagrid became more vigilant than before, constantly observing and looking around while driving the carriage. The students woke up from the cafeteria, simply ate some bread and milk prepared in advance for emergencies, and returned to their dormitories. Neville didn't stay in the dormitory for long, and went to the common room to play chess with Ron and the others. Today's class was suspended, and what happened last night, they needed to use other things to divert their attention. They also invited John, but John just sat in the lounge with Neville for a while and then left. Wandering in the promenade for more than 10 minutes, John glanced at the current time and it was only past 10 o'clock. But he was in no mood to wait any longer, took a deep breath, and walked straight to the door of Slughorn's office. There was no response to the knock on the door, but fortunately, A passing 5th grade student reminded him that Slughorn should be in the astronomy classroom now, and if he wanted to find him, he had better go to the roof of the car. After thanking the senior, John didn't stop and walked straight to the astronomy classroom next to the foyer. Go up the roof of the car along the spiral staircase, where the desks, chairs, blackboard and astronomical telescope have been put away. Only a high-back chair is placed in the middle, and Slughorn sits with a wand in his hand stare at the blue sky above. Professor. John's voice brought Slughorn back to his thoughts, and the fat old man looked at him with a walrus-like smile. You came just when I was bored here, John. But why don't you bring some candied pineapple? My former students always bring me little surprises like this when they want to curry favor with me. Facing the old guy's straightforward extortion for bribes, John couldn't help but roll his eyes in his heart. Sorry, Professor, even if I have the money to prepare such desserts for you, I don't know where to buy them. Slughorn stretched out his wand, pointed at his side, and a bench appeared in the original open space. I just made a little joke, don't be so humorless, sit down. I guess that you might not be able to hold your breath, and come to me before noon. John sat beside him, took out the sapphire ring from the pocket of his robe, and asked seriously. So, Professor, can you tell me what this is now? Can you take it back? It's impossible for me to take it back, John. Slughorn looked at him, and the words he said made John's heart sink, because it didn't belong to me in the first place. It was just an old friend who asked me to keep it for me, but now, it has found its owner. John frowned. Then why did it choose me? Because when it was created, it was waiting for a person who can realize the value of its existence. This person is not the person who created it, nor is it the temporary custody of me, but you. Slughorn's voice was calm, but John didn't understand what he said. Professor, can you make your words clearer? Slughorn laughed, and he shrugged. In fact, I have always envied Dumbledore's way of talking to people in a fog, but it seems that I am not suitable for this. Then you might as well be more straightforward, John. This ring, allowing you to learn a way of casting spells that no one else can learn. Chapter 25. Change. John's first thought was that this ring could replace the wand, allowing him to cast spells without a wand under any circumstances. While thinking about it in his heart, he also asked this question. Can it help me drop my wand? No, John, in fact, when you have such an idea, you are already wrong. Slughorn shook his head. The wand has never been a constraint for wizards, but a means of strengthening wizards. Besides, there are still many regions of the world where wizards do not use magic wands as a means of casting spells. For example, some tribal wizards in Africa have always adhered to the traditional gesture casting. Although such a skill is complicated, it is not difficult to learn, but why don't European wizards learn from them? In fact, this question is like why we must use a knife and fork when we can eat directly with our hands. It's not that wizards can't do it, but using a wand to cast spells is the most effective, labor-saving, and also the most reasonable way of casting spells in our opinion. It's not like no one has ever wanted to use some other magic weapons to replace the wand, such as rings, crystal balls, books, etc., but the reason these things are not widely used is because what we are using is the best. John looked at the ring on his hand with a thoughtful look on his face. Professor, you said that it allows me to learn a spellcasting method that no one else can learn. According to your understanding, what is the magic used by wizards? Slughorn looked at John with a smile. Regarding this question, John certainly thought about it in private. He didn't hide it, and he straightforwardly expressed his understanding of magic. Wizards with magical powers can use their own will to change the world. Very simple but also very straightforward to understand. Slughorn sat up straight, his attitude visibly serious. Thinking like this means that you have figured out the two core things of magic, John. Magic power and will, this is the basis for a wizard to be a wizard. If you only have will without magic power, then you are a muggle, with only magic power but no will. That thing is called obscurity. It has both magic power and will, but there is no way to connect the two together. It is called a squib in the magic world. For all spellcasting, whether it is transformation, spell, potion, or prophecy, the necessary factors to complete these are magic power and will. Others, whether it is a wand, a spell, or a wand gesture, are all auxiliary spellcasting. It can help wizards to complete magic better and more conveniently, but without them, it does not mean that wizards lose their ability to cast spells. What Slughorn is saying now is exactly what John himself thought of before, but these are obviously just foreshadowing, and the focus is on what he said later. The will only depends on the wizard himself. A wizard with a strong will is generally considered to be a genius with excellent talent in learning magic. The strength of magic power can grow with age, and there are magic wands and spells to assist. Magic power has always been the objects studied by most wizards from ancient times to the present. But as you said just now, magic is actually that wizards with magical power can use their own will to change the world. The focus is not only magic power and will, but also what? John was taken aback for a moment, but soon a flash of light flashed in his head. You mean, there are changes? Hearing John's answer, Slughorn was very excited. I'm glad to hear the right answer from you, John. Yes, even if Felius hasn't taught you a spell yet, you should have seen Miranda Gosick in Standard Spells, the sentence written in elementary - the spell adds specific properties to an object or creature, and the transfiguration spell changes it into something completely different. Her original intention of leaving this sentence in the book is in order for magic beginners to clearly distinguish the difference between spells and transformations. It also explains the effectiveness of magic itself. Change, this is the ultimate purpose of all magic. Levitation spells can make objects lighter, transfiguration can turn matches into needles, and potions can make ordinary porcupine quills and dried nettles cure boils. Potions. These are changes, and this is how magic affects the world. But there is a unified law in such changes. John, maybe you have been exposed to magic for too short a time, and you haven't discovered this law yet. The wizard himself uses magic, but magic can only change the world, but only the world. Nothing can change the wizard himself. Slughorn was very serious when he said this. He stared at John's eyes without blinking, as if he had said the only truth in this world. John was stunned. He carefully recalled all the magic he knew, and indeed none of them had any effect on the wizard himself. Etc. He took a deep breath and spoke carefully with his words. I didn't mean to refute you, Professor, but after I came to Hogwarts, I would spend any free time in the library, and in one of the books about transfiguration, I learned something, a high-level human body transformation magic called animagus. Isn't this the transformation that wizards use magic to change themselves? Hearing that John made a counter-example, Slughorn not only didn't show the slightest displeasure on his face, but looked even happier. I'm really happy for John. I was actually hesitant to tell you this before I really made a decision, but now it seems that you are very good. The magic of animagus is even better than that of Ron and Neville. Two children who grew up in wizarding families may not have heard of it, but you have only really learned about magic in less than 2 weeks, and you have already learned about it. Your example is not wrong. The high-end transformation technique of animagus is indeed an attempt by ancient wizards to change themselves with magic, but in fact this is the product of a failed attempt. Failure. John's eyes widened. Yes, it was a failure. Slughorn emphasized again, since you have read the animagus from that book of transfiguration, you must also know that the biggest limitation of this transfiguration magic is. John was thinking, he heard what Slughorn wanted to say. Cannot transform into any magical animal with magical powers. Yes. The changes brought about by animagus to wizards are only species conversions, but in essence, what is the root of magic's changes to the outside world? Changes in magic power. But it can't do it, so it's just a failed transfiguration. At this point, maybe the existence of werewolves is much more successful than it, but you should also be able to imagine, after the werewolves transformed, what did they lose? If they lose their will, they won't be able to mobilize their magic power to use magic after they transform. The way Slughorn looked at John now can be called extremely satisfied. That's very good. Even with the existence of wolf's poison, which can make werewolves suppress their animal nature during the full moon, they still can't use any magic, and the will and magic power are separated. Although this is better than animag, it's a little bit more successful, but it's still not perfect, and because of that imperfection it's not even as effective as the animagus. At this point, John basically understood what Slughorn wanted to say. He looked down at the ring in his hand, his eyes dazed. So, this ring. The excitement on Slughorn's face subsided, and he became extremely serious. It can help you make your magic change yourself. It's not a superficial change, just a change in form, but the most essential change in magic power. Chapter 26:26. Teacher. So, the method of casting spells that is different from the conventional means that magic does not affect the outside world, but itself. John looked at the ring, the diamond-shaped blue gemstone inlaid in the middle, shining brightly under the sunlight. Slughorn was also looking at the ring on John's hand, his eyes revealing nostalgia. I have lived for a long time, but most of my energy in this life has been devoted to potions and communication, and the research on the nature of magic has not been involved. This ring and what I just said are the legacy of a friend of mine, Adrian Fox, who spent his life searching for ways for wizards to change themselves, and the end result was this ring. John carefully recalled for a while, and made sure that he did not find a wizard related to this name in the memory of the original book. The only person who had a little impression of the surname Fox was that Dumbledore's Phoenix seemed to be called this. However, the magic world is so big, of course there must be more capable wizards than those who appeared in the original book. It is not surprising that John has never heard of this name. Even though Slughorn had explained enough to him, John still had a lot of doubts about the ring itself. But according to what you said, Professor, why did it keep up with me? The Mr. Fox you mentioned created it? Even if he can't use it after he passed away, you can still use it. Not as easy as you think, John. Slughorn looked up at the sky, with a trace of remorse showing on his face for some unknown reason. There has never been a shortage of smart people since ancient times. Of course, my old friend is not the only one who can think of doing magic research in this direction. Almost no one has succeeded. The only magic that seems to have succeeded, but in fact it is extremely evil, even more unforgivable than the unforgivable curse. The ring in your hand is almost the most perfect result in history, but not everyone can use it. Wizard's magic wants to change the outside world, and it needs will to grasp it. The stronger the will, the bigger and more thorough the change will be. And to use magic to produce essential changes to the wizard itself, the will required is even greater. It is so powerful that it is immeasurable. This ring is just a medium for casting spells similar to a magic wand, and it really relies on the wizard's own magic power and will. Of course the medium is important, but as I have always said, if there is no magic power and will similarly, the magic is not even possible to complete. Ever since I got this ring from Adrian, I have been thinking about helping him find someone who is qualified to use his work, but it has been almost 20 years, and earth-shaking changes have taken place in the magic world. Change, I have seen thousands of wizards with this ring, but no one is qualified to be its owner. He turned to look at John. I was already planning to give up, John, I have more important things to do. Your appearance really caught me by surprise. After you left yesterday, I learned something about you from Lily. You are very smart, and you have an excellent talent in magic, which I have been verified today. You have only been exposed to magic for less than 2 weeks, and you can know so much knowledge, which is enough to prove your work hard, and the most important thing is that you are a person who values feelings. Generally, such a person will not become so bad even if he becomes a bad guy in the end. I would rather this masterpiece that is enough to be recorded in the history of magic completely rot in my hands. I don't want to make another mistake again. After confirming these, I made up my mind to give you a chance to choose. Are you willing to learn from me this method of casting spells that can change yourself? Slughorn has a lot of information in this statement. John could hear what the magic he was talking about was even more unforgivable than the unforgivable curse, which essentially changed the wizard himself. Throughout the entire original book, only the Horcrux that Voldemort used for his own immortality was effective. Such potency. The existence of the Horcrux happened to be revealed to Voldemort by the old man in front of him. This incident made him regret it all the time, so there was the make another mistake in the sentence just now. To be honest, with John's current reserves of magic knowledge and level of spells, he still can't understand the effect of applying the changes produced by magic to the wizard himself for the time being. But what he can understand is that such an opportunity is rare, very rare, and now he already has a strong sense of crisis in his heart because of his lack of strength. He can probably guess that the reason why he has such a condition is probably due to time travel, otherwise he can't explain why others can't do it, but he can be special. For John, who was determined to strengthen his own strength, Slughorn's words today were as timely as sending charcoal in a timely manner, so he had no reason to refuse at all. John met Slughorn's eyes. His eyes were serious and his tone was firm. "I want to learn, Professor." Slughorn laughed after hearing his answer. No matter how many times he looked at his chubby face, it would make people feel like they were watching a walrus laughing. Compared to professor, I actually prefer the title teacher. Teacher, how should we study next? After confirming that the teacher-student relationship is closer than that of teachers and students in the school, John couldn't wait to ask. Only at this time, Slughorn can see something on John's face that fits an 11-year-old child's expression. Don't worry, let's not say that you haven't learned a single spell yet. Before I can actually teach you, I still need to teach you something to prepare you for learning. John's face showed doubts. What do I need to learn first? He said softly. Occlumency. After he and Slughorn agreed to go to his office to start studying after dinner every day, John left from the roof of the car. And just as he returned to the carriage, he saw Filch recruiting students on the corridor with a gloomy face. At this time, he just ran into Neville and the others who came out of the common room, and couldn't help asking curiously. What happened? Why is Filch so angry? Neville and the four of them also shook their heads blankly, and they didn't understand what had happened until they inquired from the surrounding senior students for a while. It turned out that Filch had discovered that someone had broken into a room without a sign without the permission of any professor. This kind of subject matter is not easy to write, so please try not to raise books during the new book period, read them every day, and then vote more and make speeches. I can guarantee that the stories behind are at least not bad, and we are also making progress with each book. Chapter 27. Occlumency. You should know that this is a special period. Filch's shrill voice echoed in the corridor, and he glared fiercely at every student present. The person who did this had better come to me and surrender immediately. I might be able to forgive him and punish him according to normal school rules. But if no one admits it and I get caught in the end, I will let him regret not coming to me to admit his mistake at this time. The students looked at each other, and it seemed that no one wanted to admit that they were wrong. Filch's threat was more like a stern one. In fact, he didn't have any clues to pursue it. In the end, when it was lunchtime, he could only let it go. During lunch, John looked at Ron suspiciously. You guys didn't do this, did you? Ron immediately shook his head like a rattle. How is it possible? I haven't opened the door indiscriminately since I was fined last time. If you don't believe me, ask Neville. He has been with us all morning. He will definitely stop us if he is around. Neville nodded. We did all stay in the common room this morning, but you, what did you do in the morning? John didn't hide it too much. From now on, he will go to Slughorn's office every night, and Neville, who shares a dorm with him, will know about it sooner or later. Professor Slughorn wants to teach me something alone, and asked me to go to his office every night for a few days. Hearing his words, both Ron and Justin showed sympathetic expressions on their faces. Then you will have much less spare time in the future. Lavender rolled his eyes at them both. You think everyone is like you? Neville patted John on the shoulder happily. This is a good thing for you. Professor Slughorn is very respected in the wizarding world both before and now. He is the only person in this carriage who is not wanted by the Ministry of Magic. You and him definitely something to learn. John was a little curious about this. Why is Professor Slughorn the only one who is not wanted? Before Neville could speak, Ron rushed to lower his voice. Because he was the headmaster of Slytherin House before, and he held this position longer than Dumbledore was the headmaster of Hogwarts. Now almost all the pure-blood officials in the Ministry of Magic are his students, and was taken care of by him when he was in school. There are gossip that even that man is Professor Slughorn's former favorite student, so if the professor doesn't come to us and he goes to another side, he will definitely get higher power and fame. Now that he is our professor, the Ministry of Magic has not spoken out about this matter, as if they didn't know about it at all. I heard from adults that this should be what the man did on purpose. John thought about Ron's words. Of course, he didn't think that Voldemort treated Slughorn in this way because he was thinking about old feelings. For a man who is more suitable for the title of Dark Lord than the Dark Lord, feelings and so on are as complete as the so-called ideals. The only things he really cares about are power and dictatorship. John felt that the main reason why Slughorn could be on Dumbledore's side, but Voldemort didn't push him too hard, was because he had the secret about Voldemort's immortality. Has Slughorn told Dumbledore the secret? John doesn't know, and Voldemort certainly doesn't know either. He is telling his former dean that he has left room and hopes that the Fat Walrus will be the best. Good and smart, some things can be done, but some things can't be said. Of course, the premise of these guesses is that Voldemort's arrangement of Horcruxes is still the same as the original, without any changes. The situation in the entire magic world is in a mess now. Who knows what happened to those Horcruxes? He didn't think too much about these things that John couldn't touch for the time being. All he can do now is to strengthen his self-protection strength in a down-to-earth manner. This attack made the students in the carriage frightened for a day, and there was no follow-up after that. It seems that, as Dumbledore really said, the Auror who launched the attack on Hogwarts only accidentally discovered the whereabouts of the carriage during a patrol. Solved the trouble. Except for the tense atmosphere in the carriage a week after the attack, the tense atmosphere gradually dissipated as time passed, and the school returned to normal teaching life. And in the spell class in the third week of school, John finally learned the first spell in his life, the levitation spell. This is also the first spell that almost every wizard comes into contact with after learning magic. Its casting is not very difficult, and its effect is only to make light objects fly and heavy objects to lighten. It is a simple but very practical spell. Just like what Slughorn said, John's magical talent is indeed very good. In the class of charms, he was the first student among the 5 freshmen who successfully used the levitation spell. Neville, who had experience in casting spells, also failed to levitate the feathers on the desk. For this reason, Flitwick, whose leg injury had completely healed, excitedly skipped John's homework for the charms class. And on the same day, the day when Slughorn officially started teaching, John also began. The learning of occlumency has nothing to do with what I'm going to teach you later. There is a stone basin on Slughorn's desk. The stone basin looks very old and can be called an antique. The main function of learning this magic is for you to protect what I will teach you later, as well as the existence of this ring. There are many methods in the magic world that can restore people's memories, potions, spells, and even someone naturally capable of reading minds. Occlumency is undoubtedly the best protection against these methods. John naturally knows the effect of occlumency. Even if Slughorn doesn't take the initiative to teach him now, he will find other ways to learn this magic in the future. The memories of his previous life in his mind are very important. If they are not protected, in this dangerous magic world, it is tantamount to nakedly opening the memories in his mind to others. But now John was concerned with how Slughorn would teach him. If Snape taught Harry occlumency directly and forcibly invaded his memory to speed up his occlumency training, as Snape taught Harry in the original book, then John would have no way to accept it. Chapter 28. Remember the night of a lifetime. The essence of occlumency is actually the linkage of will and magic power to build a wall in one's mind. This wall can block the entry and prying of magic, and proficient people can even build false memories outside the wall. In order to confuse memory stealers, there is no way to tell whether the memories they see are real or fake. While explaining to John, Slughorn didn't forget to pinch a piece of candied pineapple from the cardboard box beside him and put it in his mouth. The learning of occlumency has always relied on two methods. One is to directly and forcefully break into the learner's brain so that he will keep remembering the feeling of being broken into. His body will subconsciously resist, the will actively mobilize the magic power. This is the most primitive way to learn occlumency. But I don't like this, it is too rough, and it peeps at other people's memories too frequently. For wizards it's not a good thing to say. Speaking of this, he set his sights on the stone basin on the desk. So I will use the second method, which is less brutal and much more dexterous in comparison. I borrowed this basin from Dumbledore. When I moved, I forgot where I left it. Stupid thing, I actually have a memory of where I stashed it, in that pot of mine, but I can't get it if I can't find it. Memory, if I can't get the memory, I can't find the basin. Slughorn shrugged mockingly. I can't find that pot anymore. Fortunately, Dumbledore's pot was brought out of that castle by him, otherwise I don't know how to start teaching you. Pensieve, a kind of pot used to store thoughts and memories. Magic item. John looked at the empty stone basin and couldn't help but ask in doubt. Then how do we start? Teacher. Slughorn cleaned the icing from his snacking hands while holding his wand. Now you have to recall in your mind, any memory is fine. I will extract the memory you are thinking about. John took a group of deep breaths, and he began to look for a scene that impressed him deeply in his mind. Ready? Slughorn asked. Okay, teacher. He aimed the tip of the wand at the position of John's temple, and then, as if some thread was connected to the tip of the wand, Slughorn twirled the wand, pulling a bright silver thread from John's head out. John feels very strange now. He can clearly feel that there is a force pulling his memory. This kind of experience is not good, and his body instinctively resists this behavior. Although there was no movement in his body, the sense of resistance in his mind was very strong, as if some robber had snatched something from his hand in front of him, and his first reaction was to chase after his own things. Return. At the same time that John had this thought, the silver thread that had been pulled out of his mind suddenly seemed to have taken root, and the movement of being pulled out became difficult and slow. But in the end, the magic wand still pulled out the silver thread completely. Slughorn stored the memory extracted from John's mind in the Pensieve. He smiled and looked at John, who was a little absent-minded at this time, as if he was reminiscing about the feeling just now. Is it because you don't like this feeling, and your body is very resistant? John nodded, and he said with a frown. My body has an uncontrollable desire to interrupt the process, and seemed to have acted. It doesn't seem to be. Slughorn said with admiration, your body's self-defense instinct is very strong, and you really made a spontaneous resistance, and this resistance also produced certain effects. This is a very good start, John. When occlumency was first created, someone recorded the feeling of being constantly forced to read memory, strengthened this physical instinct, and eventually evolved into magic. And some people are not naturally sensitive to the act of reading memory. Such people will find it extremely difficult to learn occlumency, and you obviously belong to the opposite category. Slughorn was very happy. This is a very good thing, and it shows that our future progress should be smooth. He said, looking at the bright silver mist-like memory in the pensieve, and asked John, is this memory available for others to watch? Of course, John had no reason to refuse. He and Slughorn entered the memory extracted from his mind together. The waves under the night sky are as peaceful as a sleeping baby in the arms of its mother. On both sides of the long table filled with delicacies, both students and teachers stood up, and the old man with gray hair and beard took the lead in singing the opening tune of the school anthem, followed by a melodious chorus. John stood on the beach, silently watching himself 3 weeks ago being infected by the atmosphere at the dinner table, and joined in the chorus together. Slughorn, who was standing beside him, suddenly sat on the beach, looking at all the teachers and students in this small Hogwarts with a peaceful expression. What do you remember most about this evening? Hearing his question, John also squatted down. He grabbed a handful of gravel on the ground, and the things in memory slipped from his fingers, but his eyes kept staring at those joyful and full of joy. Students and teachers who sang songs in sorrow. This may be the most memorable day in my life, teacher. Slughorn put his left hand on the back of his right hand, put his arm on his knee, and looked up at the bright night sky. I'm like you, John, I'll never forget the night Dumbledore first brought me to this Hogwarts before I promised to be a professor here. That cunning old man, if you ask me to come, you don't need to give him an exact answer, just follow him to have a look and attend the welcome dinner for that year. That day was the same as the night you experienced. In despair, there was a last bit of hope that people couldn't even bear to look at. I was dragged by him to sit down at the table, and a student beside me asked me happily, is it a new professor? He said that there are too few teachers in our school. I am really grateful that I am still willing to teach them. At that time, I actually thought in my heart that maybe Dumbledore deliberately arranged for me. I'm sorry, but my nose just can't help being sore. When the dinner was over, Dumbledore took my arm and stood up without any prior notice, announcing to dozens of children that I was the new Defense Against the Dark Arts and History of Magic professor. I must scold him loudly on the spot, sweep his face, and then turn around and leave. But in the end, all I can say is hello, children, I am your Professor Slughorn. His voice was very soft, but full of extremely heavy feelings. After that sentence was finished, I thought I would regret it, but in fact, what I thought at the time was that it would be good to just agree to stay as a professor. Chapter 29-29 Mrs. Weasley's Gift Box. After Halloween passed, the temperature in the UK dropped significantly. Hogwarts has prepared winter clothes for the students. Although the carriages have been in exile, living supplies are not scarce. The fireplace in the common room was also burning warmly, and the 5 of John were writing their homework for the charms class inside. To be exact, it was Neville and the other 4 who were writing, and John was helping to guide. Ron held the quill pen, and couldn't pick out a single word there for a long time. Seeing that there were 5 or 6 inches of blank space under the parchment from the request, he couldn't help pleading to John. Give me the homework you wrote for reference, John, I'll just take a look, not copy the original, just looking for ideas. In this regard, John just refused firmly. Don't think about it, don't forget what Professor Flitwick told you and me in private last time. You were just borrowing from the last paper, but he was discovered by the professor. If you are caught again, You and I will both. You must rewrite the copied homework 10 times. Let's write it yourself, Ron. Even if John can copy the homework for you now, can he still take the exam for you when you take the charms exam? Neville also said earnestly. Okay, stop your preaching, I'll write it myself. Ron sighed, and refocused his attention on the parchment with a frowning face. It's not that he can't write at all, there are no idiots in the Weasley family, but he really can't sit still, and he can't focus on writing papers at all. As the freshmen spend more time together, their relationship is much closer than when they first started school. After all, none of the 5 has a bad personality. Although John didn't talk much at the beginning, because he could always provide reliable help to others, whether it was study or ordinary encounters, he was faintly in the center of this small circle. Even Neville, when encountering something that is not sure what to pay attention to, he is always asked to help make a decision. Halloween is also a festival that is specially celebrated in the UK, but for some safety reasons, the carriage for the Halloween dinner this time did not stop at a fixed location, but festive decorations were made in the restaurant of the carriage, and everyone ate together, had a great meal. After Halloween has passed, it means that Christmas, the most important festival for the entire Westerners, is only 1.5 months away. The atmosphere in Hogwarts is becoming more and more relaxed. Whether it is the older children or the younger children, they are looking forward to where Hagrid will take them to enjoy Christmas dinner this Christmas. The attack in September has been rarely mentioned by students or professors, and it has obviously been gradually forgotten by most people in the carriage. Only a handful of people still remember it. John followed Slughorn's occlumency study and is also advancing steadily. His talent is very high, whether it is learning the basic spells and transfiguration in class, or the high-end magic of occlumency, the progress is not slow. Even Slughorn inferred, according to the schedule, that before Christmas was over and before this year passed, he could officially start teaching him the spellcasting skills of that ring. While John and the others were tutoring their homework, Filch, who was so embarrassed by everyone, came to the lounge at some point. He went straight to the square table where the 5 of John were sitting, and put a large craft paper. The box was placed in front of Ron. Here are some things from your home. Professor McGonagall asked me to send them to you. Remember what is not allowed in the school rules. If there are any in this box, hand them in to me immediately. Otherwise, I will make you look good. After saying this threat, he left with a stinky face. When he left, he turned his head and looked at the box in front of Ron from time to time, as if he wanted to see him open it and make sure there were no prohibited items inside. After Filch had completely left the lounge, Ron made a face at the door. Otherwise I'll make you look good. He exaggeratedly imitated Filch's expression just now. He's really annoying, isn't he? Justin nodded in agreement. He was punished a few days ago for accidentally tripping on the corridor and spilling ink all over the floor. Although he is indeed strict and vicious, he has always followed the rules. Neville comforted. Lavender looked at the cardboard box in front of Ron with some expectation. Open it and see what your family brought you. It must be just some food that my mother made herself, and a letter telling me to study hard at school, not to fool around with George Fred, and to use Percy as a role model. Ron muttered as he opened the carton, and there was indeed a large bag of homemade chocolates, a bag of brown candy, and a letter on top of the candy. He took out the letter, and then opened the candy directly to distribute to John and the others. Come on, try them all. My mother's cooking skills have always been pretty good, although she has never had the chance to cook luxurious meals. These things are very ordinary, but Justin and Lavender have obvious expressions of envy on their faces. Even the simplest things were made for him by Ron's mother herself. One of their parents fled to Iceland to avoid being chased by the Ministry of Magic, and the other's parents even had their memory of having a child like him erased. This is a trivial matter for Ron, but it has become a luxury for them. The delicate-minded John noticed the emotional changes between the two of them. so he took the initiative to take the chocolate and brown sugar. All look good, should taste great. Neville also tacitly changed the topic to another place. "I been to Ron's house before. Mrs. Weasley and Mr. Weasley are very easy to get along with. They're all just easy to get along with in front of other kids. Just ask George and Fred. They been taught countless times by their mother." Ron said while reading the letter, "Sure enough, as I guessed, Mom said again that Percy and I should study hard." John was distributing sugar when he suddenly noticed that there was a thick layer of newspaper on the bottom of the carton that Mrs. Weasley sent Ron. The people in the photo on the front page of the newspaper can act like those in the video. A young man he is very familiar with a unique badge pinned to his chest, is smiling gently at him. John narrowed his eyes slightly, reached out and took out the newspaper from the paper box, and directly above the photo was the headline of the front page news. "Professor of Charms at Hogwarts, Special Agent of the Ministry of Magic, Outstanding Young Wizard at the end of the 20th century Barty Crouch won the Order of Merlin second-class medal." Chapter 30. News in newspapers. Ron also noticed the newspaper that John picked up. "Oh, yes, in the letter, my mother also said that my father stuffed some newspapers from the past few months in it, and he hoped that I could learn more about current events in the wizarding world. But if you ask me, it is impossible to understand by reading the Daily Prophet for any real news. Everyone knows that after 3 consecutive reporters who dared to dig out big news disappeared, that newspaper is now kneeling and licking the magic government in all directions, not even daring to tell the truth." John listened to his words, and his attention was still on the front page news about Barty Jr.'s award. Indeed, as Ron said, this entire article is admiring Barty Crouch Jr., but it is vague about what merit he got the second-level badge for. Neville also tilted his head to watch the news with John, and he commented from the side. "I've heard from my father a long time ago that the badge of the Knights of Merlin completely lost its former glory after that man became the president. He gave badges to almost every one of his most loyal corps subordinates. This is called Barty Crouch's man should have a third-class badge before, and now he has a second-class badge, but it's ridiculous that he is actually the most famous deed for executing his own father." John looked away from the newspaper with a look of surprise. "Execute your own father?" Neville shrugged. "Yes, Barty Crouch's father is also called Barty Crouch. The Crouch family is a pure-blood family with a long history, but his father is indeed a staunch anti-pure-blood man, and resist that man's rule over the magic world. At that time, he was still the director of the Magic Law Department of the Ministry of Magic, and all the Aurors in the magic world were members of his subordinate department. After that man successfully captured the Ministry of Magic, Old Crow Strange was arrested, and he didn't grovel and surrender like other ministry officials, even though his only son held high positions among the Death Eaters. I heard that the man at the time just wanted to keep him in prison for the rest of his life, but the old Crouch's son, the now award-winning Barty Crouch, offered to put his father to death. In the end the man agreed, and the executioner was his own son." After listening to his story, Lavender and Justin all opened their mouths. Ron also looked at the hypocritical smile of the young man in the newspaper in disgust. "My parents have always told me that this guy is not human. Killing my own father with my own hands, it's terrible," Lavender said with a pale face. Because of the impression in the original book, John is not too surprised by the actions of little Barty in this world. After all, in the original book, he also killed his father himself, but now the time has become earlier and the nature is more serious. It's just bad. John put the newspaper down. Mr. Weasley sent Ron a lot of old newspapers, and he was very interested in these things that could provide information about the current wizarding world. I flipped through several pages in a row. Except for some information about the changes of some officials in the Ministry of Magic and some lace news, they were all articles praising Voldemort's merits. As Neville said before, Mr. Great has obviously become the official name for him in the wizarding world, but looking at John, he felt a chill in his heart, and his arms were covered with goosebumps. Finally, he saw a news article about the Hogwarts led by Dumbledore in a newspaper dated September 12. It reported that during a routine patrol, Auror accidentally discovered the #1 dark wizard in the magic world, the most wanted criminal Albus Dumbledore, and the whereabouts of his terrorist organization. The Aurors at the scene started to attack without waiting for the reinforcements from the ministry, but the operation failed, and the whereabouts of the criminals were lost. For this reason, the great gentleman who rarely intervened in the internal operation of the Ministry of Magic clearly expressed his dissatisfaction with the director of the Auror Command, Lucius Malfoy. The few Aurors who escaped were sent to Azkaban for dereliction of duty. This news is not on the front page of the day, but in a corner, and there is no picture on it. It seems that the Daily Prophet does not attach great importance to this matter. John felt something was wrong. But he couldn't tell where this wrong feeling came from. He just felt that Voldemort didn't seem to attach much importance to Dumbledore and the Hogwarts he was in now. Otherwise, with his character, would he just express his dissatisfaction with Lucius? But John now knows too little about Voldemort in this time and space. He knows that if Voldemort remains unchanged from the original book, it is impossible to force Dumbledore and Hogwarts to such an extent. So he didn't always use the inherent impression in his mind to try to figure out the psychology of this great gentleman. John shook his head, and just as he was about to put the newspaper back in his hand, the headline of another news article on the back of the newspaper caught his attention again. The 1-year anniversary of Nick Flamel's death, the Philosopher's Stone is still missing. He frowned and read the report carefully, and finally looked up at Neville, who had shown signs of know-it-all. Is Nick Flamel dead of old? Neville also glanced at the news, nodded and said, yes, the alchemist who lived for centuries finally died of old age with his wife. He went to the Ministry of Magic to report to the police 3 months before his death, saying that his Philosopher's Stone had been stolen in England. He's a French wizard, but he also lives in Devon from time to time, and that's when the Philosopher's Stone was lost. It is said that when he went to report the crime, the man had a private meeting with him. It is unknown what he said, but after that, the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic tried their best to help him track down the whereabouts of the Sorcerer's Stone, but there was no one. What a clue, until Nick Flamel himself ran out of some of the last remaining elixir, and he and his wife eventually died in Devon as well. Ron cut into their conversation. George and Fred talked about this at home last year. They both suspected that people from the Ministry of Magic actually stole Nick Flamel's stone. These people were originally a group of robbers. I wanted to come back, but in the end you also saw it. After listening to the two of them, John looked back at the news in the newspaper thoughtfully. Chapter 31-31. Interloper. A week before Christmas, snow began to fall in most places in the UK. John occasionally went to sit with Hagrid in his spare time, holding black tea, eating biscuits, and watching the scene of heavy snow falling outside the carriage. But most of the rest of the time is still studying in the car. His learning progress in occlumency has exceeded Slughorn's original expectations. Before Christmas, he has already built a simple wall in his mind. Although it is not yet possible to construct false memories outside the enclosed wall to make occlumency the most perfect, it has already met Slughorn's teaching requirements for him at the beginning. Regarding the learning of the ring spellcasting method, Slughorn didn't mean to start before Christmas, but gave John a week off so that he wouldn't stretch the time so tight. Even if it was another diligence and hard work, must also know how to combine work and rest. Of course John himself knows this truth. So this week, he has been chatting or playing chess with Neville and the others in the lounge after dinner. Wizard entertainment is really lacking, especially on the carriage, even Quidditch, the most famous ball game in the wizarding world. When there is no way to hold it, the students can only have fun by themselves. The so-called wizard chess is actually chess that comes alive and can follow human language commands to act. After playing a few games, John felt really boring, so he asked Hagrid to help him find a lot of hardness on the road while the carriage was driving. A suitable stone, and then went to Professor Flitwick to help him cut the stone into squares of the same size with the top-notch crushing spell. Finally, John carved cylinders, strips, and 1 to 100,000 in English, etc., make a simple mahjong. Of course, it is more convenient to directly use the transformation technique to create a pair, but it is impossible for John to remember the patterns on each mahjong so clearly for a while, and there is still a time limit for the maintenance of the transformation technique, so it only took 3 days. Just made a set of mahjong that doesn't know how many pieces are incomplete. The rules of mahjong are very simple. In fact, there are many mahjong fans in the UK, and they will hold several games from time to time, but the rules are slightly different from those in China. But this is only limited to the Mughal society. Of course, mahjong has not been introduced in the wizarding world. The pair John is making now is estimated to be the first set of mahjong for British wizards. Just played a few rounds while explaining the rules to Neville, Ron and the others, and they basically figured out how to play this kind of square card. Then the 5 freshmen gave up wizard chess completely, and indulged in playing square cards in the lounge every day after class. 2 barrels. In the warm lounge, Lavender hesitated for a long time before clicking one of the cards in front of him with his wand, and using the levitation spell to make it fly to the center of the table. And the moment her voice just fell, Ron flicked his wand with excitement, and pushed all the cards in front of him directly. Aha! I'm crazy. Justin immediately showed a happy expression on his face. Even if he didn't win, he didn't lose too much. Neville looked at Ron's cards in confusion, and he was only 1 card away. Lavender looked frustrated. Even if they just played casually when they were bored, they didn't have any bets at all. She was still very unhappy that she kept losing today. After teaching them, John, who basically watched the battle with relish, guided Lavender. You still win only by luck, but you can't rely on luck to play this kind of cards. You have to guess his business ideas through the cards played by others. In fact, he has a lot of theories in his mouth, and his real poker skills are extremely smelly. In his previous life, he played a few times in the dormitory with his college roommates. Now the reason why he pretends to be unfathomable and stays out of the game is purely because he has self-knowledge. With Neville and the others becoming more and more proficient at playing, I couldn't beat them at all, and I didn't want to break the founder's undefeated golden stature. Shuffle. Shuffle. Just as Ron was yelling, the door of the lounge was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Filch's old face full of wrinkles and age spots was so ugly that he gave the jumping Ron a hard look, and then shouted at everyone in the lounge with a sharp voice. Everyone come out, all gather at the restaurant. After speaking, he turned and left angrily, as if to inform other students who were still in the dormitory. Not only John and the others, but every student in the lounge looked at each other, not knowing what happened. Let's go to the restaurant first. John led the way towards the dining room, and Neville and the others followed him to the dining room. Most of the students had already gathered here, and McGonagall stood in front of the students with a serious face. But after seeing McGonagall, John knew very well that this was definitely not a small problem, because it can only be a major event that can make the vice principal come forward. After Filch gathered all the students in the carriage, John and the others understood what happened. Someone broke into the locked room without a sign. This time the intruder's method was very clever, and he didn't show any flaws, but after what happened last time, Filch asked Flitwick to put a bullet on every door that students were not allowed to enter privately. A small spell, as long as the door is opened, it will definitely leave traces on it. And now Filch obviously found traces of being opened on a certain door. He did not hesitate, and directly reported the incident to McGonagall. This is not a trivial matter. In the rooms that students are not allowed to enter privately, some dangerous magical animals or plants are locked up, such as thestrals, or some animals brought out of Hogwarts castle are stored, which are dangerous, but also valuable magic items. Now that these rooms have been broken into silently twice in a row, they must be investigated to the end. Frowning and looking at all the students present, Mag's stern voice sounded in the restaurant. I believe that this may be the unintentional act of some people. He didn't want to steal anything, but just broke in accidentally. Now, as long as this person takes the initiative to stand up and admit his mistake, I will not impose such strict punishment on him. McGonagall has always been very dignified among the students, and no one would doubt what she said. But the students at the scene were all looking at each other. No one wanted to stand up and take responsibility for this matter. Seeing this scene, Mag frowned even deeper. Filch, please make another trip and invite Felius here for me. Chapter 32-32. Dear and Dear. Flitwick, led by Filch, came to the restaurant soon. The spell on the door was all cast by him. If someone opened it, he would naturally be able to find traces of magic on the intruder. But he checked every student present, but found nothing. All the students of Hogwarts are here, there are 56 of them, and no one is absent. This made McGonagall's complexion very ugly, and there were only 3 possibilities for such a situation to occur. It is true that a student broke into a room that is not allowed to enter without permission, but this was not accidental or just a student's curiosity and prank, but a premeditated move, after which he removed the traces of the spell on his body. The possibility of this is very low. Even if it is just a small curse, it is a spell set by Flitwick, and not just any student can undo it. The second possibility is that no student trespassed on the room, and the professor was the only student in the carriage, and the handwriting in front of him was actually the work of a certain professor. This is McGonagall's most unlikely guess. Hogwarts does not include Dumbledore's only 3 professors. Lily, Slughorn, and Flitwick are either students taught by her, or the colleagues who have worked with her for many years have all withstood the test of critical moments, and no one can be doubted. So in fact, McGonagall is more inclined to the third guess. Since he is not a student or a professor, it can only be that someone who should not have entered this carriage. Thinking of this, Mag's face became extremely pale. She didn't dare to think about this possibility, because Hogwarts had never had such a thing happen in the 7 years of exile, but she had to think about it. If such a thing really happens, it means that all the students in this carriage are in an extremely dangerous state. Everyone stays in the restaurant. Don't go anywhere. Her voice suddenly became sharp, which scared all the students present. McGonagall's face was ugly and frightening. She handed it over to Flitwick, who also recognized the seriousness of the problem, and then hurried out of the dining room, walking quickly towards Dumbledore's principal's office. The panic in her heart made her even forget to knock on the door, and she just pushed the door open and walked in. Albus. You must know this. Albus. Dumbledore was quietly writing a letter with a quill pen, facing McGonagall's sudden intrusion. His face did not show the slightest surprise. He put down the pen in his hand, but his eyes were still on the letter he had just written. Don't worry, Minerva, the carriage is still running, and I'm still here, so there's no need to panic. Dumbledore's calmness seemed to have calmed down McGonagall's tension. She breathed steadily, but said impatiently. Someone broke into the forbidden rooms on the carriage. These rooms were all cursed by Felius before. Anyone who opens the door can leave traces. But I checked all the students on the carriage, and none of them people have this sign. Someone should have broken in. It is very likely that it was during the last Auror attack. That was too weird. If their purpose was to use the attack to draw our attention and let people sneak in, come in, and it will explain it. She quickly finished her guess, but the expression on Dumbledore's face didn't change a bit. He was still studying the letter in his hand, as if he was studying the words on it. Looking at him like this, McGonagall couldn't help but frown again, and she called Dumbledore's name loudly. Albus. Dumbledore seemed to be drawn back by her voice, and he raised his head and blinked at McGonagall. What's wrong? Did you hear what I said just now? Dumbledore sighed, put the letter aside, and crossed his fingers in front of him. Of course I've been hearing from you that you speculate that the last attack was a Ministry of Magic conspiracy, that they were deliberately trying to put someone into the carriage. But I don't think you need worry at all if that's the case, Minerva. He said softly, his voice was understated, as if he really didn't care much about this matter that McGonagall was extremely nervous about. Why shouldn't you be worried? No one has been able to break into this carriage for 7 years. If someone does, especially someone from the Dark Lord's side, how can we keep the students safe? Regarding her question, Dumbledore just answered calmly. First of all, it was just your guess that someone broke into the carriage. Although we left at the time, Horace was guarding the carriage. I believe in his ability more than anyone else. If someone really broke into it, then he will not fail to find out. Besides, if someone really broke in and has the ability to lie dormant in the carriage for 3 months without harming the students and not being discovered by us, then we don't have to worry so much. If students are the target, then it is time to take action, not waiting until now. It means that he has other plans, we just need to wait for him to show his feet. Thinking about the bright side, the enemy who sneaks in from the outside always it's much better than traitors appearing within yourself, isn't it? His words are well founded. Such an answer can finally stabilize Mag's mood. After all, as long as Dumbledore is in the car, it is impossible for any major troubles to occur. So what do we do now? After dispelling McGonagall's nervousness, Dumbledore refocused on the letter, as if he could see the flowers in it. There is no need to do anything, let Hagrid find a place where we can celebrate the festival, and we should prepare to take the children for Christmas this year. That's it? Even though the mood has calmed down, McGonagall still feels a little weird about Dumbledore's handling. Dumbledore nodded. That's it, and then please call Horace for me later, I have some things I want him to help. After hearing that Dumbledore was not really unresponsive at all, McGonagall was a little relieved, but when she was about to leave the principal's office, Dumbledore suddenly stopped her again. Perhaps you can give me advice on something. After all, when I was in the castle, you wrote the Hogwarts admission letter. You should know more words and grammar than me. McGonagall turned her head again in doubt. She was also very curious about the letter in Dumbledore's hand. What word? Dear Mr. Grindelwald, do you think this wording is too unfamiliar? Although it has been 4 or 5 years since we met, but we are old friends after all, it would be better to say dear some. McGonagall. Chapter 33. Christmas. After McGonagall came back from Dumbledore's office, he just warned all the students that if they met a stranger on the carriage, they should first ensure their own safety, and then try to notify the professor, and finally they will gather in the carriage. The students in the cafeteria were evacuated. Not only the little wizards in the senior grades, but also the freshmen were a little baffled by this anticlimactic handling. I thought the professor would conduct a general search of the entire carriage. Neville frowned and said, wouldn't it be too relaxing to do so? From the very beginning, when John came to the restaurant and learned that someone had opened a room that shouldn't be opened privately, he fell into deep thought. Hearing Neville's words, he said in relief, "Don't worry, Professor McGonagall will definitely not make fun of our safety. There may be something we don't know." None of Ron and the others were so worried about this. They had absolute trust in every professor, and they had no objection to Professor McGonagall's decision in private. Another 2 days passed like this. The carriage was always calm, and nothing happened. At this time, Christmas came. Normally speaking, Christmas in British schools is a watershed between the first and second semesters of the school year. After the Christmas holiday, the second half of the school year will officially begin. But for Hogwarts, who is in exile, even in the summer vacation, students have no holidays, and Christmas will naturally not send students home. Even those pure-blood students who have families, such as Ron and Neville, have to spend Christmas at school, but after Christmas, the school will not be in class for 2 weeks, and they can go home and have fun at this time. Family reunion for a few days. Early in the morning on Christmas Day, when John woke up, he saw a gift box half the size of him lying in front of his bed. He looked at Neville's bedside with some doubts. There was also such a gift box, and beside the gift box, there were a few more small boxes than him. Who gave this gift? John grabbed the colorful ribbon on the gift box while asking a question, and then saw a line of beautiful English cursive characters on it. Wish John Green a Merry Christmas and Happy Every Day. Blessings. The inscription below is not a person's name, but only one Hogwarts. I heard that every Christmas school will prepare a gift for every little wizard in the carriage. It's actually true. When Neville returned to John, he opened the big gift box with great interest. Inside, there was a dark blue dress robe, large and small bags of magic candies and fruit sodas they had seen and never seen, as well as enough parchment, ink, and 17 or 18 quills for the next 2 or 3 years. There was also a small gift box inside the big gift box. Neville let out an exclamation as he opened the small box. It's a hellebore. He looked at a flower planted in a flower pot in the gift box with fascinated eyes. Of course, John also knows that plant. It is called hellebore in the wizarding world, and it is one of the ingredients of the palliative. Its scientific name in Muggles is Christmas rose, and it is an ornamental plant for Christmas. Neville already liked herbal medicine very much, and he was even obsessed with some magical plants. Ever since he saw this pot of hellebore in McGonagall's office, he had been talking about it with John in private. I don't know how long. Now he finally received this potted flower as he wished. John also opened his own gift box. Except that the candy, snacks, and school utensils in the big gift box were the same as Neville's, he also received a dark green dress robe. The body size should have been measured by Professor McGonagall in a transfiguration class a week ago. At that time, he was still wondering why he needed to measure this when he was learning transfiguration. There was also a small gift box on top of these things. After John opened the gift box, he took out 3 thick books from it. They are Encyclopedia of Intermediate and Low-Level Spells, Transformers and Shapeshifters, Hogwarts, A School History. The 3 books belong to Spells, Transfiguration, and History of Magic respectively. These 3 categories of books are the books that John has borrowed the most from the library since the beginning of the school. Professors who prepare Christmas gifts for students really spend a lot of time on it. Looking at these things in his hands, John unconsciously showed a smile on his face. Just as they were unwrapping the presents, the carriage that had been driving suddenly vibrated and then stopped. Hagrid's deep voice sounded from the carriage. "Children, you can get out of the car and prepare for today's festival." John and Neville packed up the presents together, and then walked out of the dormitory together. The other students have long been cheering and ran along the corridor towards the hall. From the beginning of the school to the present, they have stayed in the carriage almost every day, and they have long been suffocated. Today is undoubtedly for them to relax one day. Hurry up! You are too slow. Ron and Justin did not get out of the carriage first, but waited for them to come out in front of John's bedroom door. The 4 of them joined forces and then met Lavender, who was in the girls' dormitory, by the hall, and the 5 of them walked out of the carriage together. Outside is a forest completely covered by snow, surrounded by spruce trees, some tens of meters high, and short ones as tall as an adult. Hagrid chose the venue very cleverly. The carriage was parked in a clearing in the woods. The ground was covered with white snow. When the students got out of the car, he and Flitwick were waving their magic wands to clear the snow from the clearing. Clean. The first to rush out were the twins of the Weasley family. They cheered and jumped off the carriage, with half of their calves buried in the snow. Then they winked at each other, waved their magic wands lightly at the snow on the ground in unison. 2 snowballs converged at the tips of their wands. They led the snowballs and waved their wands towards the snow that had just arrived. Getting off the carriage, the same red-haired boy with glasses slammed him violently. Boom! Snowballs exploded on Percy's face one after the other. The little wizards around Percy burst into laughter, and Percy blushed and shouted the names of the twins. George. Fred. I'm going to write to Mom. When can you change a line? Fred made a disdainful face at him, and then ran away in the woods with George. Flitwick shouted towards the backs of the 2 of them. Remember. Don't go out of the range I drew for you. Of course we are the most obedient, Professor. The 2 responded in harmony even if they didn't know how to do it. Chapter 34. Where does the money come from? The fir tree is a tree species that can be directly used as a Christmas tree. The place used to celebrate Christmas must have been carefully selected by Hagrid. In their school, there are more than 60 teachers and students. The number is not too many, but it is not too many. If the celebration is held in a crowded place, even in Muggle society, it will also attract people's attention, so you can only choose a secluded place. It must have good scenery, be free of people, and be suitable for celebrating Christmas. Such a place is really hard to find. Immediately after getting off the carriage, Flitwick drew around the area where the students could move freely, and also cast the Muggle-repelling curse. Even if there are Muggles who come here unintentionally, they will because he suddenly remembered that he had other urgent things to do, he left directly. The little wizards played in the snow, and today is a rare time for them to play freely. At this time, the professors are busy arranging Christmas decorations. Of course, the festival is not just a simple meal. Feel. Ron, Justin and Lavender went to the Weasley twins to play snowball fights together. John and Neville found a small frozen lake in the corner of the clearing. Girls are skating carefully on it. It seems that they are playing this kind of sport for the first time. They only dare to trot 2 steps on the ice and then slide forward for a few meters. The colorful scarves are floating behind them, but this has already made the girls laugh happily. It would be great if there were flying lessons in the school. Neville looked at the girls, as if thinking of something. Hogwarts used to teach students how to fly on broomsticks, but now because we were in the carriage, we didn't have access to the sport. Because the venue is limited, we can't fly in the carriage, and the professors can't stop the carriage frequently for a class. It's too dangerous. Or maybe it's because they can't buy broomsticks. John's last question was full of deep meaning, but Neville didn't hear it. He thought for a while and answered. It's unlikely that you can't buy a broom. Flying brooms don't actually have any high technical content. There are many magic transportation companies that can make them, although the price is indeed not cheap. John saw that there were senior students helping, and under the command of Professor McGonagall, he moved the rich ingredients out of the carriage, and suddenly asked. You said that we eat, drink, wear and use all day, and the amount used by 50 or 60 people is quite a lot, and the quality of life is not bad. How did these things come from? They can't be snatched from Muggles by magic. Bar. Neville subconsciously shook his head and said. Of course it's impossible. Professors won't do that kind of thing. The things we use in our daily life must be bought with money. The professors usually give us classes, and we don't need to pay tuition fees when they come to school. Where do they get the money to buy? John said softly. Neville was stunned by John's question, because few students would think about this aspect. They usually have everything they need to eat, drink, wear and learn. Naturally, no one would think about what these things are. How come? But now that the whole of Hogwarts is displaced, and the purchase of wands is controlled, the school's financial resources must also be restricted. Where do they get the money for their daily lives? It can't be that the professors teach them during the day and go out to do odd jobs at night to earn it. Neville was stumped by this question, and after struggling for a long time, he came up with a conjecture that was barely explainable. The people who rebel against the Dark Lord are definitely not only our Hogwarts, but also a wizarding organization with Professor Dumbledore at its core, the Order of the Phoenix, and several pure-blood wizarding families. Our school expenses should be all they funded it? John nodded. Well, maybe so. But in fact, he knew very well that Neville's statement couldn't be explained at all. Since Voldemort had already controlled the entire British wizarding world, he would definitely suppress Dumbledore's forces in an all-round way. At this time, the Order of the Phoenix must also need a large amount of wealth to maintain the operation of the organization. Even if its members are all wizards with faith and perseverance, money is like dung, and as long as they maintain basic living, they don't need salary. Then they also need to spend money to buy potions when they are injured. Gathering intelligence and data requires spending money to buy relationships, right? Someone sacrificed to give his family a pension, at least to ensure that life can continue, right? These are all huge expenses. And the few pure-blood families who supported Dumbledore, including the Weasley family, the Longbottom family, etc., even if they were not poor ghosts, they could not be called rich and powerful families, and since they had a clear stand and chose to stand on Dumbledore's side, their assets in the wizarding world are bound to be suppressed. Being self-sufficient is already very powerful, and it is basically impossible to provide any major support to Hogwarts and the Order of the Phoenix. Of course, with Dumbledore's international reputation, he might be able to get the support of other wizarding forces from outside the UK, but if that's the case, why does he still have to stay in the UK? The carriage carrying Hogwarts runs non-stop every day, but it has never left the border of England. John has no information channels to know what kind of situation the international situation of the magic world is in at present, but the situation is definitely not optimistic for Dumbledore, otherwise the whole of Hogwarts will not be reduced to this point. This question actually has a reasonable answer in John's mind. It's just that he didn't tell Neville this answer, because judging from what happened in the carriage during this period, some malicious people came here for this answer. Of course he could trust Neville, but he couldn't trust everyone in the carriage. From the current point of view, it's better to leave such matters to the professor. John is not some brainless, reckless man. He is very self-aware. He knows that no one is smarter than anyone else in this world. What he can think of, Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall can naturally think of them. Compared to the powerful professor who has gone through countless battles, he is a first-year freshman who has just learned a few simple spells, so he doesn't need to worry so much. Just as he was thinking, a snowball suddenly hit his head, making his brain stunned on the spot. I didn't want to smash it. John. It was Ron. He used a spell to change the trajectory of my snowball. Justin hurriedly explained. Ron booed from the side, he did it on purpose. I saw it. Lavender can also testify. Lavender covered her face with her hands in cotton gloves, and her pom-pom hat swayed with the movement of her head. I don't see anything. With a dark face, John grabbed 2 of snow from the ground and kneaded them into balls. No matter who it is, just come one by one. Justin and Ron screamed and ran away into the distance. Neville also excitedly grabbed a snowball from the ground, followed John, and chased in the direction Ron and the others were fleeing. Let me help you. This clearing in the woods is full of laughter, and the students of Hogwarts are really happy today, as the professors wished. Chapter 35. Thunderbolt Explosion. The spruce tree with a height of more than 10 meters was covered with ribbons and small golden stars, and hundreds of candles floated in mid-air, illuminating the space. A long table has been set in the middle of the cleared space, and the little wizards are bringing freshly prepared turkey, steak, sausage, and suckling pig to the table. Dumbledore is wearing a funny Christmas hat on his head, and several other professors sat at the front of the long table together, looking at the students who were already sitting on both sides of the long table with smiles on their faces. You have harvested a lot this year, and I also hope that you can harvest more next year. Of course, it is time for our stomachs to harvest. He raised his glass of cider. Merry Christmas. The students also raised the pumpkin juice in their hands. Merry Christmas. The temperature outdoors at night was very low, but everyone present couldn't feel the slightest bit of chill. I don't know if it was the body driven by the enthusiasm in the heart, or because the dozen or so stoves that Hagrid placed around the long table played a role. A warm blush appeared on the faces of the students. George and Fred often took me to drink Dad's wine secretly at home, but I couldn't drink it after drinking half a bottle. In fact, it was not good at all. I thought it was better than pumpkin juice. Ron gnawed on the chicken leg while talking big words. Justin listened enviously to him bragging about his glorious deeds, while Lavender teased and demolished the situation beside him. Maybe it's not because it's not good to drink. Is it because I'm drunk? Ron of course proved it loudly for himself. I just don't like the taste of wine. If I really drink it, I can still catch the golden snitch on a broomstick after drinking 10 bottles. His rhetoric caught the attention of Dumbledore, who was chatting with Flitwick in front, and he blinked and said, "Maybe when I meet your parents next time, I should discuss with them and let you show such a unique skill in front of everyone, Ron." Ron trembled instantly, he smiled embarrassingly and scratched his hair. "Butterbeer is wine too, I'm talking butterbeer, Professor." There was a burst of laughter on the long table, and Fred smirked and brought the super-large butterbeer for 5 people in front of him to Ron. "Really, Ron, if you can finish this butterbeer, George and I will give you that Chudley Cannons poster you've always wanted." Ron had a stinky face, and without thinking about it, he pushed the butterbeer he brought away. "I can't eat anything else tonight after drinking it." The atmosphere of this Christmas dinner was undoubtedly relaxed and joyful. The food on the long table was not wasted and was eaten clean in the end. Around 11 o'clock in the evening, the sky began to snow again, and the students who were full and tired from playing returned to the warm compartment. John and his 5 freshmen didn't go back to the dormitory for the first time to sleep. Today they are still young, so they didn't participate in making dinner, but they can't just sit back and enjoy what others do. The job of cleaning the table after dinner is left to them. As the candles floating in mid-air were gradually extinguished, and the surrounding vision also dimmed, Justin was belching with an empty plate, still reminiscing about the delicious Christmas pudding after dinner. John didn't know why, but he kept feeling restless after the dinner. Neville, who had lived in the same dormitory with him for a long time, obviously noticed John's strangeness, and he asked suspiciously, "What's wrong with you?" John frowned and glanced around. 10 meters away, the dense fir forest could not see anything, and the dense branches covered with snow covered most of the night sky. "People are strangely quiet. We better move fast, I always feel something is wrong there." His voice didn't sound like he was joking. Ron and Justin, who were still joking, also became serious. John had a great say among them. The 2 female professors, Lily and McGonagall, have already boarded the carriage to manage the students who return to the dormitory. Flitwick, Slughorn, Dumbledore, and several senior boys stayed behind, and they were clearing the empty space. Various decorations left on the ground and garbage on the ground. When John and the others cleared away most of the plates on the long table, Slughorn and a student were clearing the spell cast by Flitwick on the fir tree. It seemed that the student was not skilled in the technique. The old walrus was teaching and demonstrated it to him first. The gleaming yellow stars on the fir tree slowly went out, and John, who was following Neville and preparing to get on the carriage, glanced at the clearing for the last time. Just before those twinkling stars were completely extinguished, he saw behind the tree next to Slughorn and the boy, there was a man shrouded in darkness, only the ferocious metal mask on his face slightly reflected yellow. People of light raised their wands to them. "Teacher!" Left. Thunderbolt explosion. The difference between John's reminder and the sound of the spell was less than a second, piercing the silent night in tandem. Slughorn's reaction was extremely quick. The moment John yelled, he had already turned his head and saw the masked man who had sneaked up to him unconsciously. He should have had enough time to dodge or defend, but looking at the unsuspecting senior student in front of him, he made an extremely risky decision in the blink of an eye. Slughorn didn't have time to cast spells, he just swung his wand hard. Then he used his chubby body to block behind the student. Boom! The thunderous explosion completely turned the tranquility into a noisy one. The golden flames directly engulfed Slughorn and the boy. Countless pieces of soil were blown up all over the sky. Mud rain. Dumbledore and Flitwick responded quickly, and when John's reminder sounded, they had already aimed their wands in the direction of the masked man. Time was so tight that none of them could cast a spell, and golden red flames erupted from the tip of Dumbledore's staff. The red fire instantly covered the entire space with a radius of 10 meters, including John and the others who hadn't stepped into the carriage. These rising fires did not make them feel any burning sensation, but the masked man who was about to continue waving his wand after releasing the explosion spell, avoided the flames, directly interrupted the spell, and retreated quickly. At this moment, there was a sound like a whip twitching the air, and Slughorn, covered in blood, staggered down in front of John with the student. Chapter 36-36. The second night attack. John panicked and lifted Slughorn, who was covered in blood, from the ground. Professor. The old walrus's face was bloodless, and it was obvious that he had turned pale from excessive blood loss. He fumbled for a bottle of potion from his robe pocket, and waved his hand at John. Don't worry, you won't die. At the last moment when the explosive charm was in effect, in order to protect the student in front of him, Slughorn had only time to cast a silent armor charm. The effect of the spell cast silently must have been weakened. Although the spell saved his life and that of the students, it also made Slughorn lose the ability to fight back. He could only use it under the cover of Dumbledore's magic. Apparition fled to the side of the carriage. Lily and Mag, who had originally settled the students in the carriage, also heard the movement and ran out of the carriage at this time. They saw Slughorn, who was covered in blood, drinking the blood-replenishing potion. At the same time, they also saw black-robed wizards with metal masks emerging from the woods one after another on the edge of the red flames all over the ground. These people are obviously not Aurors. Even the Ministry of Magic under the control of Voldemort will never let the Aurors who maintain the order of the magic world face the public with such a terrifying image. They were embroidered on the left sleeve of the robe, and the tattoo-like pattern of a poisonous tongue passing through a skull revealed the identity of these people. There is only one organization in the entire magic world that is qualified to embroider this kind of logo, called the Black Demon mark on clothes. Death Eaters. The man who used to be loyal, is now under his sole control, and his power is much higher than that of the Auror Command's Wizard Guard. Seeing that pair of metal masks, every professor at Hogwarts knew very well that this attack was obviously different from the last time. Lily's hands were shaking. She looked at these Death Eaters shrouded in darkness, her eyes bloodshot with hatred. McGonagall felt the change in her mood, and said with a frown, "Lily, help Horace go in and see." "Professor." She gritted her teeth and interrupted McGonagall. Lily and Mag looked at each other, and her almost overflowing emotions made it impossible to ignore. McGonagall sighed. She and John held Slughorn's arm together. "I know you have never let go of it in your heart. I will go to see the students. Be careful if you stay here." Lily jumped out of the carriage without the slightest hesitation, and the cold night wind brought snowflakes to blow the hem of her robe. Looking at the masked Death Eaters not far away, her sharp and resentful voice pierced the night sky. "Where is Severus Snape?" All the Death Eaters were silent, no one responded to her, but everyone had red lights on the tip of their wands. All petrified. No one used the death curse, and no one used the explosive curse, which has a chance of causing death, but the scene of dozens of petrification curses shooting out in volley is still terrifying. But the never-extinguished red flame rose up, and the moment the dense petrification curse came into contact with the flame, it was instantly melted like snow meeting fire. Lily didn't care whether they answered or not. Snape was just one of her biggest enemies, which didn't mean she would turn a blind eye to Voldemort's other subordinates. These people dare not kill her, but Lily dares to fight back. Thunderbolt Explosion. This is almost the most powerful and wide-ranging spell among all spells. The Death Eater who was the first to attack just now chose the explosion curse instead of the killing curse. He also wanted to reap the lives of 2 people with one spell. When she was in Hogwarts, she was a genius of Gryffindor. Although she was born in a Muggle family, she was favored by Slytherin head Slughorn because of her extraordinary magical talent. During these years in exile, hatred and constant conflicts with people from the Ministry of Magic made her strength increase at a speed beyond ordinary people's imagination. Much louder than the previous exploding spell, the rumbling sound exploded in the crowd of Death Eaters. Countless transparent masks were infected by the flames and turned into a bright golden red. There was a sound like glass being shattered, and the iron armor curse that had been wearing on more than a dozen Death Eaters was blown away. Smash! The Death Eaters began to disperse quickly. They raised their wands to deal with the red flame cast by Dumbledore, and at the same time they aimed at Lily and Flitwick to fight back. For a moment, red and green lights shone in this forest that was originally only black and white. Inside the carriage. After McGonagall and John helped Slughorn into the carriage, Hagrid immediately drew the reins, and the carriage, which had been stalled for a day, started running again. Slughorn was sent to the infirmary of the carriage, and they returned to the restaurant together. The condition of the old walrus is not too bad. As long as he is still conscious, he has enough means to take good care of his injuries, and there is no need to leave anyone to watch. McGonagall didn't forget that there might be someone hidden in the carriage who shouldn't have appeared, and the Death Eaters' attack tonight confirmed her previous guess. The whereabouts of the Hogwarts carriage was completely without any planning. Even Hagrid, who was driving the carriage, might not know where they were going that day in advance, unless someone had been sending out the route in real time on the carriage. If the last night attack can be explained by coincidence, then the second attack happened just 3 months later, which is absolutely impossible to be a coincidence. Just in case, she once again gathered all the students in the dining room, and she herself has been staying here. At this moment, the students' joyful mood at Christmas completely turned into fear and fear. Everyone huddled in their sleeping bags, few of them fell asleep, but no one made a sound, only the occasional weeping of a few timid girls sounded. After John entered the dining room, he could choose a place close to the door to sleep. Neville and the others didn't understand his move, because the place near the door was the coldest place in the whole room, and no student would choose to sleep there. Sleep here. But John didn't explain that much to them. After getting into the sleeping bag given by Professor McGonagall, he has been waiting quietly with his face facing the side of the door crack. The cold wind blew the bangs on John's forehead through the crack of the door. His face was numb from the cold, but he didn't have the slightest intention of changing to another place to sleep peacefully. He felt that there might be a possibility that the purpose of the Death Eaters outside was not to keep or kill them, but to make the carriage appear in the current situation. Most of the professors were absent, the students were gathered together, and the entire carriage was completely empty except for the dining room and the infirmary. Chapter 37. Little Boots. Duh, 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 duh. There was a very soft sound that was hard to attract the attention of others, but John, whose left ear was always pressed against the floor through the sleeping bag, couldn't help but tense up. He knew what he had been waiting for was coming. The subtle footsteps sounded from far to near, and the people walking on the promenade seemed to be very careful, not daring to take too fast steps, just moving forward step by step. Soon, the voice had reached John's ears. He held his breath, and saw a pair of old leather boots through the gap under the wooden door. Those boots are not very big, obviously not suitable for adults, but for the owner of these boots, it looks very suitable, as if the owner of the feet is about the same age as John and the others it's the same. John was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't have time to think about it so much. He quickly got out of his sleeping bag, didn't take the risk to open the door, but directly found Mag, who was watching the night in the middle of the restaurant. "There's someone out there, Professor." Meg's face has never been so serious. She didn't express any doubts about John's words, but immediately stood up and walked to the restaurant door and opened it. The moment she looked towards the corridor, a door just happened to be gently closed. Mag drew out her wand, she didn't look back, and slowly closed the restaurant door with her hands behind her back. The light on the corridor was not bright, but it was enough to let her know that there were indeed people here just now. Walked to the place where the figure disappeared. The doors here were all next to each other. Mag was not sure which room the person hid in, and she didn't just go in and search blindly. Now that Slughorn is injured, not to mention Filch's combat power, Hagrid must keep an eye on the carriage in such a situation, and she is the only protective force in the entire carriage. If a battle occurs on the carriage, it is impossible to have more effort to ensure the safety of the students. Without the slightest hesitation, Mag quickly walked to the door of Dumbledore's office at the end of the corridor. The door was not locked. She opened the door directly. There was no one inside, only a phoenix with colorful feathers standing on the golden door. The branch stared at Meg, who pushed open the door. "Fox, you need to go to the square and ask Moody and Kingsley to bring someone over immediately." Fox tilted his bird's head, and then it spread its crimson wings, a golden light enveloped its whole body, and then it disappeared into the office. The carriage was cast with the same anti-apparition magic as Hogwarts Castle. The wizard had no way to teleport directly into the carriage, and had to rely on the ability of the phoenix. During the waiting period, McGonagall stood on the corridor all the time, making sure that no one came out of any room. She didn't have to wait long. The golden light that was exactly the same as when Fox left illuminated the entire corridor, and the Scarlet Bird brought 7 or 8 people to the ground. Among them were old wizards who were old and disabled, and some were young and beautiful witches and dark-skinned wizards with steady eyes, and so on. "What's the matter, McGonagall?" Moody's magic fake eye was spinning non-stop, and he started to scout the surrounding area as soon as he got to the carriage. Mag took a deep breath and quickly explained the current situation. "We encountered Death Eaters, Dumbledore and the others are stopping them. Slughorn is seriously injured and lying in the infirmary, but now a person who should not have come in the carriage. I want to watch the students, I don't have any extra energy to search, and I need your help." Moody calmly drew out his wand, and the 7 witches and wizards who came from the square by his side also stood up their wands in front of them. "Of course, when the accident happened last time, we couldn't come here because we were busy with Dumbledore's account in Finland. We will definitely not miss anything this time. I haven't been back for a long time, I really miss this place." The fashionable witch with curly hair like pink bubble gum took a deep breath of the air in the car with a look of enjoyment. Wearing gold earrings, the dark-skinned wizard reminded her next to her. "Don't take this as a back-to-school visit, you have already experienced some things, Tonks, stay alert and be vigilant." "Of course I know. It's a pity that Bill and the others are still in Finland and haven't come back. Otherwise, they will definitely come here together." Lead Moody glared at them with his original eye. "Stay away. Stop chatting about these gossips, and check all the rooms on the carriage immediately." The wizards of the Order of the Phoenix began to separate in groups of 2, starting from the few rooms McGonagall pointed out to them, and carefully inspected them. While Mag returned to the dining room, most of the students had already fallen asleep. They were not disturbed by the unexpected situation in the carriage, and John was still thinking about the pair of boots he saw through the crack of the door just now. Meg didn't wake up the other little wizards. After returning, she directly took John to an empty corner of the restaurant, and said in a solemn tone, "Green, tell me what you saw." John didn't hesitate, and told what he saw and all the guesses he had just thought of. "I saw someone walking through the crack of the door, Professor. He doesn't look like a grown-up wizard, and his boots are small and worn out, unless he's the same size as Professor Flitwick." Mag frowned, and she looked at the shoes on John's feet. "Are those boots bigger than your shoes?" John shook his head and said, "It's about the same as my shoes, but it looks a little smaller." His words made McGonagall immediately confirm the number of first and second graders in the restaurant. After checking that there was no shortage of personnel, she fell into deep thought, and John reminded softly at this time, "Professor, I think it is unlikely that that person is a little wizard, and someone with such a body size in the wizarding world is not necessarily a wizard." Mag suddenly turned his head, staring at John. "Say what you think, Green. When I was reading in the library, I knew that there had been a rebellion of humanoid magical creatures in the magic world before, Professor." John said calmly, "The rebellion of goblins. The book says that they are generally thin and small, and they can use a set of magic that is different from wizards. And house elves, these creatures have always been servants of pure-blood wizards. They are loyal to their masters, and they can also use magic. More importantly, they are also the same size as goblins. They're all small." Chapter 38. Without a trace. In fact, it is not difficult to associate the boots with goblins and house elves. McGonagall didn't think about it at the first time, because under Voldemort's rule, even Muggle wizards had a very difficult life, let alone these humanoids who have always been discriminated against in the wizarding world magical creatures. Although under the power, the goblins of Gringotts are forced to obey his rule, and most of these vengeful goblins are also obedient and vicious, but there will always be some aliens with different ideas in a group. Will truly serve Voldemort wholeheartedly. Not to mention creatures like house elves, they have been the magical creatures most oppressed by pure-blood wizards in the magic world since ancient times, but they are also the poorest creatures who most support the rule of pure-blood wizards. Voldemort's men must indirectly control a large number of house elves who are willing to obey his orders. Letting such magical creatures sneak into the carriage is undoubtedly much safer than normal wizards. After all, even if there is an accident, there will be no damage to Voldemort's side. But at the same time, this also involves an extremely critical issue. John looked at Mag, who had suddenly stood up from the chair at this time, and asked cautiously, "I also read in the book that whether it is a goblin or a house elf, their magic is different from that of a wizard, so if the people on the carriage are really them, can they bring more people? Come in." McGonagall understood what John meant. She shook her head decisively and said, "There is no such possibility. Dumbledore had already considered the issue of house elves and goblins when he first laid out the magic on this carriage. He sealed this loophole. Dumbledore was the only one in the carriage. Leto's Phoenix can come in and out with magic at will." John continued to ask hesitantly, "Then the purpose of this infiltrator coming to the carriage is?" McGonagall didn't return to his question, but just rubbed John's hair. "You have done enough today, child, leave the rest to the adults." John wisely didn't ask any more questions. Even if Mag didn't say it, he could roughly guess the key point. He knows very clearly what he can participate in and what he cannot participate in. After finishing what needs to be said, he doesn't need to ask too much about the rest. After getting important information from John, McGonagall immediately left the restaurant again, and conveyed the information to Moody and the others that the intruder was probably a goblin or house elf. But strangely, Moody and their search did not yield any results. The 8 of them were divided into 4 groups and quickly searched all the rooms marked by Mag, and there was no sign of elves or fairies at all. Even Slughorn, who was still a little pale, was alarmed and walked out of the infirmary. The injuries on his body had been treated briefly, and although he was still somewhat inconvenient, he was still able to get out of bed. What happened? Moody naturally knew him, and after telling what happened in the carriage, the old walrus face that was pale from blood loss became more transparent. When I was lying on the hospital bed, I did hear the sound of the door opening and closing. His voice was much weaker than usual. At that time, I thought Minerva was outside. Hearing his words, Moody frowned. McGonagall said he saw him closing the door, and you heard the movement, and some students even saw the boots he was wearing, but why is there no such person in the carriage? His question no one can answer because no one else knows the answer. Not only the few rooms that Mag pointed out, Moody and the others even searched almost all the searchable rooms in the entire carriage without finding any clues. Normally speaking, no matter if it was a wizard, a goblin, or a house elf, as long as a creature has been lurking in the carriage, it will definitely leave traces, but not only did people not find it, they didn't even find such traces of life. This makes things weird and bizarre. The anti-apparition magic on the carriage already covers the magic of goblins and elves, and it is impossible for them to use magic to leave immediately after the accident. If Voldemort's subordinates really have such abilities, then they can directly use the sneaked creature as a coordinate, and when Hogwarts is currently defending empty, bring a large number of Death Eaters or Voldemort himself over, then the carriage everyone here has no room for resistance. The absence of such a thing now means that the worst situation has not yet been reached, but where can the infiltrator hide? When the search was fruitless, only Moody and the dark-skinned wizard Kingsley were left behind by the Order of the Phoenix to help McGonagall and Slughorn look after the carriage, and everyone else returned to the square. They still have a lot of things to do every day, so they can't spend the whole night here. It wasn't until the sun rose that Dumbledore, Flitwick and Lily returned to the carriage under Fawkes's guidance. With Dumbledore's care, they were not injured in the process of getting rid of the Death Eaters, but they were still mentally exhausted. As soon as he returned to the carriage, Dumbledore was in the office listening to McGonagall talking about all the things that happened during his absence from school. This matter must be investigated clearly, Albus. It is absolutely not a coincidence that we were discovered again. The people who sneaked into the carriage kept looking for opportunities to disclose the whereabouts of the carriage, then we will always be in danger. McGonagall said with a livid face that she was frightened by this incident today. They have experienced countless dangerous situations during the past 7 years in exile. Many wizards, including Neville's mother, sacrificed for this school, but now the danger it faced was enough to undo all their previous efforts. Compared to her, Dumbledore's face was still calm. His fingers tapped the table lightly, and there was a hint of fatigue in his voice. His ultimate goal is not to destroy us, or he will definitely not do so before I die. You should be able to figure out what he wants, Minerva. Mag pursed her pale lips, and she said with a trembling voice. Even so, we can't do nothing. We must find the person who sneaked into the carriage. We must find him. Dumbledore crossed his fingers together. He didn't answer and didn't look at McGonagall. Instead, he stared deeply at the wall full of portraits on the opposite side of the office, the school badge of lion, eagle, badger, and snake that had become taboo in the magic world. Chapter 39. 5 Stones. The atmosphere at Hogwarts after Christmas is a bit sluggish. Even if no one died in this night attack, the frequency of less than 2 consecutive attacks in half a school year still filled every student's heart with uneasiness, because no one knew whether there would be a third attack in the future. There were also students from families who were sent home by Lily one by one after Christmas. Among the freshmen, Neville and Ron also left the carriage. They would reunite with their families for a week during this holiday without classes. John was left alone in the original double dormitory, but he didn't feel lonely either. Most of the time he stayed alone in the dormitory and read books, only occasionally going to the lounge at the invitation of Lavender and Justin relax with them for a while. After Christmas night, Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall did not reward or praise him on the surface, which is another kind of protection for him. After all, although the creature lurking on the carriage has not done any harm so far, no one can guarantee what he will do after learning that it is because of John that he was discovered and his identity act of retaliation. But in private, McGonagall allowed John to make a small request that was not too much as a reward, and John proposed without thinking too much about the right to borrow books from the restricted section of the library. The library on the carriage also has several rows of restricted books, which contain magic books that are dangerous to students. Unless there is a professor's approval note, no one can borrow them casually. With such a condition, McGonagall agreed to him after hesitation, but also added a precondition: no matter what books John borrowed from the restricted area, he had to register with her again. John naturally accepted this. He didn't want to secretly study the black magic in the forbidden book. He just wanted to have a channel to obtain more magic knowledge. He didn't do anything good for Mag's request purely to protect his safety. Refused. On the third day after Christmas, John knocked on Slughorn's office door early in the morning. After these 3 days of recuperation, the burns on Slughorn's back are almost healed. For a potion master like him, as long as it is not the kind of instant death injury, he can have means to keep himself alive. The wounds caused by the explosive curse may seem serious, but they are actually some skin traumas. After the potion takes effect, basically no scars will be left. You remember the time very accurately. Lying on the armchair, Slughorn, who was eating candied pineapple early in the morning, smiled unconsciously when he saw John walking in. "Teacher, is your health better?" John said while putting down a box of BB Weird beans he received at Christmas. Of course, he needs gifts to visit patients, although his main purpose of coming is not just to visit. A box of strange beans is of course nothing to Slughorn, but the smile on his face is obviously wider. "I'm not that weak. Felius can still teach charms without an arm. Moody can walk on the battlefield wielding a wand without a leg and an eye. My injury is nothing." These superfluous words Slughorn didn't say much, but went straight to the point. "According to the time we set before, today is the day when I will officially start teaching you about the method of casting spells on this ring, but after that, you can't relax in your study of occlumency. It's just a wall. If someone really wants to invade your memory, it will be easy to find the problem, and your situation may become more dangerous." John nodded solemnly. Even without Slughorn's reminder, he would not end his study of occlumency. This kind of magic is equivalent to his foundation in the magic world. That's all for the rest of the story. Give me that ring. John took off a pendant from his own neck, and he tied the sapphire ring to this pendant, otherwise he, a child who had no contact with the outside world since he came to Hogwarts at the age of 11, would have no chance. A gemstone ring that shows up for no reason is too noticeable. Slughorn took the ring from his hand, and pointed the diamond-shaped sapphire set on the surface of the ring to the sun. "I told you before that you can use this ring as another form of wand. See this blue stone? It represents the core of the wand. Just like the legendary Philosopher's Stone in Nick Flamel's hand, this sapphire is also a man-made alchemy stone. Only my dead friend knows its specific production method, but I can be sure yes, unlike a wand, a ring has more than one core." While telling the story, he also pointed John to both sides of the sapphire, and there were 2 diamond-shaped notches the same size as the middle gemstone. "When I got this ring in his hand, there was only 1 stone left on it. He didn't tell me the whereabouts of the remaining 4 stones in the last remaining time of his life, but I was in his from the magic notes. He learned that one of the stones was hidden in Hogwarts by him." John blinked. "Hogwarts? Yes, but it's not the carriage we're in now, but the Hogwarts castle that has been occupied by doves and magpies. Before the Dark Lord completely took control of the wizarding world, Adrian used to be he was a professor of defense against the dark arts for 1 year, but at the end of the semester, he had an accident, and he didn't continue to teach, but some of his research results stayed in that castle. Slughorn took a deep look at John. If you have a chance in the future, you must try your best to get that stone back, and the same goes for the remaining 3 missing stones. They are all very important to you. John stared at the blue gemstone on the ring, and asked hesitantly. Then what are the gems on the ring for? You can use every stone as a casting slot. Slughorn said seriously, wizards have very high requirements on their will to cast spells. Even if you meet the requirements for learning this spell-casting method, it does not mean that you can cast any magic without any scruples. Because magic is in your hands. If it takes effect on your body, the required will also constantly affect yourself, it will interfere with the release of your other spells, and even interfere with your thoughts. The gemstones on the ring are used to help you share this pressure, save the will to cast spells on it, so that you will not be restrained by any magic used on yourself when casting spells. To put it simply, every stone means that you can learn a magic that changes your inner magic. In theory, the number of these magics you can control is 5. Add more. In the past few days, I have worked hard to update 3 times a day. I am so diligent in the new book period, so why don't you vote to encourage me, Omega? Chapter 40. A strong will drives the success of magic. First of all, you need to establish the first spell you are going to use on your body. Slughorn gestured for John to pick up his wand. During this half of the school year, Felius should have taught you 2 or 3 spells. Which one do you think you use the most smoothly and proficiently? John hesitated for a moment, then continued. Because the first spell I learned was the levitation spell, so I use this spell most skillfully. Then choose the levitation charm. Slughorn helped John make a decision. You're just starting to learn, and the spells to memorize on the ring can't be too complicated. It is the first mantra to continue to master. When it comes to mantras, it is easy to learn, and the effect is very practical. Of course, John has no objection to this. So far, he can only use 4 spells in total: levitation spell, wand lighting spell, mending spell, and dancing spell. The first 3 were learned in the charms class, and the dancing spell Tarantella dance was taught by himself in his spare time. In addition to the floating spell, John couldn't think of what effect the other 3 spells would have if they were directly applied to him. The illuminating curse will turn him into a light man who glows all the time. Could the mending spell repair his crippled body when he was injured? Or is it the dancing spell that can make his dancing skills otherworldly? Except for the one in the middle that sounds a bit reliable, if the other 2 spells are really like this, then what kind of lethality can he learn besides laughing the enemy to death? Looking at these options, levitation is really the only viable spell. This spell can make objects fly, and the more proficient the user is in casting, the heavier objects can be driven. If it acts on the wizard himself, isn't that the ability to fly without any external force? Thinking of this, John's gaze couldn't help becoming excited, but Slughorn clearly saw what he was thinking at this time, and poured cold water on him first. Don't think of things so simply. The ring only helps you change your spell-casting method, but it cannot change the strength of your spell. If your levitation spell itself is not well mastered, it will not achieve what you expected. Degree. But John was not discouraged by what he said. The opportunity is now in front of him, and what level he can reach in the future depends only on himself. Use a levitation spell first, and let me see how you are learning the spell. After hearing Slughorn's words, John pointed his wand at a book on his desk, and then said the spell. Wingardim Leviosa. The next second, the book suddenly rose into the air as if lifted by an inexplicable force. Slughorn was very satisfied with the effect of John's levitation spell. Very good, even in the 4th grade, there is no student who can use the floating spell to your level. John looked at Slughorn expectantly. Is this level enough? Slughorn didn't answer his question, but directly exchanged the ring to John and said with a smile. Put the ring on your body, whether you wear it on your neck or on your hand, You can try it. You don't need to swing your wand, just say the spell like a normal spell, but you don't want to let other objects fly, but yourself. This is just a replacement of the target, and you should be able to do it. John asked in disbelief. It's that simple. Easy. Slughorn laughed. You try it first. John put the ring back around his neck again. He restrained the habit of picking up the wand and waving it subconsciously, but directly uttered the spell. Wingardim Leviosa. He could clearly feel the magic power in his body being mobilized, but that power was extremely subtle, much weaker than casting spells with a wand. And this magic power is not like any spells he used before, where the wand acts as the final vent to affect the real world, but directly passes through the ring he wears around his neck, and then quickly returns to his body. At that moment, John felt as if he was a little different from a second ago, but on the surface, he didn't change at all. How does it feel? Slughorn asked. John didn't give an answer immediately, but raised his arm hesitantly, then jumped on the spot a few times, and then hesitantly said, I always feel that my body seems to be getting lighter. But the change is too small, and I can't feel the difference between before and after. The smile on Slughorn's face froze, he restrained his expression, and looked at John from beginning to end with a serious face. Are you sure you feel right? John couldn't give an accurate answer, because he didn't know whether the slight change was real or just his illusion. But Slughorn obviously has the means to determine the changes in his body at this moment. He tapped John's shoulders and arms lightly with his wand, feeling the magic power that has been integrated into the limbs and is completely different from normal conditions. A look of amazement appeared on his face. It's very subtle and imperceptible, but it has indeed changed. It's incredible, John, this is really incredible. John was a little hard to understand his performance. Is there a problem with that, Professor? Slughorn recovered from the daze, and he explained to John seriously. I told you that magic power and will are the foundation of any magic. Spells and wands are only auxiliary, but if there is no auxiliary, even if the necessary conditions are met, casting spells will become extremely difficult. You are learning the floating spell in that class. Felius should have told you that there was a wizard who mispronounced a syllable of the levitation spell and summoned a cow, which is a typical case. And now that you have changed the method of casting spells, it is tantamount to overthrowing the system of matching spells with wands. Although the spell itself will not change, the pronunciation of the previous floating spell is no longer applicable to you. Come on normally. Speaking of which, the set of incantations you pronounce with the wand should have no effect at all. Magic will not change you in the same way as it changes the outside world. Because of the wrong syllable, the effect of the spell will be completely changed. It will only if the syllable is right, the spell will take effect on you. If the syllable is wrong, it will not work. John understood what Slughorn meant. It was fundamentally wrong for him to cast spells in the way he cast spells with his wand. The wrong pronunciation of spells cast on himself would not cause the result of the levitating spell turning into summoning cows, but it would not happen either. Any little utility. But now his originally wrong spell has taken effect. Although the effect is very subtle, it is a very big leap from scratch. Then why did this happen? John asked suspiciously. The auxiliary means are wrong, but the magic that should have failed has succeeded. The problem can only be the magic power and will. Slughorn looked at him seriously. Your magic power is normal. 11-year-olds are no different, so the only explanation is that a great will drives the success of the magic. Chapter 41-41. Combination experiments. Will is something that cannot be measured concretely. In the magic world, to release all spells, there is will or can also be called thought. Emotions are involved in it, and occupy the same important position as magic power in the process of casting spells. Like the 3Ds of learning: apparition, destination, goal, determination, deliberation, calmness, all of which are actually manifestations of will. But the biggest difference between people is the gap in thinking. Different people also think that I must be able to accomplish something, and there are absolute differences in terms of determination. In magic, this is extremely intuitive. For the same spell, such as the floating spell, when the magic power, pronunciation, and accuracy of swinging the staff are exactly the same, the strength of the will determines the strength of the floating spell. Of course, there will be such gaps in other conditional variables, but it is absolutely not so obvious in consciousness. As said in the original book, the real dark wizards with dark hearts will never learn the patroness charm, because with their mentality, there is no way to construct any beautiful thoughts in their minds. Other conditions are fine, but it directly leads to can't even learn this magic. According to Slughorn, John's will is much stronger than that of normal wizards. This is also the reason why he can forcibly use the floating spell that should have failed. But even if such a weak effect is used, it is useless at all. The next thing John needs to do is to keep trying to pronounce the spell. Because there is no precedent at all, so there is no most accurate pronunciation that has been tried countless times by predecessors for him to learn directly. Even Slughorn can't help him at this point, and he can only rely on John to use the exhaustive method to explore bit by bit. This kind of workload is actually not small. Although it is just a spell, the levitation spell has a total of 8 sounds. According to the length of the sound, there are almost thousands of combinations of different pitches, but if he will have more than a week of vacation left if you put everything into it, you can basically test it out. But before the official start, he first ran to McGonagall's office and asked the Transfiguration professor to conjure himself a weighing scale. Because a strong will helps him make the wrong spells work, he needs a more precise comparison to try out the difference. In the next 2 days, John stayed in the dormitory completely. He prepared a large stack of parchment, starting from changing the syllable of the first sound of the spell, constantly changing the tone and length of the sound, and then observed himself on the scale. Changes in the body. Most of the mispronunciation changes are insignificant even if the spell takes effect. The intuitive display on the scale is that John's weight is between 500 grams and 1000 grams lighter than before casting the spell. Such an effect is of course far from ideal, and it will not provide him with any help at all, let alone allow him to fly into the air under the blessing of the floating spell as he expected before. The attempt continued like this until Neville and Ron returned to the carriage after their vacation. After Neville returned to the dormitory, he found that John seemed to be obsessed, chanting the wrong levitation spell over and over again all day, and then went on the scale to measure his weight. "What's the matter with you? Aren't you the first among us to learn the levitation charm? Why can't you even say it now? And even if it's practice, you should be holding a wand, right?" Neville looked at John worriedly, with an expression of doubting whether he was under some evil spell. John didn't want to hide the practice of the levitation spell from him. Of course, he couldn't tell about the ring and casting spells. This was what Slughorn specifically warned him when he taught him occlumency. But as long as he explained to Neville that the professor taught him, with Neville's current EQ, he was sensible enough not to ask any more questions. 2 kilograms, this is the biggest weight loss so far, but it's definitely not much. Staring at the scale on the scale, John shook his head in disappointment, and typed one of the pronunciation combinations on the parchment paper again. A difference, and then marked up the weight reduction. Seeing that he has done so many experiments, Neville has already seen what he wants to do, so he can't help complaining. "I think it may be because you went to the toilet just now, but the effect has not improved at all." Regarding his reminder, John thought about it and nodded deeply. He picked up the quill again and crossed out the weight mark next to the pronunciation combination, and wrote it on according to his own excretion just now. "But can you really succeed in such an attempt?" Neville couldn't help but said, "Professor Flitwick said when we first learned the levitating charm that this spell can't affect wizards, otherwise it won't work." There's no such thing as a broomstick. John didn't answer his question directly, but just shrugged and said, I'll try again. As he spoke, he focused on the pronunciation of the next set of spells written in advance on the parchment. Well, this time let's shorten the 3 tones of ch, 6, and o, and lengthen the 5 tones of u, d, m, le, and sa. Try again. Neville just sat on the edge of the bed and watched John stand up and start chanting, but he still couldn't help muttering. Okay, you happened to reverse the correct pronunciation of the levitating charm this time. In the original book, Hermione taught Ron to pronounce it correctly, Yugadim Lefo sa. It's a strange thing to succeed. Just as his voice fell, John had already pronounced the spell pronunciation of this combination very clearly. Yugadi mu eleviosa dash. The moment the spell was uttered, John noticed the specialness of this time. The magic power has never been mobilized so obviously, just like when he used his wand to cast spells normally. Without a wand as an outlet, the magic power passed through the ring from his body, and then returned to his body. The sudden lightness in his body almost caused John to stagger, lose his balance and fall to the ground. Fortunately, he immediately supported the desk to regain his stability. Neville also noticed that John was abnormal, but he didn't immediately think that it was John's experiment success, but looked at him suspiciously. You're not pretending, are you? John showed an extremely excited look on his face. He didn't speak, but gave Neville the answer directly with practical actions. Just supporting the desk with one hand like this, he jumped up on the spot. Boom! The next second, his head hit the carriage's 3-meter-high ceiling. Chapter 42-42. Fly. Neville has no research on how high a normal 11-year-old boy can jump in place. But he can be sure that as long as the boy is a normal person, even if a spring is added to his feet, he will never be able to jump to a height twice his height. Unless the boy is a giant cub, even if he is only 11 years old, he is already more than 2 meters tall. But it is impossible for John to have giant blood now, but the height he jumped up just now is enough to be at the same level as the tallest Hagrid in Hogwarts. This is because the ceiling of the carriage obviously limits his performance, otherwise the 3 meters is definitely not him limit. And before he completed this achievement, he just chanted a levitating spell that was so mispronounced. How did you do it? Neville stared blankly at John, who had fallen to the ground, rubbing his head with excitement and pain on his face, completely unable to figure out how such a thing that violated magic was done. John obviously miscalculated the effect of the levitating charm on his body. He could feel that his body had lost about half of its weight. He thought it would be impossible for him to jump to 3 feet even if he jumped up hard. The height of 3 meters, but 3 meters is obviously low. Roughly judging by how dizzy he was from being hit on the head, John felt that if there was no limit from the ceiling, he would be able to jump at least 4 meters above. Not impossible. What this means, John himself knows very well. His height is about 1.5 meters, and the ceiling of the carriage is more than 3 meters and 20 centimeters, which means that the height of his feet from the ground was more than 1.7 meters. The world record for the standing high jump is only 1.83 meters. If there is no ceiling restriction, John is confident enough to more than double this height if he waits for his physical development and then strengthens his exercises. Jumping on the spot is more than 3 meters above the ground, which has far exceeded the physiological limit of human beings. And he can clearly feel that the benefits of the levitation curse must not only be reflected in the standing long jump. As long as he is more familiar with this feeling now, he will definitely run faster and react more quickly. In the magic world where most magic is directional skills, having such a dexterity far beyond ordinary people is similar to playing LOL with a script, Iron Hang Force. John, who was in an extremely happy mood, did not forget to answer Neville's question. Like you just saw, say the spell, and jump. Of course he was joking, but the honest Neville obviously took it seriously. He raised his wand with an unbelievable expression on his face, and used the levitation charm in the same tone as John chanted the spell. As a result, the others did not change much, but the wrong spell set my vacation homework on fire. After hastily extinguishing the fire, Neville still felt that it was the problem of using his wand. He put down the wand and said a spell again. John compared that clumsy movement as if he wanted to escape, but his limbs were uncoordinated. Silly hippopotamus jumping. How the did you do it? After 2 failures, Neville once again looked at John in disbelief. John didn't lie to him this time, but said seriously. I told you before that Professor Slughorn taught me some different things. These things have a high learning threshold. It's not that I don't want to tell you, Neville, but that I promised the teacher that I can't teach this to you. Let's talk things out. Neville could understand John's words. The Longbottom family is also an ancient wizarding family with a historical heritage. He knew that although the academic school has become the majority of the magic world, some magic is taught privately between master and student or between father and son. At the same time, John didn't need to say more. He also took the initiative to say that he would keep this matter a secret and would not tell anyone. John certainly believed in Neville's character after getting along with him for half a school year. Besides, it doesn't matter if he tells it. Since he has learned this kind of magic, he will definitely use it in the future, so sooner or later others will know about it. The huge changes in his body did not make John forget about going on the scale. He measured his weight this time, and it was half lighter than normal, about 16 kilograms. He can't calculate the specific numerical measurement for the time being, but if he loses half his body weight and his body functions remain unchanged, even if his jumping ability and speed can be improved, such an exaggerated change is impossible. The high probability is that when he is jumping upwards, the floating spell itself also provides him with an upward force, allowing him to jump higher more easily. But soon John also suppressed this excitement, resisting the urge to run to Slughorn's office to announce the good news to him, but continued to sit back at the desk and began to study the next spell combination. Neville was very puzzled by his actions. Haven't you already tried it out? What else are you going to do? John shook his head, and he said seriously. I can only say that this combination of syllables has shown the most significant effect so far. Before all the possibilities have been tried, it cannot be said that it must be the most suitable, and it's just that the degree has not reached my initial expectations. What were your initial expectations? John wrote the next pronunciation combination on the parchment with a quill pen, and said without raising his head. What is the effect of the normal levitation spell? It is what I expected. Neville didn't react to his words at first, and after careful consideration, his eyes widened. You still want to fly? The floating spell can't let me go into the sea and into the ground. John started the next spell attempt again as he spoke. Even after seeing John successfully apply the effect of the levitating charm on his own body once, Neville still finds it difficult to accept John's whimsical. After all, this world is about magic, and what John did is the magic of magic. But he didn't say anything more. He had been slapped in the face once before, and Neville wouldn't be so stupid as to stick his face in there before looking for a second slap. Facing John, who can no longer be seen with conventional eyes, he chose to wait and see with reservations, in order to prevent one day when he returned to the dormitory and really saw John go to heaven. In the next 3 days, John never left the dormitory except for eating, and kept trying various combinations of the levitation spell pronunciation, but he didn't find a pronunciation combination that could surpass the one with the best effect so far. Just when he was about to stay home until the end of the Christmas holiday, Ron, Justin, and the others eagerly knocked on the door of John's bedroom. Chapter 43-43. The Inner Ghost Who Helps the Infiltrator. You have been in the dormitory for almost 2 weeks, and we have to tell you this, John. It is a major event about the life and death of Hogwarts. Ron had a serious face and a very serious tone, as if he wanted to attract the attention of John, who was sketching on a piece of parchment full of spells. John paused while holding the pen in his hand when he heard his sensational words, then stared at Ron, didn't follow his words to ask what kind of event could be so serious, and said, "If something like this really happened, you should go to the professor. Why are you looking for me in such a panic?" Ron and Justin glanced at each other. Before they came, they didn't expect John's reaction to be so flat. Because the professor should already know about this matter. "I also overheard my father chatting with the guests who came to the house when I was at home, so I didn't know what happened in the school." While lowering his voice, Ron cautiously turned his head around and looked around, only to be startled when Neville suddenly pushed the door open and walked in with a stack of books in his arms. "Why didn't you knock when you came in?" Ron panted. Neville looked innocent. "This is my own bedroom, do I still have to knock on the door when I come in?" Because he burned his vacation homework with the floating spell a few days ago, Neville has been doing homework in the library for the past few days, and John, who was verifying the spell combination in the dormitory, just happened to not bother each other. But because of this, he didn't have too many opportunities to get in touch with Ron and the others, so obviously he didn't know what Ron said about the life and death of Hogwarts. "The man who came to my house for the holidays was Kingsley Shacklebolt, who was an elite Auror in the Ministry of Magic before that man came to power, and is now a top player in the Order of the Phoenix. He and my dad were in the study chatting about some top secret information I overheard outside the door during Hogwarts' 2 attacks last term." Neville cut him off, frowning. "Any conversations about the Order of the Phoenix are strictly confidential. You should not eavesdrop or go back to school and tell us." Ron waved his hand dissatisfied. "The problem is that they are talking about things related to the school. Don't you want to know why the school was attacked twice in a row? Professor McGonagall said last time that someone sneaked into the carriage. Then do you know who this person is?" No matter how mature Neville was, he was only 11 years old after all. Little by little, he was aroused by Ron's words. "Who is it? Leprechauns or house elves?" said Ron excitedly. "Kingsley said that the night we were attacked on Christmas, some students saw the infiltrator's shoes." "I can't believe it. Why didn't the professors tell us this?" "I didn't say who the student was." John was listening silently at the side without speaking. In fact, he almost guessed what the shocking secret Ron overheard from the very beginning. These things were not publicized by Professor McGonagall and the others to protect him. It turned out that Ron heard some inside stories at home. But Kingsley and many people in the Order of the Phoenix didn't find the infiltrator in the carriage that night. Even now, this creature who doesn't know whether it's a goblin or a house elf is still hiding in the school. The complete shock on Neville's face really satisfied Ron's desire to express, "But it's a pity that John still looked like an ancient well," which made him feel good but not so good. "Don't you think this matter is very dangerous, John? A magical creature that has taken refuge in the Ministry of Magic is hiding beside us." Ron thought that John hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem, so he said eagerly, "No matter how dangerous it is, aren't the professors still there? They must know about this, but they haven't gathered us together, which means that the matter has not reached the point where you said it may be related to the life and death of Hogwarts." John shared a booth said. Looking at him like this, Ron could only grit his teeth and choose to use his trump card. He lowered his voice and moved his body closer. "The professors didn't realize the danger. It's very likely that they subconsciously chose to trust everyone in the castle. Even if the infiltrator could hide, the entire carriage is only this big, so where can he hide to be sure? Be found." John frowned slightly. "What do you want to say?" Seeing that he finally seemed to have raised his attention, a smug smile appeared on Ron's face. "Someone in the school must be helping him hide. Only in this way can it explain why so many Aurors searched for him but couldn't find him." To be honest, Ron's analysis is not unreasonable, it can be said to be well-founded, and John couldn't help but become serious. "Do you know who this guy was helping him at school?" Of course I can guess who this person is. The expression on his face became even more smug, and he pretended to keep the appetite of John and the others on purpose. It's just that the professors have always believed that the adults on the carriage are reliable, trustworthy. Tell me, Ron, tell us, who is this person? Justin begged impatiently. Ron said firmly, this person must be Filch. John. Well, he'd been stupid enough when he first thought that maybe Ron could actually detect some key clue. This guy simply puts his hat on anyone who hates him in his heart. Looking at the dead fish eyes that John showed when he said the answer, Ron clearly felt his distrust, and continued anxiously. Don't believe it, don't you find that Filch has been acting very strange all this time? John still looked at him with blank eyes. What's weird? We have been attacked twice, but we have never seen him fight side by side with the professors. I also heard from George and Fred that they have not even seen each other in Hogwarts for so long. Filch, get your wand out. What does this mean? It means that he doesn't want to fight against the Ministry of Magic or that man's subordinates at all. He must have always wanted to get rid of his arrest and return to that castle as a castle administrator instead of living with Dumbledore's subordinates. Now helping a ghost who sneaked into the carriage is undoubtedly a great opportunity for him to make a crime for the Ministry of Magic. Ron's analysis was indeed very reasonable and had enough evidence, even Neville was convinced by him. Only John held his forehead with a headache. Call him stupid, he can still discover so many details. If you want to say that he is smart, the reasoning has come to this point. Why can't he think that the reason why Filch can't fight without a wand is actually because he is a squib who can't cast spells? Chapter 44. You are a squib. Is your conclusion too arbitrary? John didn't directly say that Ron's reasoning was wrong. There was nothing wrong with his logic, but there were some differences in the final result. There are many reasons for not being able to use magic. I think it is very unlikely that Filch is an undercover agent. It is very likely that he can't use magic at all. How is that possible? Ron raised his voice. How can there be people who can't use magic in the magic school? Muggles can't even see our carriage, let alone get on it. John stared at him. Who said only Muggles can't use magic? Ron didn't figure out what John was referring to at the first time. He said subconsciously. Aside from Muggles, there are only wizards. As long as you are a wizard, how can you not learn magic? Neville, who was on the side, understood what John meant. John means that Filch is most likely a squib. Ron was stunned for a moment. Is he a squib? Justin looked blank. What's a squib? Neville explained to him. Squibs are those people who have magic power in their bodies but can't learn and use magic. These people usually lived in the magic world before. They know the existence of magic and wizards, but they are not very popular. Accepted by wizards. If Filch is a squib, then he is absolutely impossible to be an undercover agent of the Ministry of Magic, because according to the current magic law of the Ministry of Magic, a squib is not eligible to live in the magic world. Wiped of all memory of the wizarding world, thrown into Muggle society to fend for themselves. And these people heard that most of them are homeless in Muggle society. They don't have Muggle knowledge and technology, and they have lost the memory of the wizarding world and can't use magic. Many people even forget who they are. Where did you come from? What is the purpose of living in this world? Every day is like a walking dead. Based on the current Ministry of Magic's policies and discrimination against squibs, if Filch is really a squib, then he has absolutely no possibility of becoming an undercover agent of the Ministry of Magic, unless he is under the Imperious Curse. After Neville's detailed explanation, Justin finally understood why squibs couldn't be undercover for the Ministry of Magic. But the fact that Filch is a squib is also the same as Ron's guess that Filch is an undercover agent, derived from the speculation that he never used magic in school. Ron would naturally be more willing to believe his conjecture, even though it seems that the squib is actually more reasonable now. Seeing the dangerous "I just want to make big things" flashing in his eyes, John couldn't help but said helplessly, "Conjectures are conjectures. If you really think Filch is an undercover agent, you can tell Professor McGonagall the conjecture. Don't mess around with yourself." Ron pouted. "Professors, they won't believe it. They all think Filch is a qualified administrator. It can be seen from the original book that both Ron and Harry are troublemakers. Although Harry is gone now, Ron's character has not changed as much as Neville's, and his heart is restless. Always trying to make something big to attract the attention of others. John is not a bad guy who wants to stop Ron from doing trouble, but he is very clear that with the current situation of Hogwarts, if there is any major change due to a small incident, it will put too much pressure on the students. So in order to prevent Ron from going to death and finally implicating a person in the carriage, he suggested. Actually, the problem now is very simple. You suspect that Filch is an undercover agent of the Ministry of Magic, but if he is a squib, it can be explained by the fact that he has never used magic. Undercover is pure nonsense. So as long as we can prove whether he is a squib or not, then the problem will be solved." Ron blinked. "The point is, how do we prove that Filch is a squib?" "It's very easy, follow me." John put down the parchment in his hand, took Ron, Neville and Justin out of the dormitory, and walked straight to Filch's office. Watching his move, Ron's face showed excitement. "Are you going to duel with Filch?" "Yes. As long as you force him to fight like this, you can tell whether he doesn't know magic or doesn't want to use magic at all." Neville had a worried expression on his face. He felt that John shouldn't be so impulsive. But no matter what they thought, John had come to Filch's office door and knocked on the door. After walking in, the administrator with fish-like eyes looked at them unkindly. "What are you looking for me for?" Ron's face showed anticipation, and he had already begun to imagine that John would draw out his wand and challenge the old man Filch to a duel at the next moment. Neville looked hesitant to speak. He really wanted to stop John, but he knew that John's personality would not easily change things that were decided. Justin was eager to watch the show. He felt very interesting about the duel of wizards. However, John's next words made each of them drop their jaws in shock. "You're a squib, aren't you, Filch?" John's straightforward words caused the entire office to fall into a strange silence. Ron and the three of them stared at him dumbfounded, while Filch was also stunned, and stood still in place as if under a petrification spell. Although his body didn't move, Filch's old face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. "The fireplace in the office is very warm, but you still need to wear a sweater to achieve the most comfortable body feeling." At this time, Filch, who is only wearing a thin shirt, is constantly secreting fine beads of sweat on his forehead. It was torture, like being exposed to the sun under the high temperature of 40 degrees. He opened his dry lips, and a strange sound of ho-ho came out of his throat. This state lasted for nearly 2 or 3 minutes before he screamed in an almost hysterical voice. "What are you talking about? Who is a squib? Are you trying to slander me to make me lose the dignity of an administrator, so as to satisfy your fantasies of lawlessness in the school? I tell you. Dreaming. I will punish you. You will be fined in confinement. You will be imprisoned for a semester. The reason is to slander the faculty and staff. Let the whole school see what will happen to you." Facing Filch's anger, John's expression was calm. "You don't dare to do this, because your punishment, Professor McGonagall, will not be approved at all. There is indeed a clause in the school rules that defamation of faculty and staff is not allowed, but I am telling the truth. Professor McGonagall will never do things in violation of school rules. And if at that time, the whole school will know that you are really a squib." Filch looked at John with those eyes that were about to pop out. The panic and horror in his eyes that were about to overflow could not be hidden at all. Even Ron and Justin could see clearly. "Come out, he is afraid." Chapter 45-45 Filch. They all looked down on Squibs. Filch's voice was hoarse, with an unbridled outburst. They think people like me don't deserve to be in the wizarding world at all, yeah. How can someone who can't even use a spell or hold a wand deserve to be called a wizard? Squib. Squib. A dumb firecracker is a waste, trash. Everyone thinks so. Everyone. Neville seemed to feel that Filch was very pitiful at this moment, so he said something comforting. But the Hogwarts professors don't think so. It's just because of Dumbledore's face. He roared, I know they all despise me. Lily Potter never took the initiative to talk to me. McGonagall has not spoken to me in the past 20 years. Give me a good face. Slughorn even wanted to humiliate me on the night when Hogwarts was first attacked, when I was locked in the office alone, and I was scared. He stayed up late just let me out. John listened to his accusation, and felt that Lily and McGonagall treated him so purely because of his attitude towards the students, and it had nothing to do with the Squib thing. As for Slughorn, he was not good at it. People have always been like that, but actively humiliating it certainly won't. So John was more curious about the last sentence he said. You were locked up that night? Who did it? The guy in the wagon. Who knows that I can't use magic and can't cast the unlocking spell? If that person really thought I was in the way, he would just lock the door secretly. It must be Slughorn. He knows that I am a Squib, and there is no way to open the lock shut me in the office to embarrass me. Filch screamed, he seemed to accept this matter, and he would not listen to any explanation from others. John could only comfort him. Don't be sad, Filch, we didn't look down on you for being a Squib, and we're not going to tell you about it, and we came here to ask you just because we suspect that you haven't used magic all the time. Is there a problem? Filch puffed up his eyes. He is not a good person, but it doesn't mean he is a fool. Do you think I will do something that is sorry for Hogwarts? Am I crazy? Or are you crazy? Ron turned his head with a guilty conscience. He didn't expect that Filch would expose the Squib incident after John just said a few words. Of course, the fact that Filch is an undercover agent now cannot be established. Now that we are sure that you are really a Squib, there must be no such doubts. I am sorry to disturb you today, John said in an apologetic voice. He did not have any prejudice against Squibs, but he also felt that the administrator had a bad character. Is what you just said true? Filch stared at John. He obviously also found that among the four people, this boy is their core, don't tell others. John shrugged, this is your privacy, if you think it should be, we will keep it a secret. Ah, thank you. Thank you. He thanked dryly, obviously not very proficient in saying such words. John, the four of them left the office. On the corridor, Ron said dejectedly. I didn't expect him to be a Squib. But it seemed that he still didn't give up, and he guessed again to prove his own thoughts, but these are what he said by himself. Maybe he actually wanted to use the Squib thing to make himself how about covering up the suspicion. His guess was a bit too forceful. This time, even Justin felt that Ron was making an unfounded guess, and at this moment, a stout figure happened to walk towards them. Hi, Hagrid. John greeted Hagrid, who was looking for something in the corridor. Seeing John and the others, Hagrid showed a smile on his face. Good morning, John. Are you looking for Beachy again? Yes, it's not very obedient recently, and it always likes to run around in the carriage. I was afraid it would steal something, so I came in and looked for it. Hagrid said with a sad face, did you see it? John shook his head. No, if I saw it, I would definitely catch it and send it to you. By the way, we just have one thing to ask you. In order to make Ron completely give up, John said, you know why has Filch been using magic? We're curious about that. Neville and the others around him immediately pricked up their ears, and after Hagrid heard his question, His face was obviously surprised, obviously he didn't expect him to ask this. After first looking left and right to make sure there was no one else around, Hagrid bent down and moved closer to John and the others. "You guys discovered this. Of course I know the reason, but I can't tell you. After all, this is his personal privacy, and he still cares about it, so even if the professors in the school know it, everyone will mention more." This answer didn't say anything, but it was equivalent to saying everything. It fit Hagrid's big mouth, and he really wanted to hide things that he promised to keep secret, but he couldn't hide them anyway. After separating from Hagrid, Ron had nothing to say now, but they only cleared Filch's suspicion after a lot of tossing. "Where is the infiltrator hiding in the carriage?" "A little clue. Don't think about it, leave this matter to the professors. We can help them the most by taking care of ourselves." Neville agreed with John's words very much, and Ron and Justin finally went back to their dormitory honestly. It seems that after today's incident is over, they will be able to settle down for a while. After returning to the dormitory, John picked up the parchment filled with spell pronunciation combinations again, but this time he couldn't calm down. A certain sentence he heard in Filch's office echoed in him. "I can't get rid of it all the time." In the end, he simply stopped trying, but leaned back in his chair and stared at the receding scenery outside the window in a daze. Neville, who was revising his transfiguration thesis, raised his head and looked at him strangely. "What's wrong?" John shook his head silently, and said softly, "Nothing, just thinking about something not so good." Life after the Christmas holiday has not changed much for the little wizards on the carriage. As John said, as long as they can take care of themselves and not cause trouble to the school, it will be the greatest help to the professors. John also tried all the pronunciation combinations of the floating spell before February, and finally determined that the pronunciation that is completely opposite to the normal floating spell pronunciation is the most suitable spell for him to use the ring to cast a spell on himself. After confirming these things, John found Slughorn again, and wanted to learn from him how to improve the effect of this floating spell. Obviously, compared to just reducing weight and increasing jumping ability and speed, what John wants more is to be able to fly with his own ability. Chapter 46-46. Eating rock cakes is worse than drinking afternoon tea. What you are learning now is indeed a brand new way of casting spells, but the foundation of the spell itself is still the same as using the wand to cast spells. Therefore, if you want to strengthen the ability to use the floating spell on yourself, the most fundamental thing is to use it. I have a deep enough understanding of the floating spell. Slughorn gave John a cup of black tea, but he said while drinking a glass of lemonade. John thoughtfully raised the wand in his hand. "In other words, as long as I master the normal levitation spell better, the effect of the levitation spell on myself will also be better. If you want to improve yourself, you just need to practice the spell itself." Slughorn nodded. "You understand correctly. The essence of magic wand casting and ring casting are the same, but the object of change is different. This is why only the syllables of the spell have changed, but the spell itself has not changed." As he spoke, he took out a large stack of notebooks and magic books from under the desk cabinet. "And these, I will take them with you when you leave. Some of the experiences Adrian left behind about the spellcasting method you have learned should be of great help to you. Of course, Hogwarts, there must be more of the part left in the Hogwarts castle than in my hands now." In fact, his last wish was to donate all his research results to the Hogwarts library, but it was a pity that something like that happened. Before he died, he also asked me to try my best to help bring out the materials and stones in the castle. Now that you have inherited everything from him, I will hand over this matter to you, Joe Kindness." Slughorn smiled. "I hope you can really do this one day, but don't put too much pressure on yourself. After all, you are only 11 years old." John looked at the thing Slughorn gave him, and couldn't help showing a somewhat stunned expression on his face. Professor, what do you mean? You don't plan to continue teaching me about the things behind the ring? It's not that I don't want to teach. Fat Walrus shook his head, it's that I only know so much, John. After all, I have never really learned how to use that ring, and all the things I taught you before I learned it from these notes. Now that you have initially mastered a spell, it is better for you to think it is suitable for you than to let me explain it to you half-baked. Besides, if you have any questions later, you can of course continue to ask me, but there is a high probability that I can't give you an answer directly. We have to discuss it to solve the problem. Although he said so, John still couldn't accept it for a while. He originally thought that the teaching of this spellcasting method would take a long time, at least 1 or 2 school years, but now it is only half a school year. Up. While they were chatting, the door of the office suddenly opened a gap. John turned his head and looked over, but didn't see anyone coming in. Just when he thought that some student accidentally knocked the door open, he suddenly found a familiar small figure slipping past his feet, then jumped onto the table and ran to Sri Lanka. In front of Laghorn. That was Hagrid's pet beach. It seemed to be very familiar with this office, and it didn't shy away from facing Slughorn at all. It directly spread out its little paws, as if begging for something. Looking at it, Slughorn also smiled and took out a handful of BB's strange flavored beans from the drawer and placed it in front of it. It seemed that this was not the first time he had fed it like this. Professor, why is Beach here with you? Hearing John's name for this kind of sniffing, Slughorn was a little surprised. Do you know the Sniffler? This is Hagrid's pet. When Hagrid and I first got acquainted, it was because it stole things from me. Yes, Hagrid told me that this is the only animal he brought out from that forest. This little guy is indeed dirty, but he also has a sniffing instinct. Slughorn blinked and said. Not long ago when I returned to the office, I found that it was stealing my candied fruit. This magical animal is very interesting, so I took the initiative to give it some snacks, and since that day, it has been entangled with me. I will come here for afternoon tea for a while. It is not wrong to say that Beachy came to drink afternoon tea. Slughorn really prepared a cup of tea for him in a small pocket cup, so that he would not choke while enjoying the candy. John looked at the look of enjoying it, and couldn't help complaining in his heart. No wonder he always saw Hagrid looking for it in the carriage recently. If he was Beach, he would rather come to Slughorn's for afternoon tea than to eat seafood. Yanpa cakes made by Ge himself. After sitting in the office for a while, John said goodbye to Slughorn and left. In fact, Fat Walrus was right about one thing, that is, John has nothing to learn from him in terms of rings now. If you want to learn the next magic, you need extra sapphires, but apart from knowing that one of them is in Hogwarts Castle, the remaining 3 have no clue. It is definitely impossible for John to rush into Hogwarts Castle now looking for it, so he can only delve down on the floating spell that he has learned. As for improving the proficiency of the levitating spell, Slughorn can't provide him with much help, mainly relying on himself to explore. Thinking of this, John felt a little relieved. He returned to the dormitory and began to concentrate on studying how to improve the effect of the floating spell. But at the same time he did not forget other spell learning. The spells learned in the first year spell class are basically elementary spells, which may be very practical in life, but at most they can only play some auxiliary role in real wizard battles, and it is difficult to produce any effective killing force. In this regard, of course, he would not wait until Flitwick started teaching after the 2nd grade, and then get in touch with those spells that directly damage. Instead, he borrowed a spell book from the library, selected the petrification spell, and began to study in private. The petrification spell is undoubtedly a very useful spell. Even the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic have always used the 3 spells of petrification, stun, and disarm as the main force. After all, no matter how vicious, it is impossible to capture all kinds of prisoners with the killing curse, and as an important means of subduing the enemy, the petrification curse has always performed very well. And this spell is not too difficult to learn. In the original book, Hermione can learn it by herself in the first grade, so it is naturally not a problem for John. Chapter 47. Gravity. Wingardium Leviosa. The desk in front of John flew up under the influence of the spell, but it was only 20 to 30 centimeters above the ground, and there was no way to go higher. Neville, who was studying the memory ball sent by his grandma while gnawing on an apple, looked at John with a look of lovelessness. It's been a month, a whole month. On average, you have to practice this spell more than 100 times every day. Every night I dream of the sound of the floating spell in my ears. You are really successful enough, John. Last time Professor Flitwick has already said, at least your level of levitation spells has reached the standard of most adult wizards. What is lacking now is that your magic power has not yet grown, so you really don't need to practice anymore. John was still looking at the floating desk in front of him thoughtfully. That's right, Professor Flitwick said that my skills in the levitation curse are high enough, and the rest can only rely on time to accumulate my own magic power and experience, but why is the biggest effect I can achieve now? That's all. Neville stared at the dead fish eyes. What you flew up with the magic spell was not feathers, parchment, or textbooks, but a desk. Now there are a few people in this carriage besides the professor. Can it be done to this extent? It's not a question of whether other people can do it, but the levitating spell itself feels very problematic. John frowned. Neville bit the crunchy apple, looked at John, who finally stopped using the levitating charm, and was also happy to chat with him a few more words to make his ears less tormented. What's wrong with the levitation spell? The role it can play is a little too small. John was thinking, subconsciously turning the wand with his fingertips. In his previous life, he liked to turn the pen when solving problems, and now this habit has been brought into this world by him. Even Professor Flitwick, the levitating spell he used, couldn't make two heavy objects fly. This was not only because of the limitations of his magic power and will, but because the spell itself couldn't exert this effect. Neville could no longer understand what John was saying, so he could only nod his head in agreement, repeating, "Yes, that's right, that's it," 3 times in a row. The levitation spell has been created for such a long time, and many wizards have tried to improve and innovate it in history. Now what we have learned is the limit it can achieve. Magic controls objects. The limit of flight. One is the limit of the floating spell, and the other is that the spell cannot be released on wizards. The combination of these two unsolvable problems has led to the fact that wizards still rely on broomsticks and magic carpets to conquer the sky. An ancient magical tool that has been in use since. But since broomsticks and magic carpets can fly so high, why does the floating spell have a limit? I still have the limit to eat apples, 2 are enough. Neville threw a cleaned apple towards John. Don't think about it yet, try it, it's very sweet. John, who was thinking hard, of course didn't notice the apple flying towards him, and the apple hit him on the head without any accident. Boom. Ah. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, I thought you could catch it. Neville hurriedly apologized. John was taken aback after being hit, and then looked at the apple that had fallen to the ground with a strange expression. Neville, why do you think the apple fell on me? Neville was stunned by John's question, and he looked at John even more nervously. Are you okay? Are you dizzy? How about I take you to see Professor Slughorn? Because the apple will fall. John stared at the apple brightly. He ignored Naughty, but said the answer on his own. My thoughts have always been limited. This world not only has magic, but also science. When you threw it out, you provided it with an upward force, but in fact there is still a downward force pulling it back to the ground. Neville had already grabbed John's arm. Let's go, hurry up, before you do anything stupid, let's let the professor see if you can still be saved. John slapped his hand off with a black face. I wasn't fooled by the apple. I don't need the professor to heal me. I'm thinking about the problem seriously. Have you ever thought about what is going on in your mind when you cast the levitating spell? Seeing that John didn't seem to be lying, and other than talking nonsense, his behavior was indeed quite normal, Neville replied hesitantly. It's just like what Professor Flitwick taught us in class, unwaveringly believe that the target the wand is aiming at can fly up, and then cast a spell and swing the wand. Knowing it but not knowing why, this has always been a characteristic of magic. John's voice was calm, but he could see that he was extremely emotional. It's like turning matches into needles. At that time, professors would not teach us what molecular structure changes inside an object when it changes from wood to metal. The same is true for the floating spell. Professor Flitwick just told us to firmly think that we can make feathers fly, but he didn't tell us what kind of principle is needed to do this, and then the floating spell we used appeared. It came up with the simplest and most direct way of expression, forming an upward force on the object itself, saying that it is flying, but in fact it is the power of magic that holds it up. Magic is the intervention of the rules. The wizard puts forward the idea of changing, and how to change is determined by the magic itself. But if we take the initiative to choose when casting a spell, to specify how the magic will interfere with the rules. Neville couldn't understand what John was saying at all, but his mouth was open. Although he didn't understand, he could feel that his roommate had obviously thought of something extraordinary. Do you know why the apple fell on my head? John asked this seemingly silly question again. Neville also replied with a silly answer, because I just threw it at your head. A muggle who was also hit in the head by an apple more than 300 years ago was also thinking about this question, but he came up with the answer himself. There was a smile on John's face. It was the smile of standing on the shoulders of giants, looking down at the wizards who had no exploration of the rules of the world. There is a force in the land we live in. This force pulls all objects on the ground, ocean, and even the sky. The muggle named Isaac Newton called this force gravity. Chapter 48. Levitation Curse. Hogwarts was founded more than 900 years ago, and during this period, almost all children who have the potential to become wizards will be selected by the magic school before the age of 11. If it is a student who is completely from a muggle family, 11. How much knowledge of natural science can a student who has just graduated from elementary school learn? John's question Neville couldn't answer. He didn't even understand what the word gravitation meant, and who was Newton. No matter how many, these students basically do not have access to too high a level of scientific knowledge, and when they are absorbed by Hogwarts and become a little wizard to learn magic, they will not even think about understanding muggles. For them, if they have the energy and time, they might as well study a few more spells. Coupled with the constraints of the Secrecy Act and traditional wizards' discrimination against muggles, the wizarding world has never faced up to muggles' own understanding of the world. I have never thought about the changes that magic has brought to this world. What is it? What a deeper change has taken place. Neville looked like he was listening to a Bible, and he looked at John blankly. What do you want to say in the end? John took a deep breath to relieve his inner excitement. When we use the floating spell, what we think in our hearts is to believe that objects can fly, but in fact there are many ways to make objects fly, and magic itself chooses the most simple and direct one, forming a kind of power lift the object up. But what if I assign it a way to fly when I cast the spell? What else is there? Neville became more and more confused. After all, for a child like him who has never received any modern science education since he was a child, he couldn't understand the principle of why objects always fall to the ground. John didn't continue to explain to him, and held his wand solemnly, aiming the tip of the wand at the middle of the bedroom. The incantation that was about to cocoon in Neville's ears rang out again with incomparable clarity. Wingardim Leviosa. This floating spell has no target, or in other words, everything in the entire bedroom is the target of John's spell. And at the moment when the incantation sounded, Neville's eyes widened to the maximum, looking at this miraculous scene in the room in shock. In the dormitory, apart from him and John, the two living people, parchment, quill pens, ink bottles, desks, chairs, including the two heaviest four-poster beds, all items were floating in the air. The floating state is significantly different from the effect of the normal floating spell. After the normal floating spell takes effect, the object is obviously going straight up and down, and it will stop when it rises to a certain height. The objects floating in front of Neville's eyes are all floating irregularly, like fish floating in the water, without any restrictions at all. But such a miraculous scene only lasted for less than 2 seconds, and then a burst of crackling sound of things falling kept ringing in their ears. John's spell effect ended, and the flying thing fell back to the ground again. The originally clean and tidy dormitory instantly turned into a garbage dump. The tables and chairs were scattered all over the place. The two beds were directly turned over on the ground, 2 ink bottles were broken, and there were large pieces of ink on the ground, scattered all over the place. But neither John nor Neville cared about this. The two stared at each other with big eyes. One person's eyes were full of excitement that the conjecture was confirmed, and the other person's eyes were full of why did it suddenly happen like this? Unbelievable. How did you do it? Neville felt that the sentence was very familiar when he said it, as if he had asked the exact same question not long ago. As I told you, to formulate a way for the floating spell to make objects fly, it is not to use magic power to lift it up, but to control gravity. John didn't hide his secrets, and directly told Neville generously about his discovery. But now Neville can't even figure out what the word gravity means, let alone let him understand it. John actually felt that there was a high probability that he would not succeed. As one of the 4 basic forces in physics, he felt that this ultimate rule could not be changed so easily. But in fact, magic itself is a rule that breaks the rules. The normal floating spell also completely violates the common sense of physics, and a force is born out of thin air to lift the object up. Thinking about it from another angle, it might be easier for magic to change the existing gravitational force than to create a new force. But John obviously has a general grasp of this form of floating spell, and the effect that can be maintained cannot even exceed 3 seconds. But the most difficult thing in the world is the process from 0 to 1. As long as he can successfully use this spell once, he is not afraid of not being able to master it proficiently in the future. After restraining his joy and tidying up the dormitory together with Neville, John left the dormitory straight away. He wants to share this news with Slughorn. Even the fat walrus has a high probability of not being able to understand what gravity is, but it does not prevent him from passing on the happy things. Knocked on the door of the office, and after a reply came from inside, John pushed the door and walked in. The office was filled with smoke, and Slughorn was standing by a cauldron, boiling a pot of potion. When John walked in, he had just put a piece of dried snake skin like a belt into the boiling potion. John blinked his eyes, and became a little interested in this pot of potion. "Teacher, what are you doing?" A potion that is very beneficial to the elderly. Although I eat a lot of sugar, I also pay attention to my health. After all, no one wants to die in a hospital bed. While stirring the potion with his wand, he told John the formula. The powder from the horn of the unicorn, a piece of the dragon's liver, and the tears of Dumbledore's pet bird, these 3 are the core materials, and there are secondary accessories such as the snake skin. Do you want some? Even if you are still young, it will be of great benefit to your growing body, but this pot of potion takes a long time to brew, so you have to wait. Then I will thank you in advance, teacher. Oh, by the way, why did you come to me? Do you have any questions about magic? Slughorn stopped turning his wand in his hand, and looked up at John suspiciously. Of course not, but my floating spell has finally made a breakthrough. His happy smile still hangs on his face, but there is something different in that smile from when he came. Chapter 49. The dark clouds dissipate. John only said that he had made a major breakthrough in the floating spell, but he didn't mention what kind of progress he made. Slughorn was obviously focused on the potion that was being brewed, and did not continue to ask further questions about the major breakthrough he said. After sitting in the office for a while, John left. He was walking in the corridor, the expression on his face returned to calm, and he couldn't tell what he was thinking. Just as he passed by the storage room, a familiar small figure quickly ran out of it in front of him. "Come out." John reacted very quickly. He directly reached out and grabbed Beachy, who was holding a cherry in his little paw. "Why did you sneak in again? Still stealing food from the storage room?" He stretched out his hand, flicked Beachy's head lightly, and taught him a lesson. Beach seemed guilty and quickly stuffed the cherry into his front pocket. It seemed that he himself knew that stealing was wrong. John slipped it and changed direction, walked towards the exit where the driver's seat was, and was going to hand over the stolen Beach to Hagrid directly. Just as he opened the door, he saw Hagrid standing outside the door, looking like he wanted to go into the carriage. "Are you looking for it again, Hagrid?" John grabbed Beachy by the nape of his neck and shook it in front of Hagrid. Hagrid's originally tense expression suddenly relaxed completely, and he took Beachy from John's hand with an angry expression on his face, looking like he really wanted to teach the sniff a lesson, but the movements of his hands kept moving it is careful not to hurt it subconsciously. "Did you find it over there in the storage room?" "Yes, it stole a cherry out of there. It always goes there to steal food recently. I obviously prepared a plate of rock cakes for it, but this little thing still runs into the carriage." John really wanted to persuade Hagrid that he could try a different kind of dessert to feed Beachy. After all, his rock cakes were hard to bite, let alone sniff. But Hagrid, who is extremely confident in his craft, obviously can't listen to his words. The biggest shortcoming of this former gamekeeper and current coachman is that he always regards others as the same as himself, and thinks that he can do things. People sure can too. Hagrid enthusiastically invited John to sit in the driver's seat and have some snacks, but John found a reason to refuse, and he is not in the mood for leisure now. Students would pass by from time to time in the corridor, but no one paid attention to John, who was staring at a door in a daze. He stood at the end of the long corridor, right in front of the door opposite to the exit of the carriage driver's seat. He seemed hesitant several times, as if he wanted to reach out and knock on the door, but finally left silently from the door. John practiced the floating spell more frequently. It's just that this time he didn't continue to torture Neville in the dormitory, but applied for permission from McGonagall, and obtained the qualification to freely enter and leave the astronomy classroom during the day, and went to the roof of the carriage to practice every day. Almost except for the time of eating and sleeping in class, he would disappear from Neville's sight whenever he had free time. This peaceful life lasted for 2 months. At the beginning of May, when the students on the bus were preparing for the final exam of the semester, almost no one talked about the 2 attacks last year. It seems that the person hiding in the carriage has retreated, and Hogwarts has returned to the kind of life that is considered peaceful even though he is in exile. There were less than 5 weeks before the final exam. After dinner that day, Neville stopped John, who had just stood up from the dining table and was about to go to the roof of the car. "It's time for you to prepare for the exam, John. You've been practicing the levitation curse all the time. What if you fail the exams in other subjects?" John looked up and thought for a while. "Although I have been practicing the levitation charm, I have not missed other courses. And Professor Slughorn exempted me from the history of magic exam because every homework I did this semester was excellent. You can directly give me an excellent." Professor Flitwick was also very satisfied with the map of Jupiter I drew in the last class, and also exempted me from the astronomy exam, and Professor Potter, she. Okay, John." Ron interrupted his show off with a painful expression on his face. We actually want you to rest. Neville said that you practice spells like you are possessed during this time. Same, we are worried that you can't take it physically and mentally. Let's start to rest today. How about we go to the lounge to play square cards together? Justin and Lavender also looked at him expectantly, and John didn't feel tired physically and mentally. But Ron is right, he really hasn't had any entertainment with Neville and the others for a long time. So he didn't refuse again, and readily accepted and walked towards the common room with them. Just as they entered the lounge, Slughorn also opened the door and walked into Lily's office full of flowers and herbs. Lily was seriously wiping her wand, as if she was not holding a magic wand in her hand, but a token entrusting all her thoughts. Watching her move, Slughorn, who was gently closing the door, sighed. I always thought you'd look forward. Lily's voice was calm and cold, just like when she first met John. I've been looking forward, sir, not only me, but also this Hymes wand in my hand. But the hatred has been accumulating in your heart. Looking forward and having hatred in my heart are not in conflict. I have never been blinded by hatred. Instead, it makes me more awake than ever before. The office fell into silence. After a while, Lily took the initiative to ease the atmosphere and asked softly. How is your new student doing? Slughorn clearly enjoyed the topic, a smile that only appeared on his lips when he was eating candied pineapple. Excellent, better than any kid I've seen before. Lily was a little surprised at his such a high evaluation. She evoked a sarcasm smile, but this smile was not aimed at Slughorn, but another man who could not be named. If he heard your evaluation of this boy, he would probably go mad with anger. Slughorn smiled and blinked. So you will take care of him more in the future, maybe he is the moon Dumbledore mentioned. I will treat all students equally, regardless of whether they are from a prominent background or have talents. Instead of waiting for a moon, it is better to let a few more stars shine. Lily said blankly. Slughorn looked up at the dark night sky outside the window. He didn't know when the carriage drove into a cloudy area. Suddenly, lightning flashed between the clouds, followed by a rumbling thunder. The voice of the old man was also covered under the thunder. Whether it is the moon or the stars, if they want to shine, they always need wind to help them disperse the dark clouds. Chapter 50-50. Snape. Tonight's night sky is extraordinarily dark. Although Neville and the others, who were playing mahjong, didn't feel it in the bright lounge, John, who was a little restless after entering the restroom, always turned his eyes out of the window frequently. It's time for you to draw cards, John, what's wrong with you? Lavender looked at him worriedly. Is it true that practicing spells is too hard? I think you have been unable to concentrate. John didn't speak. Even if Lavender spoke, he didn't make any moves to draw cards, and kept staring out the window. Even if it's going to rain, can it get so dark? His breathing became much heavier than before, and upon hearing his question, Neville and the others also turned their eyes away from the game, and looked up at the pitch-black sky outside the window. The dark clouds seemed to completely cover the entire night sky, and no light could penetrate in. Only the occasional lightning and thunder from the other side of the sky that they could not see could make the darkness disappear for a moment. It is estimated that there will be a heavy rain later. Neville said something in a low voice. And just as his voice fell, the sky, which was like a black cloth, suddenly flickered with countless light spots. Those light spots were all made up of red and green. At this moment, a flash of lightning flashed like a long snake, illuminating the half of the sky they could see. The dark clouds covering the night sky are not dark clouds at all, but hundreds of wizards in black robes riding on broomsticks. Note. All kinds of dazzling spell lights shone on the tips of their staffs, and the next second, just as Neville said, a heavy rain began to fall outside the carriage. It just makes up this heavy rain, it is a spell that falls from the sky like countless rainwater. Boom. Under the belated thunder, the entire carriage shook violently along with the loud noise. The swing was so large that it seemed to overturn the carriage to the ground. Screams, shouts, and cries sounded in the lounge together. The students were all stunned by the sudden situation. Most of them fell to the ground, the chandelier on the ceiling was shaking non-stop, and the inside of the carriage was completely in chaos. When John saw those spells falling, he pulled Neville and the others to the ground without hesitation. Dumbledore personally imposed protective measures on the outside of the carriage. Most of the effects of spells can be blocked, but the impact caused by the powerful impact cannot be offset by protective magic. There was a flurry of footsteps in the corridor outside the lounge, and Magna's anxious voice came faintly. "Don't panic. Don't panic. Everyone come to the restaurant. Everyone gather at the restaurant." The little wizard who heard her voice quickly moved. Although this attack happened suddenly, but with the experience of the previous 2 times, at least the students now know what they should do in the first place. John and the others helped each other stand up from the ground, and then ran out of the lounge together. The carriage had been stabilized, and it was not overturned by the terrifying rain of spells, but its forward speed had also increased countless times. Normally, they don't feel any bumps at all, but now they seem to be running wildly in the pile of rocks. If John and the others hadn't held onto the wall of the corridor, they wouldn't be able to move forward at all. All the students gathered in the dining hall, and the pale-faced student president was assisting Filch, who couldn't hide his panic at all, to lighten the number of people. The professors assembled in front of Dumbledore's office immediately after the attack, but Dumbledore pushed open the door leading to Hagrid's driver's seat. He was holding a magic wand in his hand, as if he had just helped Hagrid stabilize the carriage to drive normally. The magic that originally shielded the front of the carriage from the strong wind had been completely destroyed, and the grey-white hair and beard fluttered wantonly on his face. "This time is different from the previous 2 times, everyone." Dumbledore's voice was calm, and the familiar tone slightly calmed the nervousness of the professors. They almost came out in full force. "Aurors, Death Eaters, we're surrounded." Flitwick held his wand up in front of him with his only left arm, and his peaceful voice was like teaching students not to pronounce the F in spells as S in class. "Then we are going to prepare to fight out now." Lily had already waved her brand new wand that had been maintained, and the worn-out broomstick landed firmly in her hand. McGonagall frowned. She didn't have the calmness of Flitwick, nor the strong desire to fight like Lily, but cared about the safety of the students in the carriage. "We haven't found the infiltrator yet, Albus. If we all leave, who will protect the children?" Dumbledore raised his arm, and Fawkes flew over lightly, looking up at the professors. "Go to the square and ask Kingsley and the others to come over." Golden red light flashed, and Fawkes disappeared in front of their eyes. After all this was done, the professors left the carriage. Slughorn, Lily, McGonagall, and Flitwick stood guard in the 4 directions of the galloping carriage, while Dumbledore was right above the carriage. He looked up at the dark-haired wizard in black robe leading the Death Eaters and Aurors. Not only did he see him, but Lily, who had just ascended to the sky, also saw him. The next moment, a sharp roar full of hatred resounded through the entire night sky. "Severus Snape!" Real rain started to fall. There was a clatter, as if someone opened a water valve in the sky and began to wash away the mud in the world. Lightning flashed across the night sky again, and the flickering light at that moment also illuminated Snape's pale and indifferent face. Lily's figure was reflected in his empty pupils, and there was no other emotion in his eyes, as if he saw a stranger who looked like a stranger. "Remember what the Master told you," he said in a low voice that was clear enough for every Death Eater and Auror present. "Now, let's get started." The wizards in black robes began to lower their broomsticks and looked at the galloping carriage, swooping down like hunters aiming at their prey. The heavy rain poured down, and all kinds of spells shuttled through the rain curtain, shooting towards the 4 people guarding the carriage. No one targeted Lily, as if everyone had a tacit understanding and deliberately left her for Snape, who was still floating in the sky covered in a cloud of black mist. After Lily saw Snape, she saw no one else in her eyes, and without hesitation raised the height of the broomstick under her body, and pointed the wand in her hand at the man. Ah! Snape's voice was full of sarcasm, and he called out the name of the girl who used to sit with him on the grass in Spider's End, imagining the magical world. Long time no see, Lilliput. Note, the number of wizards has always been controversial, because the setting in the original book is very conflicting. There are very few students in Hogwarts, but there are hundreds of employees of the Ministry of Magic who went to build the Quidditch World Cup venue. It has been working for more than half a year without affecting the normal operation of the Ministry of Magic. The World Cup venue that can accommodate 100,000 people is still full of wizards from all over the world. This is a loophole that cannot be skipped, although Rowling has patched it herself later. The setting of this book is based on the larger number of people. After all, if there are fewer people, it would be too boring to write. Looking at it, I feel that this is actually a village fighting, which is crazy. Then, I didn't break the chapter, I stayed up late to write, and there may be more later, but I suggest you go to bed early and get up early to read it tomorrow morning, because maybe I fell asleep while writing. Just sauce.